Can expanding the number of transportation systems actually help improve air quality?
Can a community's electrical needs be met in an energy-efficient way?
Can world-class airports be innovators and friends of the environment in their use of energy?
Yes.
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 As challenging and complex as these questions truly are, 3 Southern California airports are offering innovative and positive answers through new technologies and a deep commitment to environmental progress. This is the environment of the Los Angeles World Airports that owns and operates 3 major Southern California airports. Los Angeles International Airport is among the busiest commercial airports in the world. LA Ontario International ranks among the top 10 busiest airports in California, and Van Nuys is among the world's top general aviation airports. Los Angeles World Airports, a department of the City of Los Angeles, has been working in partnership with the surrounding communities to address their concerns, mitigate impacts, and enhance the environment. The airports are accomplishing this by using clean fuels, cutting-edge water reclamation techniques, building architecture and design, and protection of fragile wildlife habitats. Without a doubt, air pollution is a fact of life in Southern California, especially in the Los Angeles Basin and the Inland Empire. Granted, it's not a very clear picture, but advances are taking place where the picture and the air are becoming a lot clearer. A significant amount of airport-related pollutants come from ground vehicles. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports was quick to recognize this and attack the problem at its source. To help reduce the amount of ground transportation emissions, Los Angeles World Airports began introducing alternative fuel vehicles in the early 1990s. Today, more than 70% of the fleet at LAX is comprised of alternative fuel vehicles, and it is the largest such fleet at any U.S. airport. Buses, shuttles, and other vehicles that run on natural gas burn 99% cleaner than those with diesel or gasoline-operated engines. To reduce emissions even more, these airports implemented a highly successful, award-winning employee rideshare and carpool program. LAX also makes it easier for travelers to leave their cars at home. The LAX Flyaway is an inexpensive non-stop bus service that transports passengers to and from the airport. The service currently operates from several locations throughout Southern California. LAX Flyaway buses serve over 1.5 million passengers annually, removing more than 1 million vehicle trips from local roads and from LAX. At the same time, air pollution and traffic congestion at LA Ontario International Airport have been reduced significantly thanks to this magnificent 15,000 square foot ground transportation facility, where a fleet of alternative fuel courtesy trams have replaced gas-burning car rental vans and shuttle buses. In years past, a high level of air pollutants came from idling aircraft that ran their engines to heat and cool the passenger cabin and to supply electricity to cabin cleaning crews. But the installation of ground power units at nearly every LAX and LA Ontario gate allows pilots to shut off their engines, thus eliminating tons of aircraft pollutants every year. Los Angeles International Airport took the lead in water conservation when it became one of the first properties on LA's west side to irrigate its landscaping and native California plants with recycled water. Through a network of pipes emanating from a nearby water treatment plant, LAX and its surrounding neighborhoods enjoy sizable savings in water consumption, as well as an uninterrupted supply of recycled water to keep grass, flowers, and plants thriving, even during severe drought conditions. Not having enough water is a familiar fact of life in Southern California, but there are times when too much water can be an even bigger problem. Not just to rush hour traffic, but to the vast waters of the Pacific Ocean. However, in a concentrated effort to protect the ocean by reducing storm drain pollution, Los Angeles World Airport's Environmental Services Division has implemented a stormwater pollution prevention program at each of its airports. Throughout the rainy season, airport personnel use strategically placed monitoring stations to observe, collect, and analyze runoff samples. That's to determine if and how much contamination enters the surrounding storm drains. Clearly, protecting and preserving water, one of our most precious natural resources, is an issue that Los Angeles World Airports continues to address in several significant and substantive ways. Despite its heavy energy demands, Los Angeles World Airports has nevertheless made tremendous strides in energy conservation. It is committed to a 25% green power use in all LAX facilities. Green power includes electricity generated by solar, wind, hydropower, biomass, and geothermal sources. The terminals at LA Ontario International Airport, which opened in 1998, were designed and built with energy conservation as a top priority. As a result, the terminal buildings are facing north, and the windows are made with a special energy-efficient glass. Inside, the terminal's ceiling systems are designed to distribute light without radiating heat throughout the building. These features make the airport aesthetically pleasing and comfortable for travelers while being on the cutting edge of green design. LAWA is prioritizing energy conservation and green building practices in all of its airport construction projects. In addition to achieving LEED Silver for the renovation of the international terminal at LAX, environmental performance standards are also incorporated into the new additions to the Bradley International Terminal, the replacement central utility plant, and the airport rescue firefighting facility. Through these efforts, Los Angeles World Airports has succeeded in setting new standards for airports in energy efficiency and environmental design. With the advent of commercial jet aircraft, one of the most obvious and troublesome issues was how best to reduce the noise impact on surrounding neighborhoods. To address this problem, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a strict noise management program that includes a noise monitoring system, construction of airport sound barriers, and development of on-site noise abatement procedures. But these noise management efforts are not confined to the airports alone. In the mid-1980s, Los Angeles World Airports implemented its residential sound insulation program. Almost all of the more than 9,000 single and multifamily residences adjacent to LAX and more than 1,000 at Van Nuys have been soundproofed. The modifications include installation of acoustically rated solid core doors, double-pane windows and air conditioners, as well as acoustic chimney louvers and vent dampers. These measures help reduce aircraft noise inside homes by as much as 50%, giving airport neighbors more comfortable living environments. Another facet of Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to environmental concerns is its recycling program. At Los Angeles International Airport, for example, nearly 21,000 tons of waste is recycled annually and 900 tons are put to other uses. That means more than 2/3 of LAX's solid waste is diverted from landfills each year. Even food can be a prime candidate for recycling. In 2009, LAX tenants reported that over 5,000 pounds of packaged and prepared food from airline caterers are distributed annually to local food banks. Between the western edge of the Pacific Ocean and just below the flight path at Los Angeles International Airport, a rather remarkable ecological success story is evolving on a 200-acre wildlife preserve. Thanks to a visionary and aggressive restoration project implemented by Los Angeles World Airports in the 1980s, these native plants and animals, once destined for extinction, are now alive and well and thriving, including the delicate El Segundo blue butterfly, which was the first insect to be listed as a federal endangered species. Fortunately, Los Angeles World Airports initiated a restoration project that reintroduced and protected the blue butterfly's only food source, the coastal buckwheat plant. As a result, the number of El Segundo blue butterflies has increased from a threatened few to more than 80,000. Not too long ago, coastal development threatened these unspoiled dunes. But thanks to Los Angeles World Airport's commitment to the environment, the LAX Dunes Restoration Project was created, which is one of the largest undeveloped pieces of coastal dune habitats in Southern California. While it may seem a strange place for a wildlife preserve, this tiny corner of nature is living proof of what can be accomplished when dedicated people work in harmony with their environment. A sustainability vision and principles policy adopted by the Board of Airport Commissioners has provided the extra impetus necessary to enable its 3 airports to continue to evolve into the greenest airports in the world. This policy forms the foundation upon which Los Angeles World Airport's program is built. And though its environmental journey is far from complete, Los Angeles World Airports is not only taking flight for a greener future, it is also working to preserve it for future generations.
Illegal dumping? Call 311, the toll-free number for non-emergency services. 311, your one call to City Hall.
Well, First Thursday is an art walk.
Concept that started on the first Thursday in November 1997.
And all the restaurants are open, the artists' lofts and galleries are open, the merchants are open, there's entertainment and dining.
It's halfway between an art opening, stroll down the Santa Monica Promenade, street carnival.
To see all the people come out, it's so much fun. I've loved it. It's a gathering place.
So it's become quite a scene.
Sort of like a neighborhood block party.
There's an art walk in San Pedro where all the galleries open up.
We're a small town. You go out, you start looking at the art, you run into your friends, you have dinner, you have a drink, you have a good time.
Everybody really enjoys getting out and carousing.
I think it's a great opportunity to come down and see what a little old downtown area is like.
Yeah, and the only thing new is you finding out about it.
I like the fact that it gets people into artist studios. You can't literally walk down a block in this town without passing by somebody's house that has some portion of it used as an artist studio. There's just so many artists here that it boggles the mind. It's all here in that capacity.
Where it all starts, in here, the trouble. Trouble begins.
The individual artists were the inspiration and the engine for this adventure by opening their doors to the general public, providing, like I say, not only an art show, but light beverages and often live entertainment.
I got interested in photography probably when I was about 12 or 13 years old. At the time, I didn't know that it could be used as an art form. I mean, I just thought it was a way of recording what was in front of me, taking shots of my pets or my friends' family. I used the family camera. It probably wasn't until I was about 18, and I think I had seen a journal on photography, and I realized for the first time that you could, what you can do with the camera, what the possibilities were. The gallery is a space where we've shown work since the beginning of First Thursday. This is also our workspace besides the gallery. It's a working studio and a dark room. And of course the loft is upstairs where we live. My commute now is 12 steps down the stairs instead of getting in a car, which is pretty nice.
Art is important to any community, and in fact, to me, it's the soul of a community. I'm obviously very much in favor of the arts of any kind, and art and music and dance and theater are all the soul of a community. They're soul of historical periods. Art is there and stays much longer than the history of other things.
You put it out there, and then the sense to be made of it or not be made out of it is
not to be quantified forever. It's supposed to be dynamic and a change. It's a magic thing. Art is too for transcending.
I think come from my feeling. It's not designing. It's just a feeling comes into my heart or mind from something happening in the world or something happening in me. I cannot tell, but some kind of feeling comes in, then that's kind of comes to the figure, then that I create. So I never design or I never draw. I just from here to object.
I don't know of another place in LA that you can walk around and feel like you're in Brooklyn. I mean, it's amazing, some of the characters that are in this town.
Most of my work is imaginary. I throw paint on, so one color of paint on at a time on a fairly large canvas, and then another color, let it dry and drip in every which way, dry and drip. And then I take my glasses off, and then I look at it from a distance, and I see a picture come up. Faces and places and stuff like that, you know. Then I turn it every 4 ways, and I see the different scenes come up. And then I say, okay, I like that one the best. And then I pursue it, you know, and that kind of stuff. These are fun things I made just for, it has to do with tongues. Like this one is called a tongue twister. This one, because it's got a tongue in it, it's called tungsten, the metal tungsten. And this one is tongue-in-cheek, a little bit embarrassing. And this one is cat got your tongue. And this one is slip of the tongue. And this one is tongue and groove. This is a forked tongue. This is a tongue-tied. And silver tongue. Now, if I'd polish that, it would be more, you know, more appropriate. And this is stick out your tongue. So, and this one is another tongue twister. So I think that's all. Everybody thinks these are funny, and they are funny.
I love it that it's, you know, a reason to bring people out in the evenings. Most people tend to frequent downtown San Pedro 8 to 5, Monday through, you know, Friday. So it's an opportunity to get people to come out at night.
The last 15 or 20 years, I was working in stone first. Then I worked in stone with glass. Then the glass took over, and now I work in glass and metal. This is my Medusa. It's still in process. All of these are. That's why they're not out in the gallery. But I use a lot of recycled bits. This is part of an old table. These are plumbing parts. Whatever's around.
This piece is made of solid brick. It's incredibly heavy. The artist carved it out of the brick, and we got it because it's incredibly comfortable.
On this evening, we have our entire staff here talking to folks just in general about artwork. We talk to artists, we talk to collectors alike. It's a very comfortable environment out here. A lot of the artists that we show in the gallery will come in through the evening. If you get lucky, you can actually spot Violet Parker. She's been known to come in a couple times.
Well, I was very fortunate. From this time I was 8 years old, I knew I was different because I was always painting. It wasn't until I was about 12 that I went to Boston, and they had just had a storm, and I saw the ocean for the first time, and of course I fell madly in love with it because it represented faraway places and adventure. I love being able to paint a scene that maybe you or my client that's going to buy it never had the opportunity of going there.
Art has provided me with a window upon which to view and to look at life. The fact that I make my living as a publisher is only a part of the whole perspective of what I see when I look out my window and look at San Pedro. The most important part about what's going on in San Pedro is that there is a real art community here. There is a group of core artists who are seriously producing fine art, contemporary fine art. And they're not going to go away. And we're not going to let them go away.
For making art, it's something that allows me to utilize all of my talents and all of my knowledge and all of my background. My artwork is, I do glass sculpture, and it's very experimental. I'm trying things that I've never seen done before. As far as I know, no one else is doing it. I really like the process of experimenting with the medium. I'm working on a series now where I'm putting together the last 3 or 4 years of my experiments into one body of work. I find that to be extremely satisfying and gratifying intellectually as well as, I hate to say it, but spiritually. Sort of an addiction, and it is. It's something that you just have to do. And I'm very lucky to be able to do that.
I was gifted as a child in drawing, and knew I was colorblind at an early age also. The kind of art that Scott and I do, and I say Scott and I because most of the painting we do nowadays is collaborative. I do a few things on my own, but then he usually has a hand in it sooner or later, because I'll go to him and I'll say, what do you think of the color? And then he'll say, it really sucks, so he'll have to make me some other colors, so then I have to change it. We really have a big call for the San Pedro landscape, so whenever anybody wants anything, I'm very happy to paint that for them. I consider that I have a talent. I don't think I'm that great of an artist. I think Scott's a much better artist than I am. I think a lot of people are better artists than me. I don't have any illusions about who I am anymore, and I enjoy using my talent to make people happy.
So because of this this great treasure we have here in San Pedro of all the cultural and ethnic groups that live here, we have restaurants that are wonderful. We don't pride ourselves on the franchise restaurants so much here in our downtown district. We have independent restaurants that are serving the real traditional foods of Croatia, of England, of Italy, of Greece. In fact, some of them are famous throughout the world.
My brother and I opened the restaurant 34 years ago. Papu, grandfather Papadakis, came to San Pedro in 1902. So we're one of the older families here in town. So we're real proud San Pedrans, and we love this community, and we love our restaurant. It's a Greek food restaurant, traditional Greek food, specialty items like lamb, full rack of lamb.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this continued hearing of the Budget and Finance Committee on the Mayor's proposed budget for fiscal year 2013-2014. I'm Paul Krikorian, Chair of the committee. I'm joined by the Honourable Bill Rosendahl and the Honourable Mitchell Englander, and I'm expecting that we'll be joined by our colleagues in short order. The way today's hearing is going to work is we're going to start with public comment. Right now I have only one public comment card, so if you, we have a couple more. If you want to fill out a card and bring it forward to speak, please do so now. Now is your opportunity. Following public comment, we'll be hearing a brief report from our Inspector General on collections, Fernando Campos, who will provide a brief presentation regarding collection reform efforts, and then we will proceed to hear our reports back by department in more or less in alphabetical order. So it's my intention that we'll have an opportunity to have a dialogue with the departments, with the CAO's office regarding the reports, and then for the most part we will then defer making concrete decisions on those reports and voting on matters for the most part until next week, when our CLA staff and the members, for that matter, have had an opportunity to really review the reports and consider them in greater depth. We still do not have all of the reports in, although we have most of them. I'd like to let staff know that the reports that we have in now are the ones that we are going to be considering today, and no more. So there's no need to rush in with copies of reports for our consideration today. That's just going to confuse things. If we have them in our stack now, those are the ones that we're going to consider. So, so keep working on them, get them finished, but they're not going to be part of our discussion today. So with that, we're going to go to public comment, and our first speaker is Elsa Moy, who will be followed by Jay Handel and John Walsh. Ms. Moy, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Elsa Moy. I represent the police. It's regarding for any other city departments as leader budget discussions and instructions to staff. Los Angeles fire and police pensions need a return rate 8.5%, 2 to 5 years. Potential Jennison Plan Fund, I have faith. The prospectus was sent also to Ms. Erica Purse. This is also for the health benefit. Non-Medicare subsidy is one of it. I asked the council members to grant 8.5%, 2 to 5 years, the medical trend rate for non-Medicare subsidy of the medical costs. Please, also attachments to Ms. Erica, Department of Fire and Police Pensions, item A3 for the board meeting of May 2nd, 2013. Potential Jennison Plan Fund, growth of capital by investing in stocks of large, medium, and small companies.
Thank you, ma'am, very much. Our next speaker is Jay Handel, who will be followed by John Walsh.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Jay Handel, Chair of the Budget Advocates for the Neighborhood Council System. Having read the reports on Dunn and what's come back, I felt it necessary to come down just to reiterate how important it is that the two positions that have been funded remain as being funded, not trading one off for the other, because telling you how important the other positions are of the layoffs that aren't happening, that we're decimated. I think anyone who was at Lank on Saturday heard the frustration of just how decimated that department is. I am now turning down personally opportunities to go out and help councils because I can't do 3 in one night anymore, and I'm the volunteer, and they're doing 3 and 4. So again, I reiterate the fact that you really, really, really need to fund the 4 positions in total. Not where we have to do a shell game and find a way or do something of help them, or we really need to help the department get back up to staff. So I'm imploring you guys to make the right decision on that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Next speaker is John Walsh, followed by Julie Butcher. And as of now, that's all the cards we have. So if you'd like to speak, please fill out a card and bring it forward before Ms. Butcher concludes. Mr. Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. And all you have to do is check it out. I'm putting up a new blog right now. You're doing a very good job, Mr. Krikorian. I can never say an unkind word about Mr. Krikorian because he ended the political careers of 2 of my arch enemies, Tamara Glasson and Christine Essel. You have an inoculation forever for getting rid of those 2 people. But you're doing a good job here. I like your speech at the end. We hope we got some more mitigation. And I'm just interested in the Inspector General. I hope I get to speak then because Jan Perry has 2 jobs. She works for KABC and she works for the city. That's against the law.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Butcher, who will be followed by Rick Combs, who will be followed by Chuang Ho. Ms. Butcher, welcome.
Good afternoon. Thank you. We have some questions on the communications back about the zoo, and would urge you to really look into this. It's a big deal. Somehow we have to figure out how to make public-private partnerships work for both the public and the private. This one works real well for the private sector, but not so good for the workers. So we got serious concerns about what happens to the workers. Are they currently doing marketing and public relations? This year we saw the highest attendance at the zoo that we've ever seen. The MOU, which is not included in the report back, which we've not seen. We've heard excerpts of attachment B, which suggests that we're giving money away without any kind of oversight. So we hope that you get your questions answered, which are not answered in the report back. Most importantly, the work group report was supposed to be a labor management report. It is now a management report. We've not signed off. We've not seen it. Today's report is the first time we've seen this. And with all due respect, we appreciate the opportunity to be part of something, but this is not what we were part of. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Rick Combs, followed by Chuang Ho.
Good afternoon. My name is Rick Combs. I'm here on behalf of the Los Angeles Fire Department Chief Officers Association, and I would respectfully recommend that the restoration of the 21 EITs be restored during this current budget that we're proposing. If I could give you a brief overview of the position of the EIT and the value they bring to emergency management, I'd like to do that here in the next couple of seconds. Give you a quick synopsis of an emergency incident. There's 5 different elements to an emergency incident. There's pre-planning, time of alarm, en route considerations, on-scene actions, and recovery phases. The EIT plays a critical role in that piece of management. The loss of those EITs has had a direct impact on our ability to manage that. We've reduced that staffing level by 50%, and the consequences that we're facing at this point because of that loss is a direct result of firefighter safety and public safety being compromised. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Combs. Our next speaker is Chuang Ho.
Good afternoon, Chung Ho, United Firefighters, Los Angeles City, Local 112, Second Vice President. I'd like to speak on memo number 10, which talks about 318 positions. It's my understanding that in the budget there was 138 positions lost, and it's anticipated that another 129 will be lost this year due to attrition. The motion, let's see here, back in 2011, 2012, presented by Councilmember LaBonge and Garcetti, the intent of that motion was to retain the authorities, and so we're requesting that the committee here retains the authority in the upcoming budget, all 318 positions, especially in light of the fire chief's plan to add 11 new ambulances, 66 firefighters, and then also we stand behind the Chief Officers Association's request to add to restore all of the EITs because of the critical function and safety that they provide at emergency services, especially structure fires. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. And that completes our public comment. Thank you very much to those who spoke. Since we are going to be going in alphabetical order by departments, I do just want to follow up on Ms. Butcher's comment regarding the zoo. Because it was this committee's request that the MOU be provided to the committee. It has been completed and apparently signed. I'd like to have it here, please. So I'd like to get a copy of that delivered to this committee immediately.
It is one of the items. The MOU is attached as one of the responses in your package.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for that prompt response. Yes. All right. So that brings us then to our Inspector General, Fernando Campos. Welcome, Mr. Campos, and thank you for all of the excellent work that you've been doing in analyzing new ways that this city can increase its collections efforts and address some of the structural challenges that we've had.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Fernando Campos, Inspector General with the Office of the City Administrative Officer. It's definitely a privilege and an honor to be before your committee today to present an update on my work over the last year. In addition to that, I wanted to take the opportunity to commend the Mayor's Office and also the CAO and the team within the Office of the CAO's office for all their work that they've done putting together the proposed budget. I've worked with nearly 20 departments over the last year in this new post, and I do want to take 30 seconds to recommend and also recognize all the hard work that the men and women of these departments have been devoted, and also working with my office to improve collections and looking at ways that we can collect revenues for the city. Just very briefly, in terms of what we've done to improve collections over the last year, we did dedicate one additional resource, which is my position, to oversee and also monitor our progress for collections. In addition to that, we established a Revenue Oversight and Collections Committee that meets on a monthly basis. That's comprised of 7 different departments. Some are here in the chamber today with the Mayor's Office, the CAO's office, CLA's office. It's a collaborative group that meets monthly to discuss revenue issues and also collection issues. In addition to that, I've proposed a 3-year collection strategic reform plan that's before your committee, not today, but it has been in the past, regarding what we can do to improve collections and what is our path forward and where we want to be after 3 years. On a quarterly basis, also financial status reports are provided to your committee for consideration, and also providing updates on my work as Inspector General. The presentation that I would like to present to you, I'll make it very brief, really has 3 major objectives. One is to demonstrate the linkages to the proposed budgets or non-linkages to the proposed budget. In addition to that, there's been a lot of discussion in terms of centralizing collections. So I'd like to share a brief concept and an overview of what that centralization of collections would mean and what it could look like. And thirdly, providing an update on the emergency medical services. That was definitely an item for discussion that I've heard over the last week as you deliberate through your budget. So just to quickly remind you, in terms of what my proposed strategic reform for collections includes, there's 5 major goals. One is to improve governance and administrative oversight, which we're currently doing. In addition to that, streamlining the legal and legislative mechanisms, looking at ways that we can ensure fiscal recovery and discovery, strengthening our business and economic development, and also enhancing organizational and development of our organization and investing in technologies. The budget before you, as you've heard and gone through, has more than $17 million in major linkages to collections and revenues. So these are things that I'm currently tracking. Some of them are the tax penalty amnesty program at about $5.5 million. Others include about $2.2 million in initiatives that will help us improve our revenues. Parking citations is also an area that we've improved in terms of collecting revenue. About $3.1 million is proposed in the budget for fiscal year 14. I do want to take a minute to also recognize all the efforts from the Department of Transportation. I believe that they have definitely put a lot of effort and a lot of dedication to looking at ways that we can improve our parking citation collections. I mentioned the Department of Transportation because Transportation and Department of Fire all make up about 82% of our outstanding collections. The Department of Transportation over the last year has a dedicated resource working with me, Mr. Wayne Garcia, and also Robert Andalon, that I would like to give them kudos publicly for all their attention and their responsiveness to all my questions that I've had over the years. What we have noticed in the Department of Transportation is that there was approximately $700,000 that was slated for write-off for parking citations, but through the efforts of Mr. Garcia, Mr. Andalon, and also the Office of Finance and the CAO's office, we've been able to collect that additional revenues. In addition to that, the Department of Transportation has reduced their backlog from over 5 years in outstanding delinquencies to less than 2.25 years in backlog. So I think that definitely is something to recognize. In addition to that, we've also instituted the Franchise Tax Board intercepts at the Department of Transportation, along with outbound calls, reducing it from about 36 months down to 15 months, a 100% improvement in that area, and then also enrolling rental car companies into the voluntary fleet program. What that program basically does is that it voluntarily brings in rental car companies that have a fleet in their ownership, and they voluntarily enroll into our program so that they can pay the outstanding debt when it's due, as opposed to letting the parking citation double in price when the penalties and interest is applied to the parking citations. So I did want to take a few minutes to recognize the work that the Department of Transportation has done. In addition to that, there are many initiatives that we're working on now that have come across your committee, and also other areas that I highlighted in my collection reform strategic plan. Moving into slide 4 and 5 of the presentation, it talks about 15 different areas that we are discussing to improve collections. The first one is restructuring the collections management function. Unfortunately, the proposed budget does not include the restructuring of the collections function within the Office of Finance. One of the things that I am advocating and I've proposed to this committee for consideration is ways that we can provide a tool or a solution to the Office of Finance so they can be fully responsible and accountable to the collections of these outstanding debts. Currently, the Office of Finance does not have the software, it does not have the technology in place so that they can comprehensively manage all citywide collections for the entire city. We do have some systems in place. The first one is being the city's financial management system that approximately 8 city departments use fully for collections and also invoicing. In addition to that, we have about 30 standalone systems that operate independently, or a standalone operations that talks to the FMS system, or it also talks to the centralized accounts receivable reporting module. The Office of Finance does need and requires a solution that can provide them the tool that they can manage the accounts citywide, and also be able to look at ways that we can improve our collections by looking at delinquencies, looking at ways that we can refer the accounts from one collection agency to a second collection agency. Your committee considered approving contracts to increase the collection agency pool from about 5 to 7 collection agencies about a month ago. In addition to that, some of the new collection agencies that are now part of the city's pool are HIPAA certified. So for the first time, we will be in a better position to have collection agencies augment and supplement what the fire department is currently doing. Rather than going through the list of all these 15 ideas, I wanted to just highlight the restructuring of collections management, and then also other areas that we can do to improve collections. Slide number 6 in the presentation talks about what the city's collection model looks like. Very simplistic graph before you, and it basically talks about a decentralized, fragmented accounts receivable collections, where we have one major system, the city's financial management system, and then we have various standalone systems that talk to collection agencies and also the data warehouse, and then we do outgoing payment intercepts through this process. This model right now is currently ineffective. There are some efficiencies, but there's many more inefficiencies in this model. The proposal and the vision to centralize collection, the first phase will be looking at a solution, looking at technology that we can invest in, placing it within the Office of Finance, assisting the Office of Finance to manage these accounts through the entire collection life cycle. The slide number 8 talks about what that architecture may look like in terms of the citywide billing within the respective departments. All the accounts would be sent into a one-stop shop or an account flow management system in which the Office of Finance can look at bundle billing. They can also look at outgoing payment interceptions. They can also look at ways to making it easier for people to pay, looking at ways that we can do debt sales or even write-offs, but more importantly, doing automatic transfers from collection agency A to a collection agency B, or what we would call primary collection agencies to secondary collection agencies. The current system right now for those that are using the FMS system have an automatic transfer to the collection agency at the primary level. However, at the secondary level, city departments have to do that process manually. The proposed account flow management system will assist the Office of Finance not only to manage those accounts, but also to transfer those accounts to the collection agencies at a one touch or one click of a button. There are other benefits also to making a down payment towards centralizing collections, and that is also eliminating multiple system interfaces, also improving collection liquidation rates. One thing that I did not mention with the collection agencies, for the first time also, the City of Los Angeles is now going to require collection agencies to provide performance data in which will provide information how well they're doing to liquidate the accounts or to collect the accounts. So we plan on posting those performance data on the city's intranet site so that city departments can make a better decision in terms of where should they send the accounts to and which collection agencies would be more aligned to collect the outstanding debt for us. In addition to that, the account flow management system, or centralizing collection, will provide more standardized management and council reports for your consideration. The Office of Finance, as you recall, back in February, I presented to the Budget and Finance Committee in terms of how often do they report on the outstanding delinquency accounts. They are required to provide those reports on a quarterly basis. Unfortunately, this year, your council has not received an update on where we are with the outstanding debt and our outstanding accounts receivable. However, the Office of Finance is working on those reports and does plan to submit those to your council for consideration shortly. However, having an account flow management system with a one-stop shop, it would provide and enable the Office of Finance not only to quickly prepare those management reports, but also forward these reports to council in a timely manner. Receiving reports 6 months to 1 year past the time frame that they're reporting really doesn't do much to this council in terms of intervention or making a decision to curtail if we're going in the wrong direction. The third objective that I wanted to present to this council is really looking at the emergency medical services, and I'm on slide number 9. And what's before you is looking at revenues and also expenditures for the current contract. As you can see in the proposed fiscal year 14 budget, the fire department has proposed $103.9 million in emergency medical service revenues. One thing to note of this 103.9, that approximately 33.5 is from AB 678 funds. An additional $4 million is to recognize a new cost accounting treatment that was recommended from the Controller's Office audit. So about $37 million of this 103 is really can be controlled for other reasons other than collections. So what you really have before you on page number 10 is if we control for the AB 678 funds and also control for the contract costs, you're looking relatively flat in terms of revenues. From fiscal year 2011, you have about $65 million. In fiscal year 14, the proposed budget, you're looking at around $66.4 million. So relatively flat over the last couple of years. One thing to note is when we did contract out or outsource the collections for emergency medical service, we did recognize and realize approximately $8 to $9 million in additional revenue, and that's your year one. Since then, we've been keeping that line relatively flat. So we are realizing about $8 to $9 million in additional revenue per year. What I wanted to do also is I wanted to smooth out what AB 678 would look like if we looked at our $33.5 million that we anticipate in AB 678 funds over a 3-year period. I smoothed it out, and I'm going into page 11, slide 11, where I smoothed out the AB 678 funds at about $11.1 million. The numbers are basically averaged over a 3-year period. If you smooth it out, you look at the graph and you see 78 all the way to 77. Again, relatively flat. And this is a different viewpoint in looking at our revenues. If you look at the pre-outsourced baseline of about $56 million in fiscal year 10, you can see that the delta is about $20 million. But after you do the contracting out at year one at $65 million, then you're looking at around $13 million improvement there.
Mr. Chair, just as a moment, I want to give the Inspector General a chance to catch his breath. I've never seen anybody do such an efficient
10 minutes,
report.
Am I on
without
schedule?
It is, but we do have a distinguished...
There was a reason for that, Mr. Labange,
He
actually.
was very good at it. I just had to take a minute of this because they're not coming back this way. The mayor's office has some very special guests from Mexico and Honduras, Guatemala, San Salvador. Please welcome them on a special tour back here. We welcome all our friends from the South. They're with the Gang Reduction and Youth Development Office. Thank you very much. Now, get your breath.
Thank you. That was 3 breaths.
Yes. Thank you, Councilman Labange. Good break. So it actually is a good transition to close out my presentation in terms of recommendations or items for consideration as you deliberate the budget. The first is adding about $750,000 into the proposed budget, $100,000 of that $750,000 to go into a position to partially fund a business lead for the project to centralize collection. This position is envisioned to be in the Office of Finance. This person would be responsible to assessing the business needs and also the technological needs that we need to put in place to move forward with the centralization. Again, this is a down payment. It's going to be a multi-year process before we fully centralize collection. In addition to that, another $650,000 in the UB balance for contractual and software procurement. The reason why I'm recommending the $650,000 to be placed into the UB is that we plan on developing the RFP and going out to bid for the contract and also the software procurement or a solution out there. That process may take approximately 4 to 6 months after we release the RFP, so we may be looking at approximately January 2014 before we can actually start procuring the software. The software itself may run approximately $300,000 to $600,000. The money that's being proposed here is really a placeholder for us to move forward with the RFP and also release that RFP so that we can start tracking and moving along for centralization. Consideration item number 2 is really to request a special study of the emergency medical services contract, not only looking at their performance, but looking at their collection rates, looking at the pay structure, looking at ways that if we have in place hospital data interchanges or interfacility interchanges with our current vendors, if there is MOUs out there, are we collecting our share from those agreements? Consideration number 3 is requesting the CAO to add potential revenues from the collection reform into future year outlook. And this can be done by looking at the mid-year process next year, or the mid-year financial status report, and looking at those potential revenues, whether we can realize those revenues for the ensuing years. I'm not recommending any changes for potential revenues for fiscal year 14, but I am recommending that the CAO take a look at what those potential revenues could look like at the mid-year point, and if they do look like they're going to come to fruition or be realized, to start including them in the ensuing years, fiscal year 15 forward. And last but not least, I ask that you continue your commitment to advance initiatives such as the ACE program, looking at the Housing Department's Direct Assessment Program. That program has a potential of bringing in approximately $3 to $5 million for the Housing Department. That is a special fund. However, it's a program that's worth exploring. In addition to that, looking at the revenue control equipment for the parking occupancy tax, and then applying interest and penalties across all accounts citywide. Those are initiatives that have come through your committee or will be coming through your committee, and I'd like to highlight that as an item for consideration as you deliberate your budget. With that, thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much. Members, any questions for the Inspector General? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Campos. I appreciate your being here, and thank you for, again, keeping us well up to date on the important work that you're doing. All right, that will bring us now to our departmental reports. And the first up will be aging. If members have questions about the reports back on aging, I have because the numbers don't necessarily go according to the departments, I have reports number 38 and 39 relating to the Department of Aging. Members have questions regarding those reports?
Item number 38 is regarding the restoration of a management analyst position. And item number 39 is regarding the impact of sequestration on the department. And there's a representative from the department that could certainly speak to either item. Our office supports restoring the One Management Analyst 1 in the Department of Aging, resulting in a $74,000 cost. That money, part of it would be offset by revenue that would come in from federal match.
And members, again, it would be my recommendation that we hear the CAO's recommendations, particularly with regard to position restoration, but as a general matter, we hear those recommendations today. We then have the next few days to further analyze these reports, have the input of the CLA, and then when it comes to restorations, we can vote on them as a whole next week when we come back for further consideration of the budget. That will enable us to actually make a more informed decision of comparing the merits of one against the other and the collective cost impact of all of the proposed changes. So that would be my recommendation rather than voting on each of these specifically. I do know that when it comes to the sequestration cuts that we've talked about that we analyzed in item 39, it's my intention to present an alternative source of funding for those sequestration cuts to senior meals next week, and that one we will deal with then. But with that, any other specific questions for aging on the reports, members?
I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. England, you wanted to go back.
If I could just take a step back and on the Inspector General's. I don't know if he's still here. I think he might have left, but if he walks as fast as he talks, then he's long gone. It's probably in San Pedro. Anyway, with that, I think we're all incredibly impressed. It's not just how fast he talks, but it's the actual knowledge that he brings, and it's some of these considerations that he brought up. I'd actually like some memos back on, because I think it was very good. I know it was not on the agenda as such, but if the chair would entertain that request, I'd like to see the ability for the UB consideration on the collections function to jumpstart the project management software needs. So I'd like that looked at, and the ability to do that as he requested, as well as, in fact, item 2 on his consideration, the request on the EMS performance review. I'd like to see how that also impacts the Affordable Care Act, and I think we should look at that in terms of other possible reimbursements, as he outlined, and the potential revenues for the mid-year review from collections and the reform for the future outlook going forward as well. So if we can just report back on those 3. The advanced initiatives, I think, speak on their own in item 4, but just on those 3.
Okay, we'll share that with him and report back.
And Councilmember, can I ask that the Office of Finance be allowed to report back on those items as well?
Certainly.
Thank you.
And with that, just a point of clarification, just so I understand the process. As we go through the memos here today, there may or may not be a recommendation from either the department or the CLA or CAO as pertains to the specific memorandums, but we may have suggestions on particular memos. How would you want to consider those if they're not incorporated into the memo back? Do you want to bring those up independently next week, or do you want us to?
You're absolutely welcome to provide any suggestions or questions or other items of discussion that you'd like with regard to any of these items. I'm just suggesting that we withhold voting on specific courses of action until next week. That way, our discussion and comments today will give the CLA staff in particular the guidance that they need in preparing our rack up for next week, and also in compiling all of these recommendations on the reports,
yes,
so that we can consider them within the context of one another.
Okay, so we can make this would be the time and place to make a recommendation on a specific memo if it's not already or different than what's being currently recommended, and then that'll be captured and brought back separately for next week.
Absolutely.
So I understand.
You can do that today. You can do it next week.
Or next week.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kretz?
If I understand correctly,
The federal fiscal year starts in October. Have we taken that into account in our calculations?
Flag again.
Yes, we have, sir. That's why we have the compressed amount for May and June. That's why we're starting the cuts right now, because we only have basically 5 months left within the federal fiscal year. 2 months in this current fiscal year for the city, and 3 months, which will be the first quarter of next fiscal year, to be able to execute all of the cuts that would be due from the fiscal year 12-13 at the federal level. So that is causing a timing sequencing and a compression that's pretty harsh to us. But we figure that we have a fix for the first part of it, which is the May-June, because we are using some of our one-time only funds to be able to make some of that amount basically be eliminated from us having to take any additional cuts. We've been very prudent in the use of our one-time only resources, so at times like this is when it comes in really handy, because you have the ability to move things around.
Now, in theory, is it possible for them to restore funding by the end of September and not be overly impacted?
We would have a fix all the way through July, of June 30th of this year. Starting July 1st, we actually do not have any resources to be able to meet the needs that the sequester would cause at a department. So. Okay, and to the extent that it helps a little bit, I'm introducing a resolution that I mentioned before on Friday to call on Congress to restore that Older Americans Act funding. That's very important to us.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Second that, Mr. Koretz. It's really very clear that this strategy saves money. And when we really talk to the viewer out there saving money, you know, aging in place and having Meals on Wheels is the cheapest form of health care and the most effective. I know it from my own experience. I know it from other people's experience. It sets us up in the way healthcare needs to be. We're in a very serious crisis in this country, and the baby boomers, and I'm a year ahead of the baby boomers, so I'm sort of like a point guy for the future. It's not coordinated and understood, but when a senior realizes that living in your own home with the respect and dignity that gives you, it is truly the least expensive of federal programs. So, Mr. Koretz, not only would I second it, I would third it and fourth it, and I would do whatever we can do to get the federal government to realize this is an effective use of the tax dollar of the American people. Absolutely. I just want to go on record and say that as I'm using my bib to eat my meal, as a lot of people do who are in my particular state. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Either through the mayor's office or another avenue, articulated these concerns yet to the Los Angeles delegation of the United States Congress and to our two senators?
We have not, sir.
Okay, I would just suggest that. I mean, we saw what happened when they articulated the interest of the traveling public. Yes. The traveling public, though, at our airports were very key in safety, but at the same time, this is just as equal. Mm-hmm. So I would just ask Mr. Koretz, because all third and fourth and fifth and sixth and seventh your motion, I was going to try to beat you and say I'll do it tomorrow, but we're not meeting tomorrow. But anyway, we should articulate that. Give me some help, Sharon, that the City of Los Angeles should inform the Los Angeles delegation of the critical interest, not just in this city, but in the county, as you make that point. Because I think we should not wait till September. Thank you. We should go right now and beat the drum hard. Last question. Yes, can anyone at that table define a baby boomer legally?
Everybody born after 1946 through 1964.
64. Very good, Laura.
Yes.
Very good. Okay.
10,000 every week are reaching their 65th birthday right now.
Right. And Billy, you're not a baby boomer?
In the whole.
You're a baby boomer, right?
No, I'm 1 year ahead of the baby boomers.
What do they call those? The greatest generation. Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. You are. He's a veteran. Yes. Good job. That's it. That's the truth, Bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Englander, anything on? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. That brings us then to city member. Have anything on animal services?
There are two for animal services, memo number 9 and memo number 15. As the department comes up here, memo number 9 is regarding the 8 clerk typist positions that were eliminated in the current year budget. There was concern about whether that would result in layoffs. No layoffs are expected for next year. Those positions can be absorbed within the existing budget and will be in lieu position. Authorities will be used to ensure that there's no layoffs.
Okay, so there are 7 filled positions, but those
7. I apologize.
8 positions, correct. 7 of which are filled.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Englander?
No.
Okay.
And
Mr. LaBonge.
I believe, but I mentioned it, but I didn't see it. The wildlife officer has been removed, or just, I don't know, Beth is here. That was the one issue in our hillside areas. I didn't want to mention the employee by name, but the employee by name is a very good employee, and he's been reassigned. I'm not talking about the individual, Ms. Bartlett, but the wildlife officer, will that be funded this year, or officers, plural?
Yes, sir. Brenda Barnett, General Manager. Nothing was changed in that officer's job.
No, I don't want to talk about. Is there a wildlife officer in this year's budget coming up?
Yes, yes.
How many?
Well, there's one, and then there's another person being trained to help him.
Okay, because I just saw in the news recently in hillside areas, the wildlife is coming out of the Angeles National Forest. I think in one day there were bears and. Not lions and tigers and bears, but close to that. A mountain lion, a tiger, no tiger, and a bears. Oh, my. Okay, so I just want to let you know it's very important. Wildlife officers. I'm not talking about the individual. I love Greg Randall, but I know he may be transferred back. You have him in West Valley temporarily, but right. You have to have wildlife officers in the budget. We do. So I just want to bring that to attention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So, members, just for clarification, Mr. Santana, for clarification, because we have representatives of just about every department in this room, we've spent a number of days going through every department's budget. We've asked all the questions that we want to ask about every department except where we wanted reports back. So the reports back are before us. We don't even need to hear from you, Mr. Santana, about each of these reports. What I'm going to do is call each department up, and then if members have questions about the reports that are before us, then we'll ask those questions and we'll have that discussion. And it might just be asking you what your recommendation is. If there are no questions, we can dispense with that and everybody can get back to work. So, you know, if we do it that way, I think we'll get through each department a little bit more quickly. So you don't need Mr. Santana to provide your recommendations or summaries unless we so request.
Perfect.
Okay.
Just a technical question. Was my question out of line?
Nothing you ever do is out of line,
right,
Mr. LaBonge. Everything you add is constructive and helpful.
I just wanted to throw in for the wildlife. That's all.
I'm with you. I'm with you. All right. Anything else on reports number 9 or 15, members? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Barnett. All right, that brings us next to building and safety, and Mr. Santana, I would like to ask you about report number 81. So, Mr. Santana, item number 81, if you could just reiterate that and your recommendation, and then if members have any questions about that, or report number 110, which is the other building and safety report we have, we'll take those questions.
Item number 181 is requested, is regarding the superintendent of building and the chief financial officer positions, and it's our recommendation that you instruct the Office of CLA to add a recommendation to the budget and finance report on the proposed budget to add regular authority for a superintendent of building without funding to the City Planning and Development Department.
And the reason for adding a regular authority without funding, it's absorbable in the budget otherwise?
That's correct. And in addition to that, it's based on the conversation that was had around the department. There's a number of issues that you've instructed us to work on to identify how to bring the two departments together and to create the new one. And so this will be one of the issues we'll be looking at.
Okay. Mr. Englander?
Just on this, since that's going to be put off for some time in terms of the implementation plan first, I would say that my suggestion would be that timing isn't necessary. They could utilize existing authorities that are within the department, but I know we'll be voting on that next week.
Okay. Any other comments or questions, members? All right. Yes.
Just to note, the superintendent.
Ms. Kalfai.
The superintendent building position is the general manager. That's the general manager position.
CFO position.
This, part of what we're recommending is to reconcile the conversation that's been had about how to proceed forward to ensure that for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, there will technically still be two departments, and so you need to have that position filled while we're working with your committee to establish the Department of City Planning and Development.
So there are actually two issues in this report. One was the CFO and one was the separate superintendent of building.
That's correct.
Position. The superintendent of building is the functional equivalent of a general manager. One of the questions was whether it should be downgraded to an AGM position.
That's correct.
Okay. And the recommendation with regard to the CFO position is that also should, I'm unclear, was it your recommendation that should also be added as a resolution authority without funding?
Well,
regular authority.
Well, that position is already included in the budget. The CFO position is already included in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay.
So no action needs to be taken.
I see. Okay.
Unless we want it, right? If we accept it.
Well, I mean, it's your committee's ability to look at whether that position should continue forward, but it currently is in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rosendahl.
Yeah, just for the viewer who might not understand this technical thing, what you're talking about, frankly, in integrating the two is making us more able to start the process of planning and building and safety, which is the beginning of jobs. I mean, you've got to get this in place. We've got to support this because that then becomes the multiplier effect as it all goes out. And the public needs to know that these positions aren't positions just to have positions. They're positions to actually keep that energy going. So we start with building and safety and planning together, working as a team and integrating them with that as the understanding that this will eventually result in more development and more jobs.
Mr. LaBonge?
I'm keeping an open mind, but I believe the word safety has to be in building and safety and land development. I would not support a merger, if I just add that, if it didn't have safety, because we are going to have to be there when the earthquake comes. We've got to be there before in the codes, etc. So that's my point to committee. I'm very clear on that. I could not support this at all, but I do have a conceptual idea that I may be able to support it because the activity that will bring to, as Mr. Rosendahl so eloquently said, the multiplier.
Thank you. So, Mr. Santana, the conversation we just had caused me to remember that I suppose I should have clarified a little bit more clearly. As we're considering these reports, we're not just considering them for the purposes of restoration. So I think when we do come back and discuss our collective decision on the reports next week, we shouldn't be limiting ourselves just to what positions are we restoring, because there may in fact be items that we're interested in reducing further, expenditure items, positions to be eliminated and otherwise that we will be considering as well. So I think many of us asked for reports back in part with a mind to just keeping a placeholder for further discussion about those specific items. So as we go through this, I just don't want us to lose sight of the fact that those may be some of the votes that we'll be taking next week as well on commensurate reductions, not just restorations. So, yes, thank you. So anything else on building and safety? 81 or 110? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. I have nothing on MICLA. Does anybody else have a question on MICLA? That would be report number 8 regarding fire and police vehicles.
Good.
Okay, seeing no comments, that we'll move on to the CAO's office. I still have several recommendations that are, reports that are pending, mostly relating to the Coalition of City Unions recommendations.
And that's correct. And I just signed the report. It's report number 118. So
okay.
I do recommend that report you may want to actually consider. Most of the pending reports are, in fact, the coalition-related reports. They're broken up by issue, but they're really all being presented under one report, 118.
Okay. That's fine.
And we could do that towards the end because I know the copies are being brought down now.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. No, I'm not changing. Okay. Okay. So the remaining reports that I have for the CAO are numbers 30 and 37 members, and I wanted to ask for your summary on number 30, please. Your recommendation on number 30, relating performance budget implementation.
Item number 30, your committee requested that we report back on the cost of full funding for the Senior Administrative Position 2, including the proposed budget for performance-based budget implementation, and number 2, the work that has been done on performance-based budgeting to date, and then the work that we plan to do in the future. Currently, the proposed budget provides 9 months' salary of approximately $95,000. An additional funding of $31,000 would be needed to provide the full 12 months. Should we fill this position prior to September 30th, my office is prepared to absorb the difference, and it's our hope that, in fact, we do that. In 2011-12, the Plan Department Bureau of Street Lighting participated in a pilot program for the development of the citywide strategic planning elements. In 2012-13, these departments updated their strategic plans, and the Bureau of Street Services joined the pilot program. In addition to the pilot program, non-general and administrative departments reviewed and updated their metrics to reflect the 2012-13 adopted budget, and later updated their metrics to reflect the more recent budget request. Several lessons that we've learned through this process. Those lessons have been informed as we move forward. Of course, as I talked about at the onset, have my involvement in performance-based budgeting at the county shows that this is an extensive process, and it starts with a strategic plan for every department, and that's ultimately adopted by the governing board. So what I envision is that we would engage in working with each department. They would put together, strengthen their mission statement, put together a strategic plan, and then a set of goals and objectives that are reflective of the priorities established by your council, then ultimately approved by the mayor. Beyond that, then those goals and objectives that are translated into specific measurements of improvement. So then essentially you would be able to identify in the budget how we get closer to achieving specific goals. It takes multiple years to get to that point. The strategic planning process alone is not a simple thing to do, because you're really talking about priorities, outcomes. Where is it that ultimately the departments want to be in the next 5 years? We do recommend, and it's been approved in this budget, funding so we could identify a consultant to help us in this process. Bringing outside assistance is often helpful in light of the fact that we want to use best practices around the country, and outside consultants often provide that guidance and direction. And it's also a way of providing an objective third party to help navigate through that process. So our goal is to have a consultant in place by the summer, or by the end of the summer rather, by September 1st, to have somebody to establish the first phase of this work.
Great. Well, there are a lot of lessons that still need to be applied, and I want to especially recognize Mr. Englander's work in this area and pushing forward the concept of performance-based budgeting. I think this is critical to our future, to be able to. It's easy to call everything a core function of city government until we go through this process of strategic planning and prioritization and determining ways to measure performance and figure out the most cost-effective way to achieve performance in each of these areas that we want to deliver services to our constituents. So it's going to be a culture change in the city, to be sure, and that is going to take time. I think it's important that this committee continue to be engaged beyond this budget consideration and beyond this budget year, actually, in making sure that we're driving that forward. I would say that I think it's critical in the strategic planning process, and I think getting an outside consultant is an important part of that. It's going to be critical to engage all stakeholders, engage our constituents and the customers that we serve in that strategic planning process as well. This shouldn't be something that's done inside of City Hall. It should be done with the full engagement of the public as well to determine what we should be looking like as a city, what services we should be providing, and how to measure success in those areas. But I know Mr. Englander will have a comment or two on this as well.
Yes, thank you very much. And I'm excited that we're going down this road, and it's critically needed. And having worked with a lot of different organizations and the National League of Cities and performance-based budgeting initiatives, and one thing that I think we ought to look at when we start going, and this is going to move in a very comprehensive manner, but also to be very inclusive, as Mr. Krikorian said, is critically important, is not developing, from my perspective, not developing a strategic planning initiative first by department or otherwise, or even by the city. It's first developing those mission statements in core areas. That's one of the hardest things to do. And that's where we really need a consultant to work with us to do that. And it needs to be peer reviewed. Those mission statements have to be written with our business partners, our labor partners, the city family, neighborhood councils, stakeholders. There are organizations and others and consultants that have gone through this exercise with a lot of other jurisdictions, with a lot of other municipalities, cities and counties, and even some states, quite frankly, that do it. And I would think that's the launching off point. And then before getting into strategic planning phases, we've got to look at first, after a mission statement is done, is actually developing a list of services by each department, an inventory of exactly what each department does. Every single department, whether it's general funded, special funded, grant funded, whatever that might be. And as that moves forward, one of the applications for, and what we're looking at, is not only tying it into our financial, and that's part of the budget process in this as well, and I know we'll get into that a little deeper, not just tying it to our finances directly, but to create a dashboard of matrix of each one of those services and how it fits in with those mission statements. So creating those baseline initiatives so we can then have something to measure from, and it's done in a very transparent, open process. But I really appreciate your leadership on this, Mr. Santana. This is one of not only the things that I've been working on a long time, it's one of the cornerstones of what I ran for office to do, is to look at how we and what we do to provide better service to our constituents, to our businesses, and this will get us there, and how we budget accordingly because everybody says your budgets are your priorities, but then we don't have a performance-based or priority-based budget system.
Right.
So I appreciate that. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak on that.
Thank you. Members, anything further on the CAO reports number 30 and 37? All right. Thank you. Members, anything on the City Attorney report number 75 dealing with workers' compensation? All right, then we'll move ahead to the City Clerk. That would be reports number 34, 40, 41, 53, and 68. Members, any questions on those reports? I'll give you a few minutes as the clerk is coming up. I know Mr. Englander has one, so why don't you go ahead, Mr. Englander?
Okay, 53 and 68 are my two. So on 53, while I recognize our CAO's memo and recommendation on this, I would urge us to look at allowing them to use this one-time money, but to work throughout the year with the CAO to continue to identify possible funding. And I think that's critically important. The same thing on 68 as well.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rosendahl, number 40.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just need some clarity on this. You know, I'm a big supporter of the bid process. We have several bids in my district. We have one in Westchester, and we're creating another one right now on Lincoln from the corner of Manchester down there. It's beautiful. And they all involve themselves. They all participate in the process, and it works. And so I just need to know how we can make sure we keep this going and what we need to do to make it happen, because it is a public-private partnership that really has worked successfully.
Holly Walcott, Executive Officer, Office of the City Clerk. We are committed to working with the new department and making sure that the transition is smooth. We are transferring most, if not all, of the existing staff along with the program. And we are, again, very committed to making sure that there's a smooth transition.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
Mr. LaBonge?
Follow up on that. I heard from some business people who are very much supportive, except you said some staff. They believe your staff that works in the bids has been an excellent team. So I don't know if you've had a meeting or some notification that how familiar are bids with this transfer?
You mean how familiar is the new department?
You're moving it from the clerk's office.
Oh, the community? The business improvement districts have been informed that this is...
How were they informed?
They have a monthly meeting of all the bid directors, and we've spoken to them, and as have the mayor's office.
Yeah, because I just heard some rumbles, which may come when you come to the full council. I would just make sure you do it again, that there is the key people being transferred to this, or is, because they say it's been very successful in the clerk's office, which is a credit to you, June, and your staff. So I just wouldn't want to see you get walloped with a bunch of people who would be informed, because they are investing in their community. Bids are a very important component.
Right now there is one position. That's our acting chief of administrative services, Miranda Pastor, who's a senior management analyst too, sitting as our acting chief. And what we would like to do is work with the new department to try and make sure that there is a appropriate level for her at the new department so that she can go. But we need to work with the new department once a general manager has been named for a transition plan, because they may have
I'll just say this, it's very important. I hope you keep your hands hard on this here and helping the transition deep into the new fiscal year, because this is a success. And they said so many nice things about your department that I had to stand, and for your employees, that I didn't want them to go away without thinking they got the help. So if this new department stumbles on any account, I don't want to look bad on the bids who have been partners with us, you know, the city. So if you could just, as a friendly amendment, and I know you, June, keep your hand on it, make sure they could walk and talk and do all the things you need to do as they transition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Kritz.
Thank you. First, number 40, I wonder whether we should plan a meeting of either personnel or budget before January 1st to talk about personnel or operational needs of this transfer.
We'd be happy to.
Okay, so I'd particularly request a personnel committee meeting on that subject. On number 53, I'd like to avoid a layoff in this position. How do we do that? So I think we're in good enough fiscal shape that we shouldn't be engaging in any unnecessary layoffs in this budget.
I think you have some recommendations here, and we'll include these, as part of the overall discussion of what the committee would like to do, and we'll bring those recommendations back next week with our report.
Yeah, that would certainly be a high priority. Also on number 68, I guess we don't have funds for an archivist position at this time, but that does affect service to the city attorney and LAPD. So I would encourage us to look at where we might find that money, whether it's from consolidations from last year's elections or any other one-time amounts that we might be able to plug in to start to restore that position.
Okay. Thank you. All right, members, I have, thank you very much, Ms. Flagme. I have nothing on Convention Center or Cultural Affairs. Does any member have any questions on reports number 12, 28, or 52 relating to the Convention Center? All right, then how about with Cultural Affairs, reports number 82, 100, or 102?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
This is just anecdotal but important. Yesterday, the head of the Los Angeles Tourism and Convention Board, the old LA Inc., spoke, and he made a big articulation on the issue of cultural tourism and art and how it's so important to drive people to come to Los Angeles. So that's an important component. Our Visitors Bureau certainly recognized that. The support we give Cultural Affairs is key to that economic engine that has so far been fantastically enlarged since the '84 Olympic Games and the Art Festival of the '84 Games, and the number of museums that have been built since then. Just a point, but it's a big part of their marketing effort of our city is cultural tourism.
Thank you. Well, let's go ahead and bring Cultural Affairs up. No, Mr. Englander.
We don't need to call them up.
Oh, okay. Mr. Englander has a comment.
Just a comment on the recommendation from the CAO that when we come back and look at it next week, that you bifurcate the $50,000 associated for the implementation. I'm sorry, this is on Memo 100, and not place that in the UB, because I do believe that they'll need some front money to start it up once the ordinance. We're going to get some form of an ordinance passed, but the 1.75 associated with the mural project, that be put in the UB, because we got to determine to what scope and depth we're going to move forward on the ordinance. So that's what's still under discussion. So that would be my recommendation, to bifurcate those and only put the 1.75 in the UB. And then on 102, unless Cultural Affairs had anything to add to that, they're okay with that. If you did, you don't feel free to. Okay. Sure.
Good. Matthew Rudnick, Assistant General Manager, Cultural Affairs. The only thing I would add is, it could be left within the trust fund, and we would still come forward to request the money be moved out with a comprehensive plan for each council district, but obviously you have the option of moving it to the UB as well.
Okay, thanks. And then on the on 102, that it would be. I wanted to make sure that these fees, if we can put a note on this memo, that they be dedicated specifically to the related costs. That's the intent, but I just want to make sure the wording is in there.
Okay, so when those come back for consideration next week, if we could ask the CLA to make sure that Mr. Englander's suggestions are also submitted for our consideration next week as well, that'd be great.
Yes.
Anything else, members, for Cultural Affairs? All right. Thank you very much. That brings us to the Economic Development Department, and members, that would be reports number 6, 47, 64, and 93. We have 2 pending reports as well. Yes?
I have to apologize. I did have a question on 82 and I missed it. So
no problem at all. Do you need, no, it's not too late. Do you need the department to come up?
Yeah, if they could.
Okay. If Cultural Affairs could come on back to the table for 1 second. Mr. Kretz has a question or comment. Sorry about that.
They're not as fast as our Inspector General on revenue.
Yeah, we had a question previously asked that I'm not sure was fully answered. Do we have the ability to use mural funds in our district on other arts projects if we don't have appropriate mural sites or don't want them in the district and want other ability to spend those monies on arts-related projects?
Yes, we would have that flexibility. However, because there has been redistricting on such a grand scale, we would recommend that we work with you and your office to really get a lay of the land to see what's there and if there's any of the murals that are in your district that need restoration and preservation. And then we can make a plan specific to your district. And if you want to choose to utilize the monies for another public art use, we would work with you to develop that plan. So yes, we're totally open to that.
Great, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. That brings us to economic development, members. And again, that's reports number 6, 47, 64, and 93.
The pending report is part of report 118.
I got all the others.
Mr. Rosendahl.
It was music to my ears, and I wanted to be music to the ears of the people again in Venice, which 93, the Economic Development Department, Housing and Community Investment Department, the Vera Davis Service Center funding. As you all know, it's a critical part of dealing with issues in the Venice area. We talked about it, and some of them asked me to make sure that we hear it one more time. So could you tell us one more time how we're going to be able to keep the Vera Davis? We know there's an $85,000 issue that historically has been there, you know, $85,540, but I just want to confirm that we're okay.
That will be part of the reconciliation that the CLA will do in their final report.
And you're optimistic that we'll have the funding to continue the Vera Davis Centers?
It's a relatively small amount, about $85,000.
Right. Thank you.
But no, I was just going to say that's right. We'll look at this and bring back some recommendations next week with our report. And as you know, that's been something that's come up the last couple of years and has been addressed.
Yeah. And they care a lot. It means a lot. So I got to make sure it's always on the record until it happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Economic development members. Mr. Englander.
Yes. I've got several, but I'll try to go quick on Memo 6, under your workload indicators for the project coordinator positions, and I appreciate the addition of workload indicators in these memos. It says that's still being developed, and those indicators are not yet there. So the question is, if they're being developed, you would think it would be too premature at this point. So to look at that issue is setting aside those funds will be my recommendation, or perhaps in the UB, until those are developed and we have a general manager to develop those. The appropriate classifications for the needed functions don't seem to match. So is that part of the reconciliation we'll be looking at as well?
Well, this department, go ahead.
Yes, I mean, we'll look at all of these issues and bring that back as part of the report. But are you also referring to the reconciliation just overall of the positions in the whole transition? That's something. I think there's a separate memo on it in here.
Okay.
But yes, that's something that
we'll look at that. Okay, and then the next one I have is on Memo 47. Trying to get my arms around this as well. We've got $5 million. This is for NGCP proposed, and this is in addition, I believe, to the $2 million that was already funded.
We are recommending that the $2 million continue to be left aside for any unforeseen one-time costs due to the creation of the department, transition costs in terms of moving people, consolidating them under one umbrella.
Because the $2 million was part of the 12-13 budget that council had already
That's correct. So there's
approved.
There's $5 million being proposed for the actual nonprofit. So it is our hope to release an RFP soon to solicit interest from the private sector and civic leaders for a partner around economic development. That's the $5 million.
So that's over and above the $2 million that...
Well, there's two separate ideas. The 5 is intended for the nonprofit. We're recommending that the 2 be left, roll over to next year for the purpose of identifying any one-time costs associated with the establishment of the new department. That none of those dollars could be expended until you approve them, but if they're left aside for that purpose, then as we consolidate staff, move people out of existing space, we have a source to draw from should there be any additional costs.
And, okay, so that $2 million was not, because I recall the discussion in council that there was going to be some type of match or philanthropic effort or something to raise money on everything we put into it, but that $2 million was never part or intended to be part of that.
Correct. When the council approved it this fiscal year, it was intended that we would have a nonprofit partner that would provide a form of a match. We haven't issued the RFP. We don't have a partner yet, and so we don't have the match as was originally contemplated for this fiscal year.
Okay, but I'm sorry. The question though is that match, is the $2 million matchable, or is it only on the additional $5 million?
Is the $2 million matchable this fiscal year or next fiscal year?
Well, anytime we spend it, we haven't spent it. You're suggesting we set it aside. So my question
for next fiscal year, the budget does not contemplate a match
on the $2 million.
Yes, that's correct.
Or the $5 million.
That's correct. Okay. But again, we don't have a partner yet, so we don't know today what it is that they're bringing to this relationship, and it's our expectation, as we explained in our report, that the $5 million is initial seed money, and that the expectation is that the nonprofit corporation be self-sustaining after those dollars run out. And so it's an initial contribution, similar to what was done in New York when they started the Economic Development Corporation. The city made a $5 million contribution, and then from those seed dollars, they were able to regenerate additional dollars that made them self-sufficient.
What's the updated reporting requirements? How often will those reports be coming back to either council or the policy committees?
Well, specifically, once the RFP is issued, then and the process identifies and selects a potential partner, there'll be a contractual relationship with the city that your council would have to approve. That contract would specify what the reporting requirements would be, not just relates to ongoing work, but also specific to any particular project that they engage in.
Okay.
I just want to follow up a little bit on that point that Mr. Englander raised. My recollection when we had this discussion about the $2 million in last year's budget was that that money would be funded after we had decided to reduce the total amount to $500,000. We did go and find an additional $2 million on the assumption, and I know I supported it because it was represented that there were private sources of money, not a nonprofit partner, private sources of money that would provide a dollar-for-dollar match for that, and that by doing that we would have $4.5 million on which to spend for economic development. So now the proposal that seems to be before us is to not get that private support, to keep the $2 million for the same purpose and add an additional $5 million entirely in general fund money. And then now what I'm hearing from Mr. Santana is that the $2 million is no longer going to be used for the Economic Development Initiative, but rather in support of the new department, which is an entirely, I mean, we can do that, but it is, just for clarity, it is an entirely different purpose than what it was initially set aside for, because we have been drawing this clear distinction between the Economic Development Initiative and the Economic Development Department effort. So I can tell you I'm going to have some concerns that I don't feel like I'm satisfied that I know how much this should cost to do an economic development initiative. And it seems like we're kind of adding numbers that are not well supported by cost-benefit analysis and outcomes. So I'm going to want to consider that point at greater length next week, and I think I'm certainly going to want to know more about, since we've relied upon the New York model, and I think the Chicago model as well, what lessons can we draw from them in terms of the amount invested and the return realized, the sources of funds that they used to fund those efforts as between private and public. If we're going to rely on those models, I'd like to know more about those models and have some ability to quantify that, and I'll appreciate the CLA's analysis and comments on that as well.
So part of the challenge here is that since we don't have a partner, we don't know what their idea is what is necessary to perform this work. So the money that's been put aside for next year is simply that it's a target, and ideally the full amount won't be necessary. And it's our expectation that many of the questions that you're asking will be responded to through the RFP process. And so that's
totally understand.
That's the challenge. But your recollection on the series of events is an accurate one. That's consistent with my recollection as well.
Yeah, there's no way that we're going to get line item precision on this. I get it, because it's still very much information. But I also don't want to buy a pig in a poke. So.
Yeah, and that is, thank you. That's my concern. I think when this comes back next week, we're not going to have the time that I would like to spend on diving a little deeper into this. It'll be my recommendation to actually perhaps put this in the UB, although I know it's GCP as well, because to have an expenditure plan, we don't even have the partner yet, and we'll be going out to RFP to figure that out. I think there just needs to be a lot more dialogue. And I'm just not there yet. I think we need to be there, but it's the idea of, I think we're wed to the concept, and we've already said we were. But it's akin to, if I can use one of Mr. Labange's analysis, it's, I'm wed to it, but I don't go out buy the wedding ring and then find a partner. So that's not yours?
My wife, I'll be married 25 years.
25 years.
But I don't wear a ring because I'm not a jewelry guy, but I had to say that for the record. All right, now you got me, Mitch. If you use something else, I'm going to say it.
All right.
So I think putting in the UB I personally don't have an issue with that. I think that's a fair way to proceed in light of the fact that there's still some uncertainty.
It says we're proceeding but cautiously.
That's right.
Setting it aside, but continue to look at. Okay, so
yeah, I think there's been fairly universal support for the concept and how important it is to be able to find new ways to generate economic activity. But
sir, if I could just, I don't want to find ourselves in an FSR status next year,
exactly,
and saying you guys have put $7 million towards us so far. We still yet don't have a partner, but we need another $3 million to keep it going. We've got some other ideas, and I think we need it flushed out a little bit. And I like the idea of looking at the other models. We're suggesting we borrow some of their concepts that have been successful, but I too haven't studied those concepts. So,
sir, if I could just
okay. Yes, Mr.
At one point, Ben Sehel with the CAO.
By the way, congratulations. I don't think we've officially
thank you.
Congratulated you.
The $2 million in the UB, that's part of this year's budget. It's in the 12-13 budget, and will be it's something that should be addressed rather in the year-end FSR that will be coming to your committee in the matter of weeks. It's not actually funds that are in part of the consideration of the 13-14 budget, but are part of this current year's fiscal year and should be considered in the year end. If they're not voted to be, if you do not vote to reappropriate those next year, these funds, as most other funds, will revert to the reserve fund.
Okay, thank you. Anything else on this, members? Yes.
One additional item with regard to that original $2 million that was transferred during the current year, that was actually intended to be a reserve fund loan. And so those monies actually do need to be repaid at some point. The reserve fund does contemplate receiving it sometime next year.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that reminder. All right. Thank you very much. That brings us...
Actually, I still...
Oh, you have...
Economic
you're not
development?
done? Okay,
I'm
go
sorry,
ahead.
yeah, that was
No, that's all right. Go ahead.
47. I think we went through... Pardon me, I'm just catching up here on the 114. Oh, the Office of Contractor Relations on item 114. I'm going to speak to that later. I know there's another memo on that. I'll go into more detail. But the idea of Office of Contractor Relations into economic development, when it perhaps could be more fall in line with contract administration, and I think that's more appropriate to have that function within contract administration, as those are the experts under the contracts, and so I would make that suggestion. I think there's another place for it later as well, but I'll note it there just in case we miss it later. But it'll be my recommendation that we look at that, not merging that function, but moving it from the EDD to contract administration.
Okay, thank you. All right, that brings us then to El Pueblo, reports number 46 and 66. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I have a question. Looking at the adopted budget and the receipts for the last few years, each year the receipts are lower than budgeted, and there seems to be a trend downward. Why do we still have an adopted budget that's higher than we reasonably could assume the receipts? And I understand in the well, let's see. I think the peak in filming revenues particularly was when a network television series was being filmed there that no longer is happening. So no reason that I am aware of that we would anticipate having an increased receipt number. So why do we still have a budget that would appear to be higher than that?
Okay, so this amount is lower than what was in the adopted budget. That's probably why there's a deviation, but as in talking to the department, the filming is volatile. That's what explains the fluctuations. But if you notice in the adopted budget originally in 2012-13, it was $4.8 million. In the proposed budget, it's actually less, $4.6 million. So it actually reflects a reduction from this year to next.
Right, but the receipts all seem to be in the 4.4 range, so we've reduced the overestimate for this year that one might assume, but
the other issue,
I'm not aware of what we think would increase it by a couple $100,000.
What the department reports is that this year there was an unusual anomaly with the building across the street that was being renovated, so that may have impacted parking receipts. And now that that renovation is completed, then they're anticipating revenues to go back to the way they had been trending prior to that work.
Okay, well, that seems reasonable. When they come in over budget, what's the impact? Have they been
this is a department
cutting back? What do they do when they come in under budget?
This is a department that it has been self-sustaining. Their receipts cover their costs, their direct costs. The city still covers their debt service for the renovations that have taken place. Should there be any increases in revenue beyond what their budget allows to be self-sufficient, we recommend that those revenues help start covering the debt service for the renovations at Pueblo.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
All right, members, anything further on El Pueblo? Okay, that brings us to emergency management. Members, anything on item 51, report 51? Okay. Then that brings it, also report number 74, related to emergency management.
Oh, that was just,
Yeah, Mr. Englander.
just to ensure we've got the disability plan language in there. That as it relates to
help if I'm actually on the actual memo itself. The fact that I actually have most of these memos now memorized is scary. Okay.
Yeah, please do.
Yes, if we could, I don't have a question for the department at all, but just if we can just note that that those funds are for the disability plan element as well. Add that language to it. That'll be my recommendation when it comes back. That was it.
We agree.
I didn't have anything further.
Great. Thank you. That brings us next to, thank you, Mr. Featherstone. That brings us next to the Ethics Commission. We have one report, number 79, regarding the 2 auditor positions. And Mr. Santana, it was the CAO's recommendation to consider adding the positions without funding, as I understand it.
That is correct.
With the expectation that outside contract savings could be used to fund those positions. I would like to know from the Commission what, and I see Ms. Holt coming up, just in response to that recommendation, if you were to be authorized the 2 auditor positions, do you think it's realistic to be able to fund those positions with savings from your contract account or otherwise?
Yes, at this point, we don't expect to be using all of the special prosecutor funding, and we anticipate having enough to cover those expenses.
Terrific. Those are really critically important positions, and that's good to hear. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, not necessarily with a focus on this particular shortfall, but I will mention again, I am concerned about all the unfunded and partially funded positions in this budget, and that when one adds that all up in future years, that could wind up being a surprise addition to our projected budgets in the out years. So I don't know, should we be concerned beyond the fact that we might be able to fund this for the upcoming budget year, and should we be concerned more greatly with this position and other positions that are unfunded, that we might wind up digging ourselves in a bigger hole?
Yeah, we share your concern as well, as a general rule, that we should be cautious about adding positions with one-time money. The department is required to have money set aside for a special prosecutor on an annual basis, and it's very rare that they actually utilize it. So this is a fairly reliable surplus that they've had year after year. So in this particular case, I think the exception is warranted.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Mr. Englander.
Just for clarity then, because there were multiple options, Mr. Krikorian, were you suggesting the question you asked was on option 1? Ms. Holt, was that your reference was on option 1, that would be your recommendation as well?
Right. Yes, that's our preference.
That was what, oh, that's your preference as well. That's good to have that clarification, because that was in fact what I was asking about. So
that's the one I would
So it sounds like we're on the same page.
Excellent.
Good. Very good. Thank you. Anything else on ethics, members?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Thank you very much. That brings us then to Office of Finance. Okay. And that would be report number 70 and report number 107.
The 2 pending reports will be part of 118.
Right. So just in the interest of time, Mr. Santana, why don't you, on these 2, why don't you go ahead and just give a quick summary of what those reports request and what your recommendation is. I think it'll give members time to catch up with where we are too.
So item number 70 is a report back on the possibility of utilizing current year salary savings to offset the potential deficit within next year's salaries account to the 3% salary savings rate. Based on the most recent financial status report, this office projects that the salary savings for this fiscal year will be $588. However, this office believes that the funds provided in the 2013-14 proposed budget, which include a 3% salary savings rate, are actually sufficient to meet the department's salary obligations, so we are not recommending a change.
That's a question on that.
Indeed. Mr. Englander.
And I'm okay with it. It makes sense, but for finance. But we've had other departments come back and ask us the same. And so, Mr. Santana, if you could just shed some light on whether you would recommend that or not. You're suggesting there's a recommendation is no change from the budget, but is there another way to get there if there's no change?
Well, there are 4 upgrades of investment officers, and if the finance upgrades for the 4 investment officers and fills a new senior management analyst 1 position, including the proposed budget, finance could end the year at 2013 with a salary surplus of $102,000. So if you look at those upgrades that are proposed in the budget, not all of them need to move forward. That will provide them greater breathing room to ensure that they meet that salary savings rate.
Actually, if I might.
Yes,
Jan
please.
Zatorsky, Assistant Director of Finance. We don't disagree with the CAO's numbers, and as a responsible budget manager, we just wanted to voice our concerns that as we enter next fiscal year, we do have some additional payouts and other things that might not be funded, but we will certainly report those in the financial status reports as we go forward.
Terrific. Thank you. Members, anything else on finance?
I had one on 107.
Oh, yes, Mr. Englander.
On 107, Memo 107, you're suggesting that you could, you want those upgrades without any funding?
Yes, we would like to have the authority, particularly on the Treasury Account 3. This was part of the consolidation recommendation, which was proposed by our current treasurer, the interim treasurer, and our CAO analyst. And it is a bona fide supervisory position that oversees 4 other Treasury accountants. This class is unique to the city. We are the only department that has this classification, and they have very specialized knowledge. And while span of control was considered by the employee relations, it's really more a scope of duties and the critical at-risk funds that we are protecting and overseeing and accounting for and auditing on a regular basis.
And you have the funding for it?
We could fund that, yes.
There was no recommendation. It says memorandum was for information only. So I'd ask the CAO if you could provide that as an option to when we come back to vote on these, if your recommendation would be to fund those without to upgrade those without funding or not.
Well, the Employee Relations Division in my office reviewed this request back in November and determined that it wasn't warranted based on the job duties and the span of control related to those job duties. So our recommendation would be the same.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Excuse me.
All right.
One moment. I
Yes.
want to get into a back and forth with you.
Sorry, your mic's not on yet.
I'm sorry, one
There you
moment. The mayor's office does have a different position. I don't want to get into a back and forth, but I do want to get on the record, so I will have the former interim treasurer speak to this item.
If I could, Mr. Chair, can I ask that if you do have a different one, can you provide just your memo to that? So when we look at it next week, we can have that.
That would be helpful.
That'd be great. Okay. If you could just provide it in writing, then would be my recommendation. Since I asked the question, that would be great. Then we'll have that perspective. Just in the interest of time. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on finance? Seeing nothing further, that brings us to the fire department. Members, that would be reports number on finance, Mr. Rosendahl, or on fire? Okay. All right. So, members, that would be reports number 5, 7, 10, 11, 23, and 29 that we have before us.
And if I could clarify on the first pending one, that's under the 118. On the second one is actually a special study. So that instead of saying pending on the second one underneath fire, it should be a special study.
Regarding housing and the new ambulances. Yes. Okay. Members, Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, number 10, just for clarification, 2 years ago, during the fiscal year 2011 and 2012 budget process, the full council approved a motion, quote, to restore the 318 regular as-needed sworn position authorities without funding. The motion was co-presented by Council Members Labange and Garcetti and seconded by Council Member Reyes and Smith. Memo number 10 suggests that the council intend to hold the positions associated with the closure of the 18 fire companies. 2 battalion officers and 1 division officer were not followed. I understand 138 of these positions were deleted this fiscal year, and the remaining 129 are slated to be eliminated in this budget. Yesterday, we spent a great deal of time discussing the 66 positions associated with 11 new ambulances, which was great. Don't we need to hold these positions vacant if we choose to restore these positions? Shouldn't we provide flexibility to the 7 new council members by continuing these positions if they chose to restore the fire department in future years, just as an option? Can we do that?
I'll defer to the department.
I'll begin the discussion, but I'm actually going to be deferring to the CLA. It's my understanding that the action that was taken by the City Council in 11-12 was that the 318 positions were in fact eliminated, and they were restored as resolution authorities for the filled positions at that time, with the intention that through attrition the positions would be eliminated, and that in fact will occur at the end of this fiscal year. My understanding with respect to the as-needed positions is that the as-neededs were in fact included in the departmental personnel ordinance, and they have continued to the current fiscal year. And we do anticipate that those as-needed positions are going to be continued in next fiscal year. However, as a practical standpoint, if the City Council decides that it wants to restore any of the as-needed positions, equivalent funding is going to have to be provided. The other issue, also from a practical standpoint, is that because of the number of vacancies that we're anticipating next fiscal year, which is going to average about 126, even if those positions were restored, we don't have enough firefighters to be able to backfill. So those are the factors that we wanted the City Council to consider. And then now I will also defer to the CLA, who will probably expand on that.
Yeah, my question is the difficulty in restoring this. You know, this was the memo, and Mr. Labange, as you know, you moved this that said that 153 firefighters and 30 staff assistants. You went all the way down the list to have some flexibility. That's all we're looking for.
Mr. Rosendahl, those positions actually are still in the budget. They are as-needed authorities.
Great.
So the department actually has all of those authorities within their budget. It's actually an unlimited number. There's 2 components of it. There is the as-needed number, which is unlimited, and then there are the resolution authorities that when the 318 positions were originally reduced, that number was eventually supposed to decrease down to 0. But in terms of the as-needed authorities, as adopted back in 2011-12,
right,
those authorities, as-needed authorities, still exist within the fire department budget today.
So the flexibility will exist for us in these situations.
They have that flexibility. It's a matter of funding.
Right.
When there's sufficient funding for them to fill those positions, yes, they will be able to fill those positions. However, since there hasn't been a drill tower in 3 or 4 years, it's going to take some time for them to transition that drill tower in a ready state. And so next year, consequently, there's only 2 classes contemplated next year. The following fiscal year, there can be up to 3 classes. And if you run 3 classes, you can hire up to 210 firefighters roughly the following fiscal year. So until the drill tower is up and running, there really isn't an ability to hire these folks to fill those positions. The only way that you can fill any position added in the budget, similar to what we did yesterday on the ambulance deployment, is to add overtime. And even then, it may be because there's so many people being pulled out of the field in terms of regular firefighter staff.
Right.
There's going to be actually a greater overtime expenditure. You would have more positions to fill with overtime, but it's going to be a matter of whether you can find firefighters to fill all of those positions on overtime. So it's a balancing act.
Thank you.
Right. What did you know? Mr. Kretz? Mr. Kretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Memo 7 discusses the details of the proposed positions that were slated to be moved into the new planning department. The fire chief's report back discusses these positions with specifics that tell me that this should remain under the fire department and the fire chief. So I just want to say on record that that's my position, that these positions should stay under the fire department's purview, both the civilian and the sworn. And I believe we heard planning a few days ago say they were okay with that. I'd like to go on record and just say I think that's what this committee should do when this comes back before us next week. I should also note that in memo number 10, the department requested an additional 60 positions to be fully funded. Obviously, we don't have the money to do that, but if we find efficiencies or additional funding as we go on in the course of the year, I think this should be the first priority for where that money should go. And also, thank you for easing my concerns in Memo 23 as well.
Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much. When they had the discussion yesterday, if I may just add the questioning, Mr. CAO, do you know what the fire department's number? I think Charlie Beck said he wanted 12,000 officers if he could. He felt that, but he's working with 10,000. What is the fire department number? Because I think when I first started with the city, it was right after the 5th person who was on an engine company in 1978 was dropped to 4. That was the most radical change. And then in Mr. Reardon's administration, they went from 10 persons on a truck company to 9. And then Mr. Hahn restored it. Now we have this challenge coming now. What is the number that is recommended? Because I think that would be helpful. What do we need? And then also, how many physical, because the drop program now has really been a personnel issue that does change when someone leaves. When they say they're dropping, they're gone. And how many paramedics? Not all firefighters are paramedics, correct, Chief? So how many paramedics we have, and are we going to ever have a challenge of having no paramedics, on that? Do you know that at all?
I'll defer to the department on the exact number that they feel is appropriate, but it's important to remember that last year the department did make a very extensive presentation on a new deployment plan that provided a framework of what the right staffing level should be. And so that deployment plan hasn't changed, and the hiring that was approved actually in this fiscal year to commence and continue forward in the future is consistent with that plan. But the specific number, I'll defer to the department.
Chief Yamahata.
Dave Yamahata, Deputy Chief, Los Angeles Fire Department. I don't have a specific number, but like we always do, we look to the NFPA in terms of a standard, in terms of number of personnel on our apparatus.
But I'd like to know, in the district that I did represent, it changed a little redistricting. We took away an engine from Station 35 right next to Children's Hospital in the hospital complex in Griffith Park, Hillside area. We took away an engine at Fire Station 20 in Echo Park, which has the hillside of Legion Park in that area. We took away an engine at Station 50 in Glassell Park, which is a hillside area that does have sometimes a challenge with brush fire, not to mention other areas. Is 69's a task force or a light force now?
It's just a light force right now.
And took away an engine at 69's. Now, I understood that to be a temporary issue, that we would have to fight to get the budget back for that. And that's what I want to fight, but all of a sudden 1 year ends into 2 years, and the other challenge that we have. The other question I just want to bring up, and I'll sit down, Mr. Chair. How many firefighters, because they do retire, and there is a balance. We do get an economy of scale when we have overtime. Overtime does help us not have to have the employee costs, but at the same time you can keep the body of work how it's described on your shifts A, B, and C. But how many paramedics are there out of the 3,400 firefighters, and would there ever be a chance where we would see more paramedics off the job than on the job? That's what I wanted to be aware, because we are having a staffing challenge. I will talk later on all this, but I wanted to bring those points up. And I also, when we get to the general counsel, of all of us, we have to make a stronger commitment to the fire companies, because they are extremely efficient operation, but at the same time, when the earthquake comes, when the wind blows, they're needed in a variety of roads, not to mention the 84% of the calls they get are medical. Is that correct?
Do we have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just to add that the department is in the process of putting together a restoration plan, and so my expectation is that within that context they would lay out what their staffing ideals are and what exactly that represents in terms of service levels.
Great, thank you. Mr. Englander. I went through all my questions on those memos. Just one on 29. That was my recommendation, is to look at that as a possible position as liaison. In light of the discussions yesterday, in light of some of the discussions, in fact, today, and looking for funding for sworn, I would like to retract that memo for any further consideration at this point. So we don't need to follow up on it next week. I'm fine.
I'm sorry. Say that again. On which number?
So on memo 29, this was not part of the original budget. It was something I had brought up when we went through the fire department, an idea of looking for a civilian liaison position similar to what they have in PD, and prioritizing where we're at with sworn. I would say that this is not, it's important but not critical. And at this point, for budget discussions, I would like to retract that 29 from any further discussion for these deliberations.
Very good. Thank you. One additional follow-up question on report number 7. My recollection when we requested this was that one of the requests for this report back was whatever legal authority would mandate that a sworn firefighter participate in this inspection process. I recall that it had been mentioned during the course of this discussion that there were certain state, federal mandates or charter mandates requiring that that sworn firefighters be included in these positions, but I don't see that in the report. So if there is such authority, then I'd like to see that brought back to us as well.
Would you like an opinion from the city attorney? I think that was, you requested a specific opinion from the city attorney.
That would probably make the most sense.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's my understanding it's under review currently by the city attorney.
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
I had one more.
Oh, Mr. Englander.
Yeah, I'm sorry. On there was going through and reconciling the memos that came back versus the ones that were pending. I realized there was one we never did get, and so if you could, on fire there was a creation of a labor relations position, and I wanted to see why and what that was all about within the fire department. So if you can report back on that as well.
Well,
it was missed. It was an oversight. I had asked for it, but it didn't. It was on my list of the ones that I had asked for back, but we never saw it.
Was it designated as a budget impact report?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
You remember it? Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it. We'll go ahead and report back on that.
Okay. Thank you. All right. If there's nothing else on fire, members, that brings us to general city purposes. That would be report number 58, number 88, number 90, and number 108.
Can you make a copy? Let me see all the stuff on that.
Any questions on any of those, members?
Bill?
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, we're looking rather feverishly at the museum. Could somebody talk about that and how the Mocha business and Eli Broad and all of that fits I'd like a better understanding of it. Obviously, we need to do a lot of things like this, but explain it to me.
Jennifer Lopez with the Office of the CAO. The intent is to provide free admission for students from kindergarten through 12th grade to the MOCA facility. Also, there's $250,000 set aside for LAUSD buses to bring students into the facility. They're going to set up a memorandum of agreement with MOCA. I believe Cultural Affairs are they here to discuss it?
Yeah, and I'm a big believer of public-private partnerships, so I'd like a better explanation of what we're talking about, how this together provides the proper energy that I certainly believe is critical.
I did some research on that, exactly what the CAO's representative said. The $250,000 is there for buses, big yellow buses, to bring children from all over Los Angeles City there and to help in admissions. I just wonder, too, because I've been to that art museum. I know you said kindergarten. Some of it is pretty wild art. Have you been there?
I have not.
Yeah, I think a high schooler could understand, but I think it's a little wild. So I think just to make sure it's appropriate in that.
Council members, can I ask that we hold this item until the department can come and provide more insight on this? Thank you.
Sure. Yeah, it would be helpful because we're all in favor of this concept.
Yeah.
Well, can I take it to
yes, Mr. Englander.
Just take it to from another perspective, and I don't want to put it into context of whether we support a museum or children going for cultural activities, and it's critically important. And there's a lot of different places to continue those kinds of funding mechanisms and those expenditures. And they're important as we can talk with the department and we can talk with schools, but I think we got to look at things from a different lens in terms of overall GCP and one-time funding, and have a sort of a one-time funding discussion, because there are things that we're going to get into in the budget of maintenance and deferred maintenance, systems that we haven't provided in terms of maintaining our own facilities, things that even facilities we're leasing that were part of those obligations that we're not doing because we just simply don't have the $1 million here and the $1 million there. So I think what we should look at, if we could, particularly as it relates to increases, we can't there's an elimination further on we're going to get into because of sequestration, the reduction in senior meals. And I don't think it's fair to put anybody into a conversation or a dialogue of what's more important, whether it's youth programs or senior meals, whether it's bringing kids to art exhibits or feeding homeless. I mean, it doesn't behoove us to have that conversation. I think instead we should look at a perspective of what was funded last year, what's one-time money that we could keep funding this year for critically important programs, whether it's under sequestration or other cuts, versus also what are we funding for the first time this year or increasing in funding in terms of one-time funding options against and weighted against things like deferred maintenance and critical infrastructure here in the city that we could provide as one-time funding. So we've got to look at that balance as a way to capture that. And I'll defer to the chair's suggestion on perhaps a way to frame that. But I think that's the dialogue and the conversation from 40,000 feet we should have versus each one of these to say, is it important? Why should we do it? Because they're all important. And I think Mr. LaBonge's point about the artwork is interesting. We should explore that too. Yes.
Well, and
I would just say, if I add to that, and thank you, I understand that. Maybe the $1 million you said on the side, but I like the buses because I said there's nothing better than a yellow tie on the CAO or a yellow sea of buses in a museum organization. And if we give them that, they should let the children in for free. If it's appropriate. When I say that, and the reason I'm not approved by any sense in the world, but I know the modern art. Sometimes I don't know if a kindergartner would get that museum as much as they would get the zoo or some other places, the Natural History Museum, things like that.
So if we could note that as well, that as we look at this in that context, that Mr. LaBonge also likes the buses.
And yellow ties.
And yellow ties, please.
But members,
As a
actually,
footnote.
I think to Mr. Inwinder's point, I think this is precisely the reason that we started today off with the recommendation that we should look at these recommendations collectively after we've analyzed these reports and compared costs and benefits and priorities, because we don't have, obviously we don't have nearly enough even one-time funding to go even remotely close to what we should be spending one-time money on. We certainly don't have enough ongoing funding to support our ongoing expenses even currently, much less what they should at the levels that they should be. And we aren't looking at just a one-year budget. We're looking at a multiple-year problem that we are going to take multiple years to remedy, and that what our actions today on this budget will impact 2014-15, 2015-16, and thereafter. So there are many things that we want to do or that would be great to do, but we have to compare the relative value one against the other, and that's the process that we'll do next week, which is why we want to consider all these things collectively rather than one at a time. I think, look, governments at every level have gotten into a great deal of trouble by asking people, is this a good idea to spend money on this thing or a bad idea? Because the answer is usually, yes, that's a great idea. That's every initiative that California has passed requiring this expenditure of money has been put before the voters in that way. And the voters typically answer, yes, that's a great idea to spend money on that thing. But what the voters are never asked is what the opportunity cost is. When that money is spent on that thing, what else are they losing out on? And so I think that's the job that's going to be before us as we continue our deliberations. Mr. Kretz.
I guess I just want to agree with you. I mean, I think this budget in some ways operates like we're already out of the woods. And I don't want to be too blunt about this one particular item, but the fact is, in 2006, we all would have approved an item that provided free trips to a museum for kids. But frankly, right now, our one-time money should probably be devoted as a first priority to what can we spend one-time money on that produces more than the amount we're spending. So where we can spend on efficiencies and IT and other things to set up systems, that seems to be the place where we should be spending our one-time monies. And secondarily, we should be spending it on either somewhat urgent life-saving things like providing meals to seniors, or things that have been desperately deferred and one-time money would be perfect for it, like fixing up police and fire vehicles. But I think the optional things that we would love to do, and as a society we should be doing, I don't think we want to be adding back to that budget yet until we have a budget where the following year we're not expecting to be $100 or $200 million in debt. So I would express great concern over something that I would love to do, and everybody knows that I've said before we need to start doing more for the arts, but I think it's too soon to do very optional things that we would love to do for the arts. Maybe in 5 years from now, things will be on better footing and we can start looking for these opportunities, maybe 3 years from now, but I don't think the time is there yet.
Just a last record. The Los Angeles Zoo does not charge students who go in to the zoo if they have a scheduled appointment. If it's a regional school district from outside LA City, it's $3 per student. So I'd take that $250 and get for schools to take to. That's another issue. But on the other issue, we'll figure it out. But I understand everyone's concerned on that issue. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, members. One thing I wanted to say is that the mayor definitely supports taking a collective look at our one-time funding and did devote a great deal of the one-time dollars towards critical infrastructure needs and deferred maintenance.
And thank you for recognizing that, and certainly nothing in our conversation suggests that hasn't already been done by the mayor in his consideration of priorities. It's just inherent to our responsibility to do that as well. And I think it would be a step backwards if we started taking one at a time and saying this is good and so forth. All right. So that.
Lastly, I just wanted to say, because they're here, the library's always free anytime a school bus gets there. Okay, this is for the record.
All right. Thank you. Anything else on general city purposes, members? All right, so then that brings us to general services. That would be reports number 42, 43, 54, and 60.
I have one on 60.
Mr. Englander.
60 was the, I think is a good springboard from the dialogue we just had on the deferred maintenance of our city facilities that pose fire life safety concerns, as it's worded. There's a list of issues on here in the memo, and there's 5 different categories. They're all very comprehensive. They're good. My question is, can some of these, first of all, when we go look back on the one-time money expenditures, I think we can actually fund some of these requests in deferred maintenance when we get to that. But can some of these be MICLA financed as well? Because we have in here power supplies, switch gears, cooling towers, boilers and chillers, water pumps, things that are in fact that we've done MICLA financing before. So is there a way to break out some of these items that are long-term capital improvements and not just maintenance and operations?
We could certainly look into that and report back also within the context of our overall debt capacity. There is a sizable MICLA list already.
There is. These are small for the most part.
But we could certainly report back on these specific items.
And then as it relates to item 5, if you've numbered these, because we have the custodial services, civic center, et cetera, the last one, Fig Plaza, just to ensure that we may have obligations under lease, under our terms of a lease for maintenance, to make sure we don't have any liability that if we in fact need to be doing those things, we should be doing them. So there's another use of one-time money as it relates to an obligation we actually might have to do no matter what. So I think we have to look at these from that perspective. I would put these at the top of the priority list as well.
Got it.
All of these.
Okay, thank you. Anything further, members? Yes, Mr. Rosendahl.
If the West Side proposal you and I, Miguel, were talking about yesterday, if you could kind of explain where we want to take that at this point, which I was very excited to hear you say.
So we had a very, I think, successful meeting with your office this morning to look at what would be involved to issue an RFP as soon as possible. What complicates it slightly is the fact that this the site we're talking about is not 100% control under the city. We have partners in other levels of government that if we're going to issue an RFP, it has to be done in that larger context. So I think it would be appropriate, given your personal leadership on this issue, if you directed my office to work with the various departments to go ahead and release the RFP through a motion. We'll certainly work with you and your office to put the elements of what would be necessary for that.
Yeah, and we like that a lot. And for a lot of our folks who live in that area there, they've been hoping for years to turn it into a positive place. I mean, even my predecessors, Cindy Misikowski tried to do something, Ruth Galanter tried to do something. But the energy is there now from all kinds of sectors. So whatever we need to do to get that RFP out so we can get something happening is where we all are.
Yes.
Good. And thank you for the meeting this morning.
No, I heard it went very well, and certainly there's been a lot of visioning in terms of what could potentially be there now. That'll be helpful.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Report 54, it's just a language change in Exhibit H. I gather everybody agrees that that language change is appropriate, so I don't think we need to do anything further on that one, it sounds like. All right, Mr. Kretz.
Just one thing, unless I missed it, there was a report back that I asked for that I didn't see in there, which is a report back on the possibility of implementing electric vehicles or fuel cells or some completely environmental choices for our vehicles as opposed to less environmental alternatively fueled vehicles or gas-powered vehicles?
We are conducting a special study on that particular item. It's not a budget impact memo.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anything further on general services, members? Very good. That brings us then to Homeless Services Agency, and that would be report number 35. Anything on Mr. Englander caught a typo?
Well, no, I'm suggesting it would look like it was only a typo. The report requests additional $875,000, but the amount requested was only $8,575.
Oh, I see.
That was a typo.
That was a little bit of a typo. So I assume we're going to just fix that.
Yes.
800,000, 8,000. Sooner or later.
Add 3 more zeros and it starts adding up.
That's right. I'm fine with this.
Okay. No other questions on that?
Okay.
Thank you. That brings us to Housing Authority, report number 2. Anything on report number 2? Seeing none, we'll move on to the Housing Department. That would be reports number 63, 65, 80, and 91. And there is a report pending on the Coalition's recommendation number 5, but that, I believe, is coming before us later. Anything on Housing Department? Mr. Rosendahl.
I apologize for this, but on the Housing Authority,
yes.
When we go back to that number 2, Cheryl Parisi was kind of asking me, and what does this mean for some of the other sites with the Housing Authority of the city program and maintenance of recreational sites? You might know in my district, we were able to work out a deal with the Boys and Girls Club. They got engaged in the issue. And they're asking, how are we going to deal with this overall, and if there's any strategies? And so I promised her I'd do that. That is item number 2.
Councilman, I think it would be helpful if we called up representatives from Recreation and Parks and HACLA as well.
Just hit you. Say that again.
I think it would be helpful if we could call up reps from Recreation and Parks and HACLA as well
right
on
now.
This item. I think they're in.
Call them
I
up
think
if
they're here.
it's okay, Mr. Chair.
Sure, that'd be fine.
Come on up, Rec and Park. And what's the staffing impact if we do that? I know it's a challenge for you, and we certainly want to hear your answer on it.
Yes, Regina Adams, Executive Officer for Recreation and Parks. As you know, our department has been providing services at 7 HACLA-owned sites for many, many years, 30, 40 years. At this time, HACLA, due to budgetary issues, has started transitioning us out of their sites, and they are bringing in other entities to provide the recreational and maintenance services at these 7 sites. So far, we have already transitioned out of 2 of those sites, Mar Vista Gardens as well as Pueblo del Rio.
Yeah, and I might say I'm very proud of what you did with Mar Vista Gardens and how you put that together, and it's working very effectively. When I first put in the lights for the soccer team and then put in this and put in that, and then the battle we had where Maxine Waters helped me with having the mail delivered to the complexes. So there's been a lot of support for that, and what we did with, thanks to your help with the Boys and Girls Club, we have that secure, and I'm just thinking of other situations.
Good to hear that, because also too what we worked with HACLA on was to also make sure we got community input to make sure that they were aware of what was in play, and so that was to get their buy-in as well. Right now, the next site that we're going to be vacating will be Aliso Pico, which will be by the end of July. And then by the end of September, it will be Ramona Gardens, as well as we were working on 3 sites in the Watts area, which are Imperial Gardens, Jordan Downs, and Nickerson Gardens. So at this time, what we had reported in some of our previous memos is that we were going to try to use the staff that are there to move them elsewhere at recreation and park sites. But we have been working very closely with HACLA in this transition to make sure that the community in these surrounding areas are aware of what's going on, as well as our employees are aware of what's going on.
I just think that's great, and if I could just instruct the CLA to work with HACLA and Rec and Park to provide general fund and/or pilot funds to maintain programming at the 4 remaining sites, which have not yet been partnered out.
Okay.
That's it. Thank you.
And there may be an outstanding pilot request that has probably been would be referred to this committee separately.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else, members, for housing? Yeah. Mr. Englander.
Just on Memo 80, I'd asked, I think we asked for a reconciliation of the various positions, and all we got back really was a photocopy of the budget page of the attachment.
I don't know. Sure.
Can we get further information on how those position changes from CDD reconcile?
I think over the next few days we'll be looking at these.
You'll provide that as well. Okay. And then on 91, 5 assistant general managers. If you can provide just, I know we got it from LAHD. But if we can get this CAO, and in fact the CLA and the CAO to weigh in on that in terms of their recommendation. We've got a memorandum for information purposes only, but 5 AGMs.
It's okay
there
for him to be not as bold as me.
So if we can provide some direction on that as well.
Thank you. Okay, members, that brings us to human resources and benefits. We have one report that was pending regarding the coalition's recommendation number 11. I think we now have that report before us. I don't know to what extent we're going to be able to really consider that report, since it's extensive as to all the coalition's recommendations, and we're just getting it as we're sitting here. So most of the discussion about that, for the sake of everybody in the room, is going to be deferred until next week, but we do have it now completed and before us. All right, so that brings us to ITA, report number 1,
Which is okay.
4, 44, and 45.
In the context of releasing.
So I have nothing, members, in those areas. I don't know if anybody has anything on that. Mr. LaBonge, anything on ITA? That's number 1, number 4, number 44, and number 45.
Number 1.
Do you need the department?
Well, yeah, I think if they just had, just to give us, and maybe it's a report back later, Paul, you know, what's the call load, how's it going, et cetera. We've had a reduction in this service. What have we missed, et cetera. Is that a report back, Mr. CAO, on number 1?
Yeah, we provide a report back on how the service levels have changed over the last several years.
Right, it could be in the 60 days, but I think we should come back. I think it's a very good tool, but at the same time, I know we had to do it. Here's our ITA guys right now. And
yeah, I think we
team,
can get a
ITA
quick
team,
response.
excuse me. 311. I was asking on the 311
question again, I'm sorry.
We've reduced the staffing to 311 last year. And what is the call drop on that, since you have less people? How many, Lisa?
When you say the call drop, how many calls?
We used to serve X number 5 years ago, and then we've had a reduction in staffing, and there's nobody like our 311 operators who, you know, take a lot of calls. I'm sure the calls that are diverted that used to go to council offices or departments directly. Do we have a number on that? Do we know?
Well, in calendar year 12, the call center answered 1.2 million calls. And when the hours were increased from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., estimates they will be able to do an additional 120,000 calls.
So we're gonna bring that hour back. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Councilman. Mark Wolf with ITA. I think in the CAO's budget memo, they responded that based on expanded hours, if we were to expand the hours from the current hours from 8 to 4:45 p.m., if those were expanded from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., that we would need an additional 6 positions at a cost of approximately $500,000.
But that is not what's in the budget.
Correct.
So we're not changing. But I wanted to ask, with the what I really want to know is we've altered the hours right now, right? And I know it's sometimes 4:45 we shut it off.
We take the last call in at 4:45, and then it takes us about 15 minutes to wrap up the calls that are in the queue.
So it's 8 to 5.
Correct.
8 to 5. And is it the best? No weekend service, no nighttime service.
It's actually 7 days a week from with those hours.
And what's Sunday like, and what's Saturday like? Should we do half day Saturday and Sunday, or whatever, or have just an emergency operator? I don't know, but I know that this system is very important, but I don't like the reduction. So all I was asking to look at the hours, Mr. CAO, to see if there's a better way to spread it across the 7-day period. You know, how many calls you get on Sunday, Mark?
On Saturday and Sunday, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but there's definitely a lighter volume of calls on the weekend.
Right.
And as a result, we have a lesser number of staff that's actually staffing the center.
Right, but I just thinking what if we did reduce it on Saturday and Sunday, or just had it as emergency calls? Neil, you look like you're biting at the bit to answer the phone.
Councilman, so in the budget for 13-14, what the mayor's proposed is to essentially increase call center staffing by roughly 8 positions. So we recognize that
8 positions.
8 positions.
And they asked for 6, so that's 2 more than you asked for.
Well, actually, Council, if I could just clarify, what we found is that the department has been struggling with their staffing based on the call volumes. The call volumes were such that there were more dropped calls. There was longer wait times because of these lack of staffing. So what we've done is we helped the department, working with your CLA and the CAO this year, to help the department fill some other vacancies and looking at adding some substitute position authorities this fiscal year. In the budget for next fiscal year, we've actually added those 8 positions for the department so it can stabilize the calls they're receiving now with the current shift of the 8 to 5 p.m. So what's being discussed now is if we were to expand the hours either during the weekdays or to add a weekend day or something to that effect, it would be additional resources beyond the 8 we've added. I think our perspective would be we would love to see the department come back to mayor and council now they've had the opportunity to fill some of these new positions, let us know how things are going in terms of the call volumes, the wait times, and then we can build from there.
Let me ask a question. What if you email the city of Los Angeles, like City of LA 311, and say there's a pothole at 1221 North Hoover?
If I can respond to that, Councilman, we actually today do receive emails from the public for 311 that the call center manages, and there's approximately 2,000 requests per month. It's actually 1,000 that come in from normal email, and then with now the new mobile application, the MyLA 311 mobile app, we're getting about another 1,000. So they're managing about 2,000 emails a month that come in.
I got that, but do you think that is going to rapidly change as more people use technology?
I would think that it's going to continue to expand how great it does. Normally when cities, past experience based on other cities that have rolled out mobile apps, there's an initial spike in people activity using them and submitting service requests, and then it kind of levels out. So I think as Neil suggested, we'll be able to manage, we'll be able to monitor our
the same
stats.
people handle 311, handle the 311 www.com? Whatever. What's the? Give me the right address.
LAcity.org/311.
Or LAcity.org/311.
And actually on LAcity.org, on the front page in the lower right-hand corner is a button that says My LA 311 Service Request, and from there you can directly submit requests.
Right. Anyway, so what you're saying, Neil, because you're good, Neil, you got a nice auntie, is that you are going to look at this year and possibly expand it and bring it back, focus on it. And if we do need to alter Saturday or Sunday, and I don't know what numbers we got. If they're really low, Mr. CAO, let's try to beef up during the week, and then they have a very skeleton crew. And just the last thing for the general manager, in the event of an earthquake, do you have an immediate callback for your operators, or how does it work?
Yes, we would bring in all the staffing. We currently are staffed with 30, I believe it's 38.
But it's an automatic thing. After
agents.
they take care of their families and their home and
Yes.
whatever they have, if they can, they report to work. There's an emergency plan for 311 call center.
That is correct.
Got it. All right. Thank you for that time. I think I wanted to do it. Thank you so much.
Thank
you
you.
are going to change the music, correct?
Yes, sir.
You are going to change the music. Thank you very much.
If I could just add, we obviously support the increased staffing for the department, but we also are recommending that they look at the absenteeism that exists within the department. They have a significant number of staff that are absent, and so that they work with the personnel department in my office to establish a strategy to reduce that number. Mr. Rosendahl?
First of all, you all know that there's a history with me with all of this, and I first want to thank the Information Technology Agency for all they've done. When I hardwired all the cable companies when I was the cable executive, it was easy and user-friendly. The people watching this on Channel 35 and with community access on Channel 36, it's real easy. But when AT&T went up to Sacramento and the others said, look, we don't want to have franchises per area. It's just too much. It'll take us forever. The state granted them a statewide franchise. And for that, and of course the cable company said, me too, me too, me too, because they didn't like the hassle, too, of doing all that. So what it ended up was another percent. So instead of the $25 million that our customers who write that check every month, it went up to $31 million. And that was an additional $5 million for capital dollars. Historically, before my time in the council and the wisdom of the council then, they took money away from that. And so the department was in a lot of trouble just to function 35 and 36. The subscriber did not know their money was taken for general fund needs when they thought that was part of the process. But Sacramento changed that because they wanted to move forward with what they called competition. Okay, so then AT&T and the other group, they never did go to the analog thing or Channel 36, and it is not user-friendly in the context of a person out there to figure out how to get to them. Have we figured out a strategy with the AT&T and the others so it can become more user-friendly? We know that our Channel 35 gets 50,000 sort of loyal viewers every day. And a substantial, obviously, amount of them are seniors who want to continue to educate and learn. So the bottom line is, how do we get from AT&T and the other ones more user-friendly ability for our folks to be able to catch this television right now that you're creating here in their homes?
Councilman, to address your question, I think there's a couple different things in play right now. One, in regards to, there's currently litigation that's underway between the City of Los Angeles and AT&T, and the city and AT&T have made some progress in negotiations. Negotiations are underway today, and in fact, this matter is going before ITGS next Tuesday in closed session, so there'll be an update for council on the progress of where we are with the negotiations working through City Attorney's Office. Beyond that, I think that in terms of expansion of access to PEG programming, both Channel 35, the government access, and Channel 36, the public access, we also are leveraging the web for webcasting that information out to people throughout the world. So I think that, with our recent design of the lacity.org website, we're promoting the PEG stations and all of our multimedia content more, so that it's easier to find on the website. It's more prominent, and I think that with the new website, one other thing that we've done is we've expanded the search capability so that when you search on lacity.org, you're not only finding any text content or web pages that have to do with information. Any video content will come up in the search results as well. So as you are aware, all of the council meetings are closed captioned. So all of that information is indexed, and when the public does a search, they'll be able to see the video content as well as any reports and so forth that, on city business.
That's just great, and I really appreciate the way you innovatively took the new media stage, approach. But if I'm watching this right now on Channel 35, how could I figure it out if I'm not that cool on the new technology? What can I do?
Okay.
Well,
or what do they call other than just a website? Or can we get the website out user-friendly enough that you can push a button?
If I can, members, we're going to have to start focusing in on more specifically on the reports. It's 5 to 5 now, and we've gone through less than half of the departments. We've got a lot of folks waiting here. So remembering that we're not going to act on these tonight, let's, if we can, Mr. Rosendahl and other members, if we can just kind of try to focus in on what's being reported back from a budgetary impact standpoint, and we can ask for as many continuing special studies as we'd like, but I'd like to try to see if we can move this along tonight, because we do have a lot of people waiting in the room, and it's 5 to 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you have anything, Mr. Englander, on
Yes, very quickly. On Memo 45, I would look at moving that to a priority item for the upgrading of the systems, particularly since you've noted in your memo that the XP is reaching an end of life for support after April 2014. So, we've got already issues, significant issues, that they're not the cross-platform, can't communicate, and it's impossible for people to function if that's the case. So I would move that as a top priority for this year, and that's, again, probably around the same amount of money for the phone system as we talked about as an example for the library. I'm not comparing the two. Under that also, I want to thank our GM for submitting ITA's initiatives for one-time funding, as we had that one-time funding conversation moments ago. In looking at this, you had a number of things in here. You've prioritized them as well, and I appreciate that, except for the fact that some of the, I won't call lower-hanging fruit, but the less cost on the estimated costs are more obtainable than others. From that perspective, security vulnerability assessments, while that might not be the first and top priority, it's on the top 10, so I recognize that. It may be reachable in terms of the dollar amount if we prioritize for things like that, or disaster recovery, which I also think is probably critical. But you're the general manager, so I'll let you prioritize. But when you compare $500,000 in disaster recovery for our systems versus a $26 million cost for full phone replacement citywide, you can see which one we can obtain faster. We should perhaps look at it from that perspective if we could. I'd like to hear your input on that at some other time and place. But one thing I would like to look at, though, is you do have, what caught my eye, is the communications electricians. You have zero estimated cost, and though that's and it comes in number 10. But the background, it says police and fire have requested second and third shifts of ITA resources at Mount Lee police dispatch centers and fire dispatch. Currently, 41 staff out of the 93 communication electricians provide this requested service. Due to ERP and managed hiring, many vacancies have created holes in coverage, which have required existing staff to work up towards 400, 800 hours, et cetera. And it goes on. That starts at page 6 to 7. We saw what happened when Mount Lee went down twice this past year. If there's zero cost, what do we need to do to fix that?
Yeah, our biggest issue right now is about 80% of the entire department department's overtime is with these individuals that work at these centers. So what has happened over the years through attrition, we haven't been able to refill those positions, and so overtime has been created as a result. What we'd like to do is work with police and fire, still keep the presence there, but take a look at using the existing resources and shifting them around somewhat so they still have the levels of coverage, but not at the required 2-person per site, maybe 1 person per site.
Can you come back with specifically what authorities you would need? It sounds like it's absorbable within the budget. You just need to move things around to give you some options.
That's
is what
the
you're
reason why
suggesting?
it's at zero. So
because it's at zero, so if we need to do that in this budget, it sounds like that's a top priority and it's easy to fix. And we've seen what happens when the systems go down. So
correct.
Police officers and firefighters can't talk to each other. That's a problem.
Absolutely.
So let's, since I did find that and you did submit it, I do appreciate it. Let's get it fixed for you as well.
Appreciate
that. So we'll add that into Mr. CEO. If you can bring something back on that, fix that item. That was in reference to, just to ensure you got it, memo number 4 and the attachments there too. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. So, members, given the lateness of the hour, and I know we have a lot of staff here who are prepared to respond to whatever questions we may have, the last report we got in, which we got in this afternoon, was the biggest one, and that is a series of reports relating to the recommendations of the coalition of city unions that I asked to be considered. In order to, I mean, we're not going to be able to take any course of action on those recommendations because we've just been given the report this afternoon. I don't think it's fair to members to expect us to be able to digest what's considered in those reports and then ask questions based on it. But if you do have questions on that or any other matter, I think we can present those to Mr. Santana, and then we'll get responses back as need be by next Tuesday. So that way, if we can do it with that kind of an approach, that will allow all the analysts to be able to go back to work and not wait for our questions. If that meets with your approval, Mr. Santana will take careful notes. He'll be here to be able to respond, to be able to take down those questions, and we'll get responses back on Tuesday. That'll also let, you know, the coalition representatives who are here, if you don't want to stick around until the end, you can just submit questions that one of us might propose, and then we'll be able to take those up on Tuesday. Likewise, with the remaining departments, just to give you all a heads up as to where I am, I have no comments or questions regarding the library, the mayor's office, neighborhood empowerment, pensions, personnel, planning, police, public works, rec and parks. In fact, I don't have any further comments or questions as to any department. So what I think I'd like to do is, we can consider anything you'd like to consider. I don't want to limit us in our ability to do that. But I think in fairness to the departmental representatives and the staff who are here, why don't we go through that list and see if there are areas that we all agree that we're not going to ask anything about, so at least those folks can go home. So for the remaining departments, why don't we just go ahead and see if there's any of those that we all agree that we don't have questions about, then we can send folks home.
Can I
yes, Mr. Englander.
Can I ask for a 3-minute recess to go through the list? I have my list.
Okay. Yes, Mr. LaBonge.
Library, libraries are great, support them, but I have no questions.
Okay. Okay, well, all right. Why don't we just take a couple minutes then, and we'll go ahead and go through the list and just see if there's any area that we can at least let staff know that we're not going to be asking questions about a particular area. So let's take a couple minutes to do that. Yep.
Honor that request. Thank you. Yes. Okay, let's go.
All right, members, thank you for your patience during that brief recess, and to the members of the public who are here, thank you. We've taken now the time to, I think, give a good look at the long list of reports that are still ahead of us and assess what still requires discussion or questions or comments this afternoon and evening, and what can await further analysis and consideration by the CLA staff between now and the time that we meet next Tuesday. So let's just go through, if I can. I'm going to run through the names of the departments, and if you have questions on the reports from that department, just say so and we'll hold those. If not, then we can let folks go, and we'll streamline our efforts a little bit that way. All right. Does anyone have anything on the library?
Yes, I got one.
Okay. The mayor's office, report number 24. Okay.
Excuse me, sir. When the items get held, could we know which item it is?
On library, 94.
Okay. Anything else on library, members? Okay. Mayor's office, we good? And again, we're not committing to anything here. This is just simply the fact that we're going to be considering all these reports on Tuesday. So if we can streamline our questions right now, that's what we're focusing on. Neighborhood empowerment. Anybody have anything?
Yes.
Yes, Mr. Kretz, which reports?
Neighborhood empowerment, briefly 48 and 77.
48 and 77, okay. Pensions? Nothing on pensions, okay. That's fire and police. Personnel, anything on personnel? I actually have a question on item 97 regarding the civil service exemptions. You know what? Let's skip it. I'll ask it in writing. We'll get the answer by Tuesday. That'll save some time.
And 32, they're working with me on it, and I just want to acknowledge that. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rosendahl. So you're okay offline on that one, and then we'll revisit it on Tuesday?
Right on.
Great. Thank you. Planning.
Yes.
Mr. Englander.
Item 99.
Okay, item 99 on planning. Anything else, members, on planning? Okay. Police, we have one report, police technology. Anything on that? No? Good. Mr. Kretz.
I have a question under police, but not to that specific report.
Okay. Okay. Well, does it require police staff, or can it be directed at the CAO?
Probably somebody from the police staff.
Okay. All right. We'll come back to that one then. The Public Works Board.
Yes.
Okay.
31 and 56.
Oh, okay. So on sanitation, 31 and 56. How about on the board itself? That's report 59. Anything on 59? Okay. Nothing on 59. Public Works Contract Administration. Anything? Nothing. Okay. Public Works Engineering, reports 49
you know
and 50.
I missed, I'm sorry, street services.
No, we haven't gotten to it
Oh,
yet.
I'm sorry, we haven't got to it.
Okay, so nothing on engineering. Public Works, Bureau of Sanitation, Mr. Kretz has called 31 and 56. Any other reports on that one? No. Okay. Street services, that's reports number 85, 87, and 111?
Just on, 85 and 111.
Okay. Rec and Parks? Anything on recreational parks? Okay, very good. Reserve Fund? Any discussion on the Reserve Fund reports? No? Okay, good. SPRF, report number 13. Nothing? Very good. Transportation, I want to discuss report number 55. That's the only one I have.
I've got 83.
83. Anything else on DOT, members? Okay. The unappropriated balance? Nothing on the UB? Members, nothing on the UB?
I believe I did have one on 25, but we caught it earlier on the changing of the wording for ADA, so yes, that's fine. I'm fine with it.
Okay. And on the zoo, I think I will have questions on items 62 and 106. Members, any other?
106 also.
106 as well. Mr. Kretz, anything else? Mr. Labange on the zoo?
I didn't ask anything, but I have one question for the CAO. What is in the hydrant trust fund, fire hydrant trust fund? How much money is in the fire hydrant trust fund?
We'll report back on that.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Anything else then, members? I think with that, if we didn't specify that we're going to be asking about one of those departments, you can assume that we're not. And members, of course, we can always submit questions in writing to the CAO, and they will have responses back for us by Tuesday as well on any of these matters. Okay, so then let's go back to where we left off. Thank you for your cooperation in that, members. I think that will relieve us of a lot of staff time. So, library.
Yeah,
somebody called library. Mr. Englander.
Thank you. As it relates to programming year 4 in the accelerated year, since we're only on year 3, I believe that was around a $1.5 million differential. And my question is, is that general fund to accelerate that 1 year? It's really to the CAO, if I could answer that. And what would be the requirement of doing so at this point?
That would be part of their charter mandated portion of the general fund.
But again, on the charter mandated, we'd only have to do year 3 at this point. Is that correct?
Oh, to accelerate. Is that your question?
So was the idea to accelerate just because it is the right thing to do if we can do it, but it's not mandated? Is that correct?
That's correct. It's not mandated. The charter didn't specify the program. It just specified the funding.
Okay, but the funding, what I'm talking about is the funding element wouldn't have to be funded for year 4 at this point if we're only in year 3. Is that correct?
The funds, Chris Morita, Library Department, the funds we got for Measure L is $16.1 million. Of that, 9.1 was for related costs, and the remainder, $7 million, 0.4 is for library operations and services. Of that $7.4 million, about $4 million is for the cost of living, salary step turnovers, and we've designated $1 million. But our obligation for year 3 is to purchase additional library books and materials and upgrade our technology. That's our obligation for year 3.
For year 3, but we're also funding year 4 obligations. Is that correct?
We feel that we have sufficient money to restore Sunday service hours early. And so that's our priority also, is to restore Sunday service hours.
And is that year 4 funding? Are those general fund, or is that a specific other revenue? Good idea for that.
Let's say with the CAO, all of the library's funding is originally generated from the general fund, but per the charter, is appropriated to the library.
So for the services you're talking about, those were from Measure L, and so that would be from that allocation through the charter amendment. And what the charter amendment did is it ramped up the amount of money that would go from the property tax amount, and then it specified how much of that should be used for, by percentage, how much of it would be used for restoring services for the library, and then the remainder for related costs. The only portion, there was a separate allocation from the general fund for a telephone system. Would be the only amount above and beyond the charter allocation.
Right, and that's under a different memo, which I didn't call special because I know I've already done that, and we're going to ask for that to come back as part of the CLA memo, overall one-time funding priorities. But okay, so that, just so I declare, the percentage there is only going up because property tax revenue went up.
That's correct.
Okay, I'm fine with it.
Thank you. Anything further, members? All right. That brings us then to neighborhood empowerment. And I think, Mr. Kretz, you called 48 and 77.
Yeah, just a quick suggestion. In these two memos, they show there's a savings in salaries and elections last year, allowing for an excess of one-time monies. Instead of sweeping that into the general fund, can we look at supporting the department and taking that money to be given for as-needed salaries this year and to fund the Congress of Neighborhoods training and the Neighborhood Council Budget Advocate Program? And as I understand it, the department says that the salaries this year are for resolution positions, so they won't require ongoing funding. Does that make any sense to the department?
I'm sorry. Council Member, good evening. Grace Liu, General Manager, Department of Neighbor Empowerment. I'm sorry, can you repeat your question? I missed a part of it when I was walking up.
The question is, since there's a savings from salaries and elections last year, instead of sweeping the money, could we use it to cover budget advocate, Neighborhood Council Budget Advocate Program and Congress of Neighborhoods training and help support the department?
Yes, in our original letter to the Budget and Finance Committee, we did ask for those funds to be moved to address not only the Congress and Budget Advocate funding, but also the as-needed funding for the funding program staff. So yes, is the short of it.
I'd certainly like to encourage us to look at that. I think we've been doing well in this department, and this would allow us to keep moving forward with our progress.
Normally, it stays in the trust fund itself, the surplus dollars.
Well, I guess we won't vote on this as a policy, but I'm just putting out there that I think this is something we should consider.
Very worthy of consideration, I agree. Okay. Thank you. Anything further undone, members? Or are we done?
We are done.
Okay. That brings us to personnel. No. We're skipping personnel. Okay. Planning.
99.
I'm sorry?
I thought did I not call out a personnel? I thought I did.
No, I actually did on 97, but then I retracted it because I was going to make the request in writing on the civil service exemptions. If you did, I'm sorry, Mr. Kretz, I didn't catch it.
Personnel folks still here? If not,
no, I need.
We'll do our question in writing as well. So
Okay,
that's fine.
Thank you. That brings us to planning, and Mr. Englander called number 99.
Yes. If we could, on the recommendation, ensure that the language that we'll be actually voting on next week for the recommendation for the consultant is not to develop the scope of services and it's not to, it's actually, if we can explicitly spell that out, it's the implementation. It's not to develop a scoping or a plan, but the implementation of the actual consolidation.
Got it.
And it should be, it says developed by the CAO. It should be in conjunction with the directors, or the director, if you will. And then on the, it says funding will be provided through special funds. If you could spell out on the memo what that special fund is.
Okay, we'll follow up.
Mr. O'Brien, did you have anything?
Yes, I think that's very consistent with the action of the Plum Committee.
Yeah, and that's correct. And I'm making those recommendations to be consistent with the action of the Plum Committee. That's correct.
Okay, anything further, members? That brings us then to sanitation, and members called items 31 and 56. Is that Mr. Koretz?
Yeah, I just had a question on the Lifeline program. If we can find an additional $310,000 from some source to hit the cap and provide relief to some more folks that need it the most. And if you might have any suggestions for where we might be able to find those funds.
That would be a general fund expenditure. And
have you looked at that and given any thought to trying to fully fund it to the cap? And
well, there would have to be an additional 310 found somewhere else to be able to fund that, but that could be part of the reconciliation the CLA does.
Yeah, I'd like to have that at least on the list of one-time expenditures that we look at.
We'll include that as something we look at.
Okay, thank you. And 56. I understand the sanitation wastewater manager is about to retire, and we're looking at putting in a position of Hyperion treatment plant manager. Once this retirement happens, do we still need both of these positions, or is the Hyperion position adequate to handle those tasks?
Good evening, Lisa Mowry, Sanitation. The intent, if we get the Hyperion plant manager position, is still to keep the sanitation wastewater manager position as well, to oversee the real ground level day-to-day operations of the plant, and then have this higher level position overseeing both the operations manager and the maintenance manager, as well as working on the higher executive level issues.
So what's going on there that requires that additional level of supervision?
A lot of it really has to do with just the size and the complexity of the plant in relation with the other treatment plants we have. It's fairly standard in the industry for there to be different levels of compensation within an organization depending on the size of a treatment plant. Managing a treatment plant that has over $300 million gallons per day flow is very different than managing a plant that maybe has 20 million gallons per day. So it's really that extra level of complexity and liability associated with that type of operation.
So how do we make do without that extra position previously?
We've been very lucky in the person that we had filling the Sanitation Wastewater Manager 3 position, was really able to bring all of those qualities. Now we're going through an executive level search, and we don't know if we're going to be that lucky again, frankly. So we really want to be able to attract the best talent to this position.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kretz. While we're on sanitation, I was going to ask for a follow-up on this specific report on item 61 regarding the as-needed project coordinators and project assistants, but I think rather than dwelling on that individually, if I could just ask for a overall analysis by the CLA with input from the CAO as well on all of the added project coordinator and project assistant positions in terms of workload indicators, job responsibilities, and impact on the general fund. I think that would be helpful for us to have that as part of our list of priorities to be considered on Tuesday. So that would be report on 61. And then I think there was also a request made for a report on a principal project coordinator in Rec and Parks, but I don't see that on the report back list. So maybe if you could just review all of those positions overall, and then we'll consider them all together when we come back and talk about that on Tuesday. Mr. Kretz, I apologize. I skipped over police, and you had a question on police as well that I neglected to.
I do, and I don't know if they're here.
They are
I don't
here.
know if they're here or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Hello. Hey, I was just looking over a different report, which is the 2013-14 proposed budget position change summary. And I noticed that of the new civilian positions that are new to the budget, half of them in the entire budget are from LAPD at 94. So the question is, I think last year LAPD proposed laying off 159 civilians. Now we're proposing adding 94. It seems like kind of a schizophrenic approach to the whole issue. So what's the thinking? Is there some long-term planning to this? Why were we talking about cutting a bunch of civilians? Now we're talking about adding a bunch of civilians in this budget.
Well, last year the police department did not propose 150 layoffs. That was the agreement that we worked out with the CAO because of the deficit that was occurring. What we did was we lost 109 employees through attrition, and they swept those authorities, and those authorities were the comparable cost that the original 150 that were recommended through the initial proposed cuts. So the LAPD did lose 109 positional authorities, which was the same dollar amount that the original 150 that was on the first report. This year, what you're looking at is through our estimated attrition and where we believe the hiring for the attrition will need to be.
Oh, so this just winds up essentially breaking us even in terms of personnel?
Keeping us even in terms of personnel for the upcoming budget, because as you know, all of us in the city do our proposed attrition rates, and then our asks are based on what we believe will be attrited out. I believe there are a few SID positions which we have been allowed to add on top of what we estimate are going to be leaving, and those have to do with DNA and prints and things along those lines. But this really does just break us even at the end of the year. So it probably won't even quite break us even, but we hope that we will not lose any more ground this year, and that was what we had worked through with the CAO and the mayor's office.
Okay, good. Glad I asked, because I had a completely different impression of what that would mean. So we're essentially breaking you even plus adding a couple critical positions that are more technologically driven. So that's...
They're scientific.
Yes.
So chemists and such.
That all sounds good, so thank you.
All right. All right, thank you. That brings us back then in order to Public Works. And the next is the Bureau of Street Services. Item 85. Mr. Englander?
Yes, thank you. In talking offline with the department and in the will, I think in the discussion going back to the will of this committee and several of the other members as well, the idea of the transfer and consolidation of the striping function and resources and personnel to the department is something that I think we all want to do. While the memorandum states it would perhaps look at a special study first, I think we're moving forward on the idea of we could do this effective January 1st, but that we'd look to add an outside consultant to bring all those functions together because they're vast. But that's why we would put it off instead of the idea perhaps on this one as well, a July 1st effective date. It would be a January 1st effective date. Wanted to ensure since we'll be voting on it, we'll need an updated memo from the CAO, but to ask the general manager to weigh in on that, and would a consultant help in that as well?
That works.
Seeing the heads nod for those listening in at home. Yes, okay, we'll move forward in that direction and the memo back respectively. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And report number 111, was that yours as well, Mr. Englander?
Yes. Oh, yes. On 111, thank you very much. In looking at we'd like to add the 12 resolution authorities off budget. It was implied by the memo that we have the ability for what we call a one-time or off-budget repair work, but those are actually different types of off-budget repair work as they relate to special projects through MTA and others. These are more linked to throughout the year, perhaps I didn't articulate it specifically of where I was coming from, but throughout the year there are additional funds as they relate to projects, whether it's development projects and the developer comes in and says, okay, as a mitigation, I'm going to repave the street, or they've got to do massive sewer work, or whatever that might be, utility work, and they're going to come in and replace the entire street, or there are discretionary funds allocated from different mayoral or council-controlled funds that are added to the pavement preservation system throughout the year that weren't part of the original mileage, but there isn't the flexibility and the ability to go off budget for additional resolution authority. So in further discussions from the memo and with the department, we're requesting the flexibility for the department to have additional resources in those resolution authorities. Does that sum it up, Mr. Salcedo?
Yes, Council Member. Relative to this memo, the Bureau provided a crew configuration for what is called a combination crew. Basically, a crew that is capable of performing every phase of the resurfacing operation. The reality is the resurfacing capability of the Bureau, it's at its full capacity right now. 800 miles of pavement preservation plus a lot of off-budget projects are forcing the Bureau to work 7 days a week, nights, holidays, etc. So any additional work that is added, and you mentioned, Councilmember England, their discretionary funds, every time that the Bureau is approached with additional sources of funding, basically we're putting all these projects on the back burner because we just don't have the capability to do them right away.
So if we could create a mechanism, then Mr. Santana, or in the CLA memo, whichever is more appropriate, to come back and allow that flexibility for additional hiring hall staff to provide the flexibility to the Bureau.
One thing to look at, too, is whether they have that kind of capacity within their as-needed staffing, and that's something we can also look at.
Okay. Whichever way it works. Great.
Mr. Rosendahl? I just want to again praise you for the work you do with schools. I mean, that's a big deal, and it is a safety issue. And I remember historically how Beethoven Elementary and Walgrove Elementary and your relationship there. Most recently, you've put another couple of lines down the road for safety purposes. It's all about safety for the kids. So the public-private partnership there is working. Explain a little bit how that has been helpful, because people need to know that safety is as much your number one concern as it is for everybody else.
Yes, by all means, Councilmember Rosendahl. Basically, as part of our pavement preservation program, we always try to target locations with high activity of pedestrian activity, let me say it like that. Locations where we have big concentrations of public schools, churches, universities, and of course it's all related to the pavement condition of the asphalt as well. Right. So we partner all the time with university schools, once again churches, to make sure that as we perform the work, we work with them to minimize the impact that our operations may bring sometimes.
Yeah, well, thank you for that.
All right. Thank you. Anything else on street services, members? Okay. Thank you very much. Now, members, if there's no objection, since a couple of members are going to have other obligations that they need to get to, but wanted to speak about the zoo. We did have a number of questions about the zoo. I'd like to take the zoo out of order and consider that next. We have significant reports back on zoo concerns.
If I could, I think I only have one quick thing on transportation. That was it.
I have a lot.
Oh, we do?
Yeah, so if we could just go and we'll cover that now. And again, members, I just want to, these are among the biggest reports that we got back today because they were in response in part to the coalition's request. I certainly haven't had a chance to consider it at any length at all, so I'm going to reserve my questions and comments until next week. But Mr. Kretz, I know you had some questions. Why don't you go ahead and start off?
Yeah, I've got a few. So just to clarify, we're contracting with GLAZA for the marketing of the zoo, correct?
Marketing, public, is it on? Marketing, public relation, and events.
Okay. And we've talked to the city attorney about whether or not there was the authority to execute this contract because a 5-year plan had not already been done. And the city attorney has told us that we do have the authority to do it.
I believe the city attorney is here to speak on that item. And it was a different budget memo number 106 that specifically addresses that issue.
That's correct. Assistant City Attorney Dov Lascelles. I believe the office transmitted to the committee a short memo. The GLAZA MOU is in fact binding. However, the City Council would need to ratify it by December 31st of this year.
And as I understand it, some of the unions have a differing position. Have you talked with them or seen their position in writing?
I have not seen their position in writing, but my understanding is that this will not have any effect on any zoo personnel.
Well, I know there are currently workers doing marketing and public relations.
Yes.
So how does it impact those people in terms of personnel?
They will remain at the zoo and they will continue to do marketing and press releases, etc. I think John can address that better, but that's also reflected in the MOU that their positions and their jobs would not really be affected by this.
So the question is, they stay there. Do they work for GLAZA then?
No, they will still be working for the general manager.
And they're supervised
by the general
manager, not by the GLAZA marketing people.
That's my understanding, and I believe that's the general manager's understanding as well.
So you'd have GLAZA people doing marketing and public relations and city staff doing marketing and public relations.
I think there's somewhat of a differentiation in roles.
I think John should speak to
that. Yes, I think
I'm
John
totally
can,
confused by it, so please clarify all that.
Let me jump in. The whole intent of the MOU is to give us more resources to do marketing, public relations, events, those types of things at the zoo to bring in more visitors. We're going to be using both groups. GLAZA is going to be putting in substantial funding. We're going to use our staff. They're going to hire staff. We're going to have more people, more money, doing more things to bring more people to the zoo. That's the whole idea behind the MOU.
So this, in theory, should have no impact upon the workers that are doing this now.
They're going to keep their jobs. There may be some redirect a little bit as to more focused city-centric and assisting GLAZA, but they're going to be doing the same types of work.
Well, I think I understand this. I wonder if we might ask to have this heard in personnel. It'll be relatively brief, but if we could have this heard in personnel as well to clarify some of these things. Sure. That would be appreciated.
I think part of my understanding is that the existing city personnel will provide oversight over the contract with GLAZA, so they'll act as a contract administrator. They'll also be involved in providing, being a liaison with GLAZA as they engage in the marketing campaign, and also responding to press inquiries that still occur on an ongoing basis. And so that work is more appropriate to be done by the zoo staff than by GLAZA staff.
Well, if there's no objection to it, I'd like to have this, as I said, briefly heard in personnel with a little more detail than this. There's no reason to add too much detail in the context of the budget, but...
I certainly have no objection. I think it's entirely appropriate.
Okay, that'd be great.
Anything further? All right, thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Clarify the importance, members, of what this is a collaboration between one of the longest standing organizations that has contributed greatly to the betterment of the Los Angeles Zoo, including all their docents who volunteer thousands and thousands of hours. And there is a need for press relations directly from the Office of the Zoo Director, but at the same time, the collaboration of what, and I believe the mayor supports this as well, could be done. It's no different than what we do in other areas, but it is something that is new to the zoo, and we'll hopefully move forward with this. And it's collaboration in the key, whether it's the programs that we have at our animal shelters, where people come in and volunteer and run animal shelters. This is a situation where people are collaborating with the organization that does raise money to advance the cause, which helps people enjoy the family experience at the Los Angeles Zoo and Botanical Gardens.
If I could,
7 days a week, 364 days a year. Thank you.
If I could add from a budgetary standpoint, the department had originally proposed a $2 increase at the zoo to help address the shortfall that we're facing. Through this partnership, the increase was limited to only $1. So the additional revenue that's being generated by this MOU allows the department to control the costs in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kretz, one additional comment.
One other question following that up. I understand that at some point, I'm trying to remember, it was 5 years, at some point the fee increases go entirely to GLAZA. Is that correct? And if so, why do we do that?
Well, this MOU is only for 3 years, so there's not all the money would go to GLAZA.
So are we misreading that? Is there no point where the fee increases go to GLAZA exclusively?
My reading of the MOU is it provides the zoo a guaranteed level of funding, regardless of whether or not there's an increase in attendance. So there's a goals established for what attendance increases should look like. Currently, those goals exist, but if we have a particularly heavy rainy season or there's, for whatever reason, those goals aren't met, the zoo ends up eating the cost. What this MOU does, it actually establishes targets that are guaranteed and backed up by GLAZA revenue.
I think part of what you might be referring to is as we increase revenues and increase attendance, more of those revenues are going directly into the marketing and PR function. Up front, the first year, for example, GLAZA is putting in about $1.5 million from their own funding to make that. So as we achieve more revenues, more of those revenues will be used to market and advance the zoo versus coming out of GLAZA's bank account.
And there are also guarantees for GLAZA in terms of ways of replenishing a portion of the marketing investment. But on the upside, whenever the revenues exceed the targets, 100% of the excess goes back to the zoo and not to GLAZA.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anything else on the zoo, members? All right, that brings us to back then to transportation. And Mr. Englander, you had a question. Did you still have a question on number 83? Or
yes, just quickly.
Okay.
In looking at this, it appears that, first of all, let me say that the crossing guard program is critically important, and it's a critical function and service that we provide. And but with that, in looking at the exploration of various alternative delivery options or cost recovery on that, we're looking at the non-shared corners, if you will, where we provide this service for private enterprise or nonprofits or schools. And I would just ask, if we're going to go down that road, we also explore and expand that option in, first of all, and this might really lead into more of a, from budget impact to a study but on what are other cities doing and best practices, and do they charge their local schools? What is there an ability to recapture any funds from whether it's education, property taxes, or other safety measures, but looking at not just those few corners and those few dollars, but also the program and the totality of the program. We've talked about interdepartmental costs from water and hydrants to the fire department, but this is one where it's a direct service for the important safety of school children and their families, but also it's provided directly for those private schools and public schools. And so I'd like the report to look at a holistic exploration, if you will.
We'll include that in the special study.
Okay, thank you. All right, on item number 55.
I'd just like to make a quick comment on 55. I got to tell you that when Sue Chen went through all of those files and folders, she found $42.6 million. Is that true?
Robert Andelon,
Go ahead.
Robert Andelon, Department of Transportation. That's correct, Council Member.
Well, hats off to her for going through absolutely everything to bring up $42.6 million, which obviously allows us to do things we wouldn't have done if we didn't have the money.
That's correct, sir.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rosendahl. And that actually is the report that I wanted to inquire about, because this is one of those good news, bad news kind of situations. And I appreciate the detailed report back, the initial report back, at least, that gave a cursory review of the history of how this happened, Mr. De La Vega, and thank you. And I echo Mr. Rosendahl's congratulations on the good work in identifying these funds. I must say, though, that this is probably the single most surprising thing that I found in the mayor's proposed budget. And I'm surprised and disturbed that for 15 years the city has failed to properly account for these funds. And I'm frankly astonished that even after the initial $9 million in indirect costs were identified in October of 2011, that let me just ask you, has the department been audited in relation to these funds since that time? Has the controller launched an investigation of these accounts to determine whether or not the indirects were properly accounted, or was this entirely an internal product within the Department of Transportation once you got your additional accounting help that you were able to identify this funding?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jaime De La Vega, DOT. This was an internal initiative. It was actually started by Mr. Andelon's predecessor in 2011, as noted in the department. We made a determination after discovering that situation that we required additional senior level accounting help. We made a request to the Managed Hiring Committee that was approved. The accountant who was mentioned, Sue Chen, joined the department in October of 2012 and got to work right away to identify this amount of money.
And so I think the positive lesson to be learned here is that additional accounting help in our departments is very often a very, very wise use of funds. When you sought and we approved additional accounting help, that's a pretty darn good return on investment to pay for that help. And so it's not a reflection on the department in any way. I think we've learned about a significantly disturbing structural problem when we can go in any department in the city, when we can go for 15 years without properly accounting for over $40 million. And I continue to be absolutely perplexed as to how that can happen in the second biggest city in America. How it is that we can miss $40 million that should have gone to the general fund. I mean, I would think that there should be an accounting function in place. I would think that the Controller's Office principally would have responsibility for identifying these sorts of allocations and appropriations and determining that it wasn't correctly done over the course of a decade and a half. The good news is we found it. The further good news is that it's my understanding that you have now put in place checks and balances to ensure that you're not going to have these kinds of accounting errors going forward. But it frankly makes me a little bit concerned about what other examples there may be of these sorts of indirect costs that aren't properly being accounted for across the city and in other departments as well. And while I'm pleased that we have this one-time infusion of money and some anticipated ongoing revenues as well that you've identified, I'm deeply concerned about this. It shakes my confidence a little bit, and so I want to take steps in this committee to ensure that we are exploring through the committee and through other accounting resources and responsibilities that there are in the city to ensure that we are not missing these sorts of things. It's nice to get the one-time money, but it should never have happened in the first place. This should have been accounted properly for the last decade and a half, and we should have been enjoying the benefit of the services that could have been paid for with this money over the course of the last decade and a half. And it's just, in my view, disgraceful that that has not happened. So I'd like to get an analysis back on this as to whether there are additional areas that should be explored for potential audit to determine whether or not there are other indirect costs that should be reimbursed to the general fund. And I don't think in the next few days we're going to be able to have a comprehensive report that covers all city departments, but I would certainly welcome the recommendations of the CAO and the CLA and the Mayor's Office about what particular areas are there that are worthy of greater consideration, and we should, in the coming budget year, as we consider our FSRs and as we consider our budget, I want to continue to plow forward and make sure that we're being as vigilant as we can in uncovering any other area that there may be out there that has fallen between the cracks. And this is a pretty big crack. $42 million is a lot to fall through the cracks. But again, to finish on a positive note, I'm as pleased as I can be that it has been found, and that does considerably help us in dealing with some of the short-term one-time needs that we have to address. So, and I don't need any comment from anybody, but Mr. Santana, you look.
Well, we'll just to we'll follow up and facilitate a report with the CLA and the Mayor's Office that essentially identifies areas in which we could invest auditing resources that could potentially draw similar outcomes, perhaps not as large, but certainly. The other side of it, of course, is that it may also reveal the opposite. You know, in some cases there may be deficits that we don't know about. So there certainly
Which is fine. The point is we need to know.
Exactly.
We need to know, and the public needs to know.
That's right.
And if there's deficits, there's deficits. We'll deal with it. If there's money that should be reimbursed to the general fund, then shame on us for not getting that money so that it can pay for services.
That's right.
It is not excusable that we, as a city, cannot identify where those accounts are that should be reimbursed and where and what should not be.
If I could just add, sir, when it comes to the operating departments too, we've seen several years now of reductions in the administrative and accounting functions within departments. So perhaps as part of the report, we could also look at those departments, especially smaller, mid-sized departments too, where they may lack significant accounting resources, and identify those weaknesses now to resolve them somehow, whether it's leveraging other partnerships with other departments or whatever. But I think We've seen departments that are lacking accounting resources. It's one particular area, especially after ERIP, we've seen not a lot of staff around.
No question, and a loss of institutional memory as
Exactly.
well, which is central to this.
That's
because
right.
when people haven't been around and you lose your senior people to ERIP, then you don't have people who actually know what happened 15 years ago. And that is a significant management problem that we're facing. You're absolutely right. So, I think you're right, Mr. Santana. Let's focus on, which is not to suggest that we suspect that there may be massive amounts of this still out there. The point is, we need to know with a high level of certainty that there is not.
That's
and
right.
so let's identify what the highest priority risk areas are that are most appropriate for additional accounting and auditing resources, so that we can make sure that we don't get into a situation where 15 years from now we're looking back and saying, how come nobody caught this?
Got it.
So thank you, and thank you again, and congratulations on the great work in turning that ship around and identifying these funds. It's obviously enormously important that we did this. So my hat's off, as Mr. Rosendahl said, to you and your staff as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything else, Mr. Engel? Okay, then with that, we are going to be in recess until next Tuesday. Thank you, everyone, for your very fast and very detailed work on all these reports. I know that our questions create a lot of staff work and a lot of burden, but as you can see from the dialogue that we've just begun today and that will continue on Tuesday, it really helps our members to make informed decisions. So thank you all very, very much. And we are in recess.
Thanks for where you went on that 42 million.
You're watching LA City View, Channel 35.
We now join our scheduled program in progress.
So, people, it's an immersive world now. So you go on a page, there's video there, there's social media. You need to bring that into the advertising itself. And so you can use video you developed. You can go and find video on YouTube that maybe is relevant to what you do.
And put it in
and
there.
just put it into the ad and let people interact with the ad.
Use multiple scenes within the ad.
Yeah, it's the exact same concept. The nice thing about an internet ad is it presents itself, like usually in a square. You see it as a banner on the page. Mm-hmm. You can make the ad transition different scenes, so you can get across more than one message. So and just take advantage of that space.
All right, third tip is to show off your new inventory with a product carousel.
Yeah.
Something that spins like you get at a sushi house.
Yeah. That's exactly right. So we, Steelhouse, we focus a lot on retail.
Yeah.
And so ultimately, people show the product. And if you have new products, show new products. And we can help you to put that in the ad and allow people to interact with the ad.
All right, number 4 is use a countdown timer for your sales.
A real simple sense of urgency. So whatever you're doing, people like they say they don't, but they do. They like deadlines. They like good deals, and they like to know when it ends. So put that in the ad.
We were talking earlier before we went on about the local radio station is looking for money to continue its classical music, and they have the same thing. They go 45 minutes to win the steak knives.
Yeah.
And then all through that 45 minutes, because you're in the car and you're sort of trapped, they keep reminding you, 10 minutes left, 5 minutes left.
Yeah.
And it creates this kind of psychological effect on you saying, I got to make that call.
Yeah, they've combined two really simple things: call to action, make the donation, and sense of urgency. Do it in the next 45 minutes.
All right, number 5 is add social media buttons.
Yeah, the best marketing is friends telling friends about something they like.
So you want buttons that say LinkedIn, Facebook, all that kind of stuff on there?
Absolutely.
And, you know, this to me is really the key to reaching a lot of people, because as their friends check you out or check out something they like, they tag their other friends. And this thing just mushrooms out. And that's why politicians are using social networking to raise money now, because it's so quick.
Yeah, I mean, it's so. I mean, it used to be if you want to tell a friend, you pick up the phone. Now you can just click a button, and now everyone you know knows about it.
So it's right there.
Yeah, that's kind of the ultimate in marketing.
Well, when the internet first came out, and everybody kind of looked at it and they go, this sort of internet highway, what's this all about? What is the future for the internet? Is it going to completely take over, or are we going to lose TV as we know it today, and we're going to get all our information and all our sales and advertising going to be there?
Well, I think, I mean, the future right now, the immediate future is mobile. It continues to be mobile. All of us are carrying the internet around in our pocket now, and using it constantly. And I think television is a big part of it. I mean, it's not tracked this way, but the highest rated show on television this fall season was on YouTube. It wasn't on network television.
Wow.
It was a ninja show from and they're now studios. They're now internet TV studios that will help you make shows for the internet.
Yeah, well, I should add.
So that's clearly part
We should add number 6 to this list on interactivity and say, put your app on there.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Because that's where it's happening.
Yeah, and any value you can provide, bring that to the consumer. They call that freemium. Like, if you can provide the consumer something they really like for free, now they have an affection for your brand, and now they're more likely to buy.
I saw an ad the other day going down the 5 freeway. It was an app for a lawyer. And the line on the billboard was, "Here's an app we hope you never have to use."
It's a good app.
Kind of reverse things. Okay, well, this expansion of the internet, are we going to keep seeing it, or is the FCC one day going to come in and put some clamps on it?
No, I think the FCC, the government, is just trying to make sure it's secure, make sure you maintain your privacy. But I mean, people are going to gravitate towards what's convenient, what's fun, and I mean, having all that power on a mobile device or on your laptop, I mean, that's going to continue to grow.
Well, I don't know if it was fate or good fortune or the will of God that brought you to the internet and advertising, but I think he picked the right person. Mark, thank you very much for coming.
I appreciate that.
And thank you for visiting us, and come back and let us know what the future looks like.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you're watching LA Business Today.
Up, college is hard. Down, those books are heavy.
My sport is football, but my passion is education.
Right up here.
So every year I take promising high schoolers on a college tour
Lights there, darts there.
to show them that higher education means a brighter future. My name is Nnamdi Asamoah. I don't just wear the shirt, I live it.
Find out how you can live United for education. Give, advocate, volunteer. Go to liveunited.org.
Do you wear this?
Spicer Danley is a dream spinner, a producer of special television and movie projects that play as well in the U.S. as they do in Puerto Rico. Her audiences are on the young side. She's currently producing a show called The Wannabes, a series that follows 6 teenagers who want to be pop stars. The show has been licensed in Germany, Austria, Latin America, Israel, Turkey, and the Netherlands. She cut her teeth on shows like The Cosbys, The Jamie Foxx Show, and The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Doreen Spicer Danley, welcome to LA Business Today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, boy, have you worked with the biggest names in show business.
I have been so blessed to have worked with them. It was fantastic. I have had a fun career.
So Will Smith, I mean, what a legendary actor, and what a career he's had here in Los Angeles.
Oh, my gosh.
Tell us about what it was like working on The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, and of course it featured Bel-Air and our local wealthy folks.
Working with Will himself, he was just fun to be around. The whole cast was great. I was the executive assistant, so I had just numerous jobs on the set. But working with Will was something that I'll always treasure. I had a chance to talk with him actually before he got on to he starred in Bad Boys. And he knew that I was going to see the film. He hadn't seen the film. And he said, I want you to tell me all the bad things. And, of course, I was afraid to tell him all the bad things.
Of course. How do you tell Will Smith
Oh,
that, well,
gosh.
you could have done this better? You could have done that better.
Well, I knew it was his first film, so he just wanted to know if there's anything that he could have done better. And I actually thought that it was more script stuff. But I told him, when you're running down the street and your shirt is fluttering open and your six-pack is showing, that made you the next black action hero.
Oh, really?
And he said, you think so? I said, absolutely.
How about that? So you told Will Smith he was going to be the next action hero even before he started doing all his other movies that were so famous. And Jamie Foxx, of course, you know.
Jamie
runaway
Foxx.
star.
I knew he was going to be huge. I could see it. I knew he was multi-talented before he even stepped on the set. So to see him soar is not a surprise.
Not a surprise at all. But you look too young to go back to the Cosby Show.
Thank you.
But you go back to the Cosby Show?
Well, I go back to the Cosbys, the one when they were retired, when Bill Cosby was retired. So that one happened at CBS Radford for I think 2 months, and I was a writer's assistant on that. And then
these are some really major shows that integrated America in so many ways. And now you're working on specifically teen shows. And we know that teens are huge consumers. So what is the business like now for shows that target teens?
I think it's huge. I really do. I mean, of course, Disney's made their business on teens in the past, I would say 10 to 12 years. Their focus has been on the teen area. And it's wide enough now that I think everyone wants to get into it. I see a lot of, even record companies are coming after the younger recording artists because they're kind of taking their, or getting their audience early, and they're growing, and they're becoming franchises. I mean, look at Miley Cyrus, Hilary Duff, Selena Gomez. I mean, the list kind of is beginning to go on. So here we are, you know, there's Justin Bieber's of
and so what is your show exactly, The Wannabes?
The Wannabes is a show about 16s who wanted to become pop stars, and they were actually kids in Texas, and they wanted to be pop stars. So I got a call to see if I would come and meet them, and I fell in love with them. They were the most beautiful, well-mannered, ready-to-go stars, and so I shopped around town and nothing happened, and then I just said, well, look, the best thing to do is to produce a pilot and maybe take it over to the international market, to MIPCOM, and see if, you know, we get any kind of response. And luckily, everyone lined up, every country. So to this day, we have over 100 countries.
And all because of you.
Oh, well, honestly, as a writer, a lot of writers and producers will find themselves out of work. And I had done The Proud Family. I had written Jump In, and that was for the Disney Channel. And when those jobs were over, I said, I have to find a new job or create one for myself. And so I said it would be great to find a group that I could produce a show around. I was a fan of The Partridge Family.
Yeah.
Now I'm dating myself.
Again, you look too young for that, but okay.
And I loved the idea of a band and a show, and, you know, so I kind of took my history of going to the performing arts high school in New York, and also the dream of trying to become a writer-producer here, and stuck them together and created the Wannabes.
And so the business of entertainment is also the business of reinventing yourself a
Absolutely.
great deal. How have you survived these past 4 years where we've really been through a tough economy, and the film and television industry's been hit really hard here in LA, but you're still slugging it out?
Well, I kind of took a page out of The Actor's book, a journal of an actor, the better, I mean, not the better ones, but the ones who survive. They constantly reinvent themselves. Why can't writers and producers do that? You know, sometimes the television industry can peg you in a hole and say, if you only write dramatic, you will, I mean, if you write dramatic, you will always write dramatic. If you write comedy, you will always write comedy. And so I kind of thought, no, that doesn't have to happen. But I was lucky to get into family television, which I absolutely loved. And I had a fun childhood. And I really found a place in kids television that I thought, now I can use all my old memories and take some pages out of my journal and
that's wonderful.
And do that. So I just
and you do shows that have redeeming values for young people, things they can hook their lives into.
Yeah, I think it's important at that stage in your life to get things that kind of feed your brain, feed your morals, and help you kind of make decisions. Because sometimes, even as a teen being taught the best at home, they sometimes want to go the wrong way. And if they're going to watch entertainment, I like to throw in a whole bunch of funny, but there's also some morals in there that they might take away and say, you know, I think I might adapt that kind of behavior, better behavior. You know, it's not abnormal to go the wrong way, but it's always great to come back around to the right way.
Well, it's good to know that there's a business for that. That there's a business model, that you are actually engendering a business model that is successful, that reinforces values that can help young people survive all the tumultuous changes that they go through from the time they're young until they're young adults. Navigate those rough and treacherous waters that is puberty and beyond, right?
It's a tough time. It's a tough time for kids. And I think even today it's even tougher because they're multitasking. If they're not up on certain things, they feel lost. They have to get good grades. They have to deal with boyfriends and girlfriends. And, you know, it's a fast-paced world, more so than when I was growing up. And they're just trying to keep up.
But you're still taking these values that you had when you grew up, and you're turning them into TV shows that are making a difference.
I hope so. I would hope so. What I love so much is that moms and dads approach me and say, I am so happy that the Proud Family came around. I'm so happy for the Wannabes because I can sit down with my kid and enjoy the show as much as they do. And see that they're getting something good out of it. So it's, you know, and then some of it's not always necessarily, you know, Disney clean, but it's definitely something good for the soul, good for entertainment.
And how do you think we're coming out of this recession? Do you think we're coming out? How are you feeling it in the television production industry?
What I love is that the President, Barack Obama, signed something called Section 181. That was, I think, maybe a few years ago. And it did wonders for the film production and television, giving people an opportunity to invest. And if there was money lost, they would it would be a tax write-off for them.
And to keep it in the United States.
And to keep it in the United States.
Because so much production's leaving the country now.
Absolutely. And I think that had ended last year, I think in December, and so hopefully it's going to come back in January, providing he's president again, even if I'm not even sure if that matters, but I'm hoping that he will continue to keep an eye on the film industry. I mean, he's been here so many times, maybe some
well,
people
definitely Hollywood has long been the pot for running for the presidency and running for a lot of big offices because so many people in the industry are so politically active and engaged in trying to make a difference. So what would be your tip to a young person coming into the industry that you're in now? How do you navigate the waters?
Well, I think it's a good time. I think getting back to your other question about the recession, I think things are getting better. I think people are loosening up, and I think filmmakers are going to have a better way to go about getting funds for their projects. And so that's going to feed into more producers, more writers, hiring people in other capacities, and I really truly think it's going to get moving again. So
and screenplays and themes that deal with young people, it's a great time for.
Absolutely. I think because this generation's having a hard time. I mean, there are troubles at home, financial troubles, troubles with drugs, worse than ever, sex is always an issue. Teen pregnancy is always an issue. So there's so many more issues on top of the conventional issues, if you will, that teens face. So there's a lot of issues to tackle, but there's also a lot of fun to be had. I mean, teens want to be entertained. They want to have a good time, obviously.
They need to be entertained. There's that constant creative energy going on. So would you say to a young up-and-coming Doreen, what would you say to him or her about breaking into the business?
I would say hone your skills, and don't be good, be great. Be excellent at what you do, and don't give up. I want people to look at this as a career, not as a job, not as something you do to create a little class film or something you're going to post on YouTube just for the fun of it. Make it something that is your life, where you are productive and you are constantly hiring more people. This way you keep other people working, you keep yourself working, you're honing your craft, and hopefully soon enough they'll write that Academy Award winning movie, or they'll write that Emmy winning show. And be it comedy, teen, or drama, it's out there for you. Just go get it.
Well, we're so glad that you decided to make LA your home.
Oh,
Doreen, thank you for coming on to LA Business Today. And you're watching LA Business Today. Election, the economic signs were not good.
And they still aren't. Analyst expectations for companies all across the board just aren't what they were predicted to be a year ago. DuPont, 3M, UPS, Xerox, all down in earnings from what was expected.
It used to be how our GNP was faring. Now these companies have to factor in the global market. As it goes, so goes our economy.
Meanwhile, the Federal Reserve has been trying to drive the economy by keeping interest rates low.
Because company earnings are down, economists are wondering whether the strategy is working.
Thanks for being with us, and look for us next time.
LA Business Today, LA's only TV talk show about business.
Don't worry, Patty. This isn't going to hurt me one bit. Hi, I'm Dr. Eric Shapiro in beautiful Encino, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35. Our city, our channel. Open wide.
Duty calls. The LAPD responds.
Be careful out there.
Working as a team to protect and to serve.
Everybody's got a gun. Leave us alone! All right, just let it go. We have a critical missing.
I lost my puppy. To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to Inside the LAPD. I'm Mary Grady, Public Information Director for the Los Angeles Police Department. Each year in the state of California, more than 300,000 people are driving around with 3 or more convictions for driving under the influence. Here in the city of LA, there are tens of thousands of those people, and a lot of them are driving on a suspended license. That's why the LAPD has the H2O program, the Habitual Deuce Offender program. Officers actually track those people to make sure that they're not on the streets and not behind the wheel of a car.
Okay, so what we're going to do today is we'll work the courts. It's just like we do every other day. Sal will be in 103, okay? Doug, if you'll cover the other courts. And then, Steve, I want you in a black and white, preferably on the south side by the parking structure. And then Lou and I will be in the undercover vehicles. We've got a list of the people that are on the cases today in the separate courts. And everybody's got a copy of those, right? Yes. Okay. We need to be at court before 8:30. So if we take off now, we should be in position. And Sal, you have my phone number?
Yes.
Okay, I'll be the contact. Same with you, Doug. So you call me, and then I'll radio the information to the other guys. We'll be on Simplex. Anybody got any questions?
I'm going to have a Chevy, and I'll be parked on the north side.
Okay. Lou, I'll have you on the south side in the truck, and I'll be on the north side also.
Okay, can I verify this guy here, see what division he's in?
119.
119?
Okay, so Sal's going to cover everything in 103, and after 103 is no longer looking like it's fruitful, then I'll talk to Doug and we'll divide it up where else I want you to go.
Roger that.
Okay? All right, let's go. Okay, so right now we have 2 officers over on the south side of the court. Okay, the reason we've got 1 officer in plain clothes is because the public defender's office actually passes out a letter warning clients or defendants or whatever you want to call them that this unit exists, and that if they have a suspended or a revoked driver's license and they drive, that we'll capture them and put them back in jail. In fact, one day we were sitting in court in Division 103, myself and Officer Gerst, and a public defender makes an announcement. There's probably 150 or 200 people in that courtroom. And he makes a blanket announcement saying, like I was telling some of my clients earlier, there's this detail out here that will secretly monitor you, and if they catch you driving and you have a suspended license, they'll put you in jail. And then he goes on to say, in fact, I think those 2 people back there in uniform are part of that detail, and identified us, so there was no point in sitting in that court and watching any longer. So now I put a plainclothes officer in that court, and then the rest of the courts, we can work in uniform. The officers that I have that normally work in there blend in so well that it hasn't been a problem yet. And they have got a large variety of experience working undercover capacity. They'll go walking in there and sit down right in the middle of everybody, and public defender will never pick up on them. So it hasn't been a problem. What I do want to do, though, is make it so that everybody is trained up in it, and it kind of gives them an opportunity to work another assignment or another aspect of this assignment. This detail started here at Valley Traffic Division, and what happened was one of the officers stopped an individual for drunk driving and booked him, and about a week later he stopped him again, and the guy says, you know, you're following me. The officer says, no, I'm not following you, but I probably ought to. And so, you know, the suspect pretty much gave him the idea. He had a supervisor at the time that was very persuasive, because this is a pretty novel idea and it had to be sold. So his supervisor went to the captain at the time and proposed that they start doing this. So they did it for like a 3-month pilot program, and it proved to be very effective, and that was 5 years ago. And since then, it's been implemented throughout our department. All 4 of the traffic divisions have got surveillance teams, and it's even been picked up throughout the state and throughout the nation. Office of Traffic Safety, which is based out of Sacramento, do a lot of the funding and grants, and part of their grants is now directed towards surveillance, court surveillance, and monitoring habitual 502 violators. Some people might be wondering why we're doing this as opposed to just out doing typical DUI enforcement, driving under the influence enforcement, or working speed locations where we've got a big speed problem, or even just answering radio calls. And to that argument, now that this unit has been in existence for a bit, the statistics are just astounding about how many repeat offenders and chronic drunk drivers are out here. The latest stats show that we share the road here in the state of California with over 310,000 people that have got 3 or more drunk driving convictions. And Office of Traffic Safety and NHTSA have done studies that indicate that that somebody that's a habitual drunk driver that's got a suspended license would be 4 times more likely to be involved in a fatal traffic accident or cause a fatal traffic accident than their licensed counterparts. So there's a huge, huge problem here, and until somebody can come up with a better idea how to handle it, this seems like, you know, the best game in town right now. The courts put restrictions on these folks and tell them they can't drive anymore, and they're on probation and they have to follow all the laws, and there's unfortunately no teeth in it. There's nobody here to enforce it until we came along. So we're enforcing what the court has ordered. Year to date, we've got 75 arrests. And once again, people that aren't really behind the program would say, yeah, but if you have 5 guys and they're out arresting 2 drunk drivers a night, you'd have far more than that. But of those 75 arrests, we've had 55 of them go to court so far and settle. Their court cases are done, and they've received a combined sentence of over 36 years of jail time. I'm hoping that these people don't get hurt out here that are innocent drivers. And if that takes us putting these people into jail time and time again, or if that takes them having a wake-up call and saying, okay, I'm going to change, either way, you know, innocent lives will be saved, and the the damage and the way people's lives are altered by these crashes could be averted. That's what I'm hoping for. I got eyes on one of our suspects, you guys. The guy with the carpenter pants. He's walking towards Van Nuys Boulevard, westbound through the courtyard. Okay, Sal, I'll take point on this guy.
Roger. Happy.
Okay, I see you. I see you. You're going to hang outside now? Okay. Is that you, Lou, or is that Steve?
Steve, is anybody following him on foot?
Negative. Sal's going to stay in the court, and he's going to monitor for the female. Okay, I got eyes on Irwin and Van Nuys. I'm waiting for this guy to show his face. Okay, here he comes through the courtyard. He's heading in a northwestern direction, approaching Sylvan. He's standing at the corner at Sylvan. Okay, he's crossing Van Nuys Boulevard at Sylvan now, westbound.
Roger, I got eyes on him. He's northbound, east side of the street, Van Nuys Boulevard.
All right, Lou, Sal just called me the female's at the bottom floor, so I may pull off at any minute and leave you and Steve Johnson with this guy, okay?
I got him. Looking at the bus stop. Like, catch the bus. Roger, is this a bus stop? He's on his cell phone.
That one guy from Santa Monica is sitting here at the Rapid bus stop at Victory and Van Nuys, and I'm going to have Lou follow him. And then
okay, I'm in position.
The female from Valencia, yeah, she'll be coming out of court any minute.
city of Los Angeles, when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
911 emergency.
I need help. My daughter's missing.
How old is your daughter?
She's 4 years old. Her name is Janelle.
I lost my puppy. Can you help me?
We have a critical missing. There is an Amber Alert, so let's look for any information you get. Pass that into the watch commander. Let's be careful out there.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
I'd be going nuts if this was my daughter.
Push units at 7855, 211 security. Vacant Ardmore at the Child Market. Suspect male, 58 west, side 500 towards Olympic. Property taking use currency. Code 3.
7855, roger.
Volume 7050 west. In pursuit of a 211 suspect southbound near the house is requesting backup. Any area that comes out of this frequency.
7955, we're still behind.
To protect and to serve.
All units, code 411 to Catalina. Suspect in custody.
Standing with our community.
Los Angeles Police Department this morning issued an Amber Alert. The suspect is driving a black Honda Civic.
Working as a team.
Hey, what's up?
I think I saw that car that you were looking for. Can you show us? Yeah. Let's go.
They take pride in what they do.
K910, code 6 on the
And when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Positive on the vehicle.
Raj. Last like 2, we have a positive on the Amber Alert vehicle. It looks like they found the car.
The LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
Be advised, Steve, she's wearing a 3/4 length trench coat that's black and white checkered, and she's got on light colored pants, and she looks just like the photo with the glasses.
Got it. Which way is she heading?
Sal, is she going to go southbound? Southbound Sylmar from the court. All right, you're still with her? All right, I'm coming around the corner. I'm at Tyrone and Sylvan right now.
Yeah, I'm going to make my way over to Calvert.
Okay, Calvert sounds like a good spot. She's crossing Delano right now. There's my black and white.
Get a car, follow her upstairs.
I'm going to follow her. Right now, she's just standing at the corner of Delano. She's hanging out by the newsstands. Sal thinks she's waiting for a ride.
Okay.
City of Los Angeles.
There is an Amber Alert.
When duty calls, the LAPD responds.
We have a positive on the Amber Alert vehicle.
Nada más te di 3 días para que te quedaras aquí.
Te dije que no tengo dinero.
Open 911 line, fighting an argument in the background.
To protect and to serve.
¿Estás lastimado?
No.
¿Cuántas personas hay aquí?
Mi hermano está en el baño y mi esposo está ahí.
Pon las manos arriba, por favor. Párese.
Okay, tell me what happened.
My sister's letting me stay there. Lleva aquí un mes, no está pagando renta. Me parece que chocó contra la pared. And he hit me.
Do you want to make a report?
No.
¿Qué usted quiere que nosotros hagamos?
Que lo saque más fuera, que se vaya.
Your brother-in-law doesn't want you staying there anymore. You all right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, está bien.
Standing with our community.
When we first got there, I didn't know what the heck we had.
1653, unknown trouble. Male and female arguing inside of a green vehicle stopped on the 6th Street Bridge. Respond code 3.
Any area that come in on Holland.
Leave us alone! Driver's got a gun.
16-253, requesting backup. 415 man with a gun. We're on the 6th Street Bridge facing westbound.
Hello. All right, show me en route.
For the officers of the LAPD, it's all in a day's work. Working as a team, they take pride in what they do.
We're waiting for your arrival. I'm not coming out of the car!
Okay, listen, we've got time to work this out.
Shut up!
Let's just talk right now.
This has nothing to do with you, man.
I know you're upset. I want you to talk to me.
911 emergency. The little girl that's missing?
Yes. 6th Brooks.
What is your name, sir? Hello? Hello? Hello?
The caller's DOA.
Get away from the car or I'll shoot her! I'm gonna kill her, man!
Listen to me. Why don't you just let her go? Girl's coming out. Hey, John, lower the gun, buddy.
Become a part of the team. The LAPD is hiring. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
You guys ready for a description?
Go ahead, Mike.
He's in 115. He just arrived. He cut all that hair off. His hair's about 1 inch long now. He's got a black long-sleeve dress shirt on without a tie, black pants, and black dress shoes. Looks like he's going to head west through the courtyard.
This guy all black.
Copy.
Yeah, all black.
Copy. Roger, copy. I'm on delay now.
Yeah, I got eyes on him. We have nothing else in court, right? All right, you might as well hang with him then. Okay, you guys, it looks like he might be braking a little bit towards the south as he gets towards Van Nuys Boulevard, but we'll let you know.
Right.
Okay, I got eyes on him. Yeah, I got him. He's approaching Delano on the east side of the street.
He disappeared between the gas station and the surplus there. Side of the street, but behind Army surplus. I got eyes on him. He's standing right in front of the store talking on the phone.
We've had him come out and leapfrog into these liquor stores and buy booze.
Yeah, he's on one of those Razor scooters. The busway on the east side of the street is south of the busway.
Okay. This looks dicey to me.
Why don't Sal and I go over to about where he lives at, and we'll wait for him to get there and see what he does there.
He's razoring down Canoga between Rocketdyne Driveway and Van Owen. That's interesting. Straight across northbound.
Okay, he made the right?
Yes, he did.
How about you?
Yes, I did.
It's hard to watch from the north side. We have to park a little bit around the corner, so if you can get a point down south, that's good. Okay, we see him pulling up now. Just walking into the house.
In the city of Los Angeles, when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
911 emergency.
I need help. My daughter's missing.
How old is your daughter?
She's 4 years old. Her name is Janelle.
I lost my puppy. Can you help me?
We have a critical missing. There is an Amber Alert, so let's look for any information you get. Pass that into the watch commander. Let's be careful out there.
To fight crime and to keep our streets safe.
I'd be going nuts if this was my daughter.
Push units at 7855, 7855, 211 security, Olympic and Ardmore at the Child Market. Suspect male, 958 West, 75 Oxford towards Olympic. Property taken, use currency. Code 3.
7855, roger.
Call in 7055, send in pursuit of a 211 suspect southbound near the houses, requesting backup. Any area not kept out of this frequency.
7955, we're still behind.
To protect and to serve.
All units, code 4, 11 to Catalina, suspect in custody.
Standing with our community.
Los Angeles Police Department this morning issued an Amber Alert. The suspect is driving a black Honda Civic.
Working as a team.
Hey, what's up?
I think I saw that car that you were looking for.
You show us?
Yeah.
Let's go.
They take pride in what they do.
K910, code 6 on the
And when duty calls, the LAPD responds.
Positive on the vehicle.
Raj. Flash Select 2, we have a positive on the Amber Alert vehicle.
It looks like they found the car.
The LAPD is hiring. Become a part of the team. Visit us at joinlapd.com.
The word's getting out there. When we first started this program, this surveillance program, where we're monitoring people on DUI probation that had suspended license, they were all coming in their cars. They were completely ignoring the orders of the court. But now, because we've been arresting these people and the word's getting out through the courts and it's getting out through their Alcoholics Anonymous meetings, now we have more and more cases where we see instances like this young man that rode from here to the bus on a Razor skateboard, and then he took the bus for about 8 miles across the valley, and then he jumped back on his Razor skateboard and took it all the way home. So that makes me feel good. That makes the unit feel good, because we know we're succeeding in getting the word out there. And so the word's out in the courts, okay? But we have to make sure that the people understand that we're not just watching them in the courts, that we're watching them at their homes, we're watching them at their work, or, you know, we're monitoring them everywhere, and they've got no idea when and where we're going to be there watching them. So they better comply with the conditions of their probation, and if they have a suspended license, they better be walking or riding a Razor skateboard.
So clearly, the results of today's surveillance is proving that this program is working. Of the 3 people that we tailed, 1 got a ride home, the other took the bus, and the third took the bus and used a Razor scooter to get home. The LAPD is saving lives by keeping drunk drivers out of their cars and off the streets. I'm Mary Grady. Thanks for joining me, and I'll see you again next time on another edition of Inside the LAPD. If you've missed any past episodes of Inside the LAPD, or you just want to see your favorite episode again, go to www.lapdonline.org. Click on the LAPD TV logo to the LAPD TV page, Scroll down and you'll find Inside the LAPD.
Testing the very definition of their motto, to protect and to serve the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department. Standing tall in the thin blue line that protects us all, they wear many hats. They willingly assume their duties as fighters of crime, as investigators and enforcers of the law, ready to respond when the calls come in, as they always do. They number close to 10,000 sworn officers, and with the aid of over 3,000 civilian employees, they guard and serve an area of 468 square miles. We salute them, acknowledging the many jobs they perform and the price they often have to pay by putting their lives on the line. As they confront the face of fire, violence, and disaster, these men and women walk toward the explosions, into the jaws of chaos, making sure we get out safe and alive, even when their own lives remain in peril. We also take special note of the leadership of the LAPD, trained in tolerance, practicing patience, which is a reflection of their leadership, setting standards of discipline that lead to polished policing. We say thank you to those who stand vigil at the edge for all of us, every hour of every day. They are the protectors of the family we call the City of Los Angeles.
Hi, this is Anna Tarian. I design eco-friendly clothing in Sherman Oaks. To watch eco-friendly programming, watch Channel 35. Our city, our channel.
In LA this week.
I'm Cindy San Luis at the corner of Broadway and Olympic here in downtown Los Angeles. Thousands of Angelinos are gathered here to speak about one particular topic. I'll have those details for you coming up next.
First responders are testing their readiness for a major disaster here on a runway at LAX. I'm Anita Bennett, and we'll take you inside the massive operation just ahead.
I'm Anna Marcos. Springtime babies at the zoo. We'll take a look at these cuddly creatures coming up.
Hello and welcome to LA This Week. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. May 1st has become an annual day of protest here in Los Angeles, usually for immigrant rights. And this year, as Congress moves closer than ever to possibly major immigration reform, the rallies take on an even more urgent tone. Cindy San Luis was downtown at this year's May Day rally.
Various
labor and human rights organizations joined thousands of Angelenos at intersections throughout downtown LA, including at the corner of Olympic and Broadway, to kick off this year's May Day rally.
May Day started as a day for labor rights, but in recent years has transformed into a protest for immigration law reform.
Yoselin Restrian is rallying for the safety and future of family and friends who are undocumented.
I wasn't born here. I have my papers, thank God. Now I'm just afraid for my family. My mom doesn't, I'm worried for my parents. What if one day something happens to them and they don't have papers?
Rabbi Jonathan Klein says the camaraderie of the crowd is a beautiful sight.
I hope that the images of this day will echo far and wide into the deepest halls of Congress so that we can finally pass an immigration policy that makes sense for immigrants who are struggling in our streets here.
Like Rabbi Klein, May Day marchers support Congress's decision to pass what's being called common sense immigration reform that will keep families together and offers a clear path to citizenship for immigrants who are in the United States illegally.
A lot of people don't want them to get deported. Some families leave without getting any notice. They want solid documents to work without fear.
Luis Santana has been in the United States for 16 years and is fighting for reform.
It's a better opportunity for work, better pay, better life. It's to live poor here and live poor in Mexico. I live here. I want to live here.
Santana brought his dog to support the cause as well. A butterfly was a symbol of choice for many at this year's rally.
You see it all around. It's to represent us coming here, flying here, reuniting with all of us immigrants, and to spread out, to spread our wing.
The march towards immigration reform has been many years in the making, and the nation will continue to watch how Congress will proceed. From the May Day rally in downtown Los Angeles, I'm Cindy San Luis for LA This Week.
LAPD was on hand to enforce the peace, but there were no major disturbances reported. About 2,000 people participated in the city's May Day marches. Next, we turn to our other big story about LAX's modernization plan. City leaders weigh the concerns of an aging Los Angeles International Airport against the quality of life of nearby residents as they cast their vote for a controversial modernization plan. Bringing Los Angeles International Airport into the 21st century can't be done without moving its northernmost runway further north. That was the opinion of the head of the city's department that oversees LAX.
Today's aircraft can have a wingspan of up to 262 feet, that's an A380, and can nose to tail be up to 250 feet. But the airfield still has runways that are 700 feet apart. So we've got aircraft that are twice as big, and they are very big pieces of metal moving at a very high rate of speed.
And the controversial plan has its supporters.
As recently as yesterday, we have something from the FAA saying, do this, it'll make it safer, more efficient, more competitive. It will take no homes, it'll take no businesses.
The LA City Council agreed, approving moving the northernmost LAX runway 260 feet further north, closer to homes in Westchester and Playa del Rey, as part of a $4.76 billion airport upgrade, but not before hearing from angry residents in those communities who cite studies that say the runway is safe as is.
Travelers do not hate our runways. They hate the terminals, they hate the access, they hate getting in and out of the airport.
First of all, there's the noise level that is already so horrific that sometimes you must stop talking if there's an airplane going over. Our traffic level is also just absolutely horrific.
This runway business is a joke besides a crazy thing to do. The real jobs are on the plate now.
Despite Councilman Bill Rosendal's support and that of a few other council members, residents who live near the nation's sixth busiest airport now brace for what they say will be an onslaught of more noise, traffic, and pollution where they call home. The modernization plan also includes a consolidated rental car facility and parking lot. A new terminal for buses and vans serving the airport will also be built on 96th Street. Over in Santa Monica, a discussion is also underway regarding the future of that city's airport. As Cindy San Luis explains, LA City Councilman Bill Rosendahl made an appearance at a meeting in Santa Monica to give voice to his constituents who live near that airport.
At a recent meeting, the Santa Monica City Council considered increasing its airport's landing fees to help reduce the airport's reliance on city funding. But residents took the opportunity to voice their concerns about the future of the Santa Monica Airport, or SMO.
I live right off Centinela, and every day in the morning and every day in the evening, you can't go anywhere.
Santa Monica Airport is the closest airport in the nation to residential homes.
Concerned for the welfare of his own West Side constituents, Los Angeles Councilmember Bill Rosendahl, who wants to see SMO closed in 2015 when lease agreements run their course, appeared before the Santa Monica City Council. He says the airport's noise and pollution adversely affects the quality of life of his residents.
All suffer an airport that 90 years ago, when we were bean fields and orange groves, it made sense. But today, it's like taking a motorcycle and putting it in a playground. It doesn't belong in such a tight urban environment.
The jets on the tarmac were generating so much fumes that I became so dizzy and woozy.
While Santa Monica leaders heard residents' complaints, the issue of shutting down the airport was not on the table. Instead, the proposal to double the current landing fees was approved.
That motion passes unanimously.
Some owners of aviation businesses felt defeated.
If you charge touch and goes, which is a large part, or landings, for a business like ours, you intently plan on putting us out of business.
The Santa Monica City Council says they don't believe the increased fee will put people out of a job. As for eventually shutting the airport down, the council agreed to hear discussions on the issue next year. I'm Cindy San Luis for LA This Week.
And we go back to LAX, where recently an emergency drill was held. The scenario, a plane goes up in flames. It was all part of an exercise to prepare rescue crews for the real thing. Anita Bennett takes us inside the dramatic drill.
On a runway at Los Angeles International Airport, first responders rush into action after a 777 explodes during a simulated crash.
Does anybody have my arm?
With dozens of volunteer victims begging for help, rescue crews spread out across the tarmac in an exercise that's meant to test their response and prepare them for the real thing.
When you get in this operated environment, create a stressful situation where it truly does test the system, test the parameters of that system. You then find out where you have gaps and where you need to have improvements.
Somebody help! Federal law requires all commercial airports hold this type of drill every 3 years. Here at LAX, the operation requires hundreds of workers from more than 20 different agencies, including the LAPD and airport police.
We have an opportunity to practice the skills that we're going to need to actually use in an actual emergency.
There's also a huge contingent of firefighters from LA City, the county, and communities surrounding the airport.
One of the biggest benefits from this is it brings together all the multiple agencies that are going to respond to an incident of this magnitude.
There hasn't been a major disaster here at the airport since 1991, but the agencies taking part say exercises like this help keep them on their toes so they're ready just in case. At LAX, I'm Anita Bennett for LA This Week.
Some of the other agencies that took part included the FBI, the FAA, and the American Red Cross. And when it comes to emergencies, earthquake preparedness is usually front and center in the minds of Californians. And now a new tool could give residents just enough warning in advance of a quake. Anna Marcos reports on this new technology.
No shaking expected in 127 seconds.
You are looking at an early prototype for Southern California's future earthquake early warning system, a system that would give residents a few seconds notice in the event of a mega quake, seconds that could save lives.
That's enough time for doctors to stop in the middle of a surgery, for utilities and factories to shut down, for elevators to stop at the next floor and open their doors, for trains to slow down to prevent derailment.
It gives us as much of a warning and as much of a leg up on an earthquake event as we'd be able to, as we can have right now.
And now city leaders have announced an influx of $5 million in federal funds to help complete the project.
This money will be used to buy 100
more stations for Southern California. We have to put seismic stations out near the faults. We're going from 300 to 400 active stations.
Places like Japan already have an early warning system, and it helped save lives during Japan's devastating 9.0 quake. City leaders plan to send early warnings through media and to all major agencies and utilities, but they're also looking into phone apps to help spread the word to the public when a big shake is on the way.
Mexico, Japan, Turkey, China, they all went and invested the money after a killer earthquake devastated their cities.
Think about what you're going to do if you get that early warning. Think about what would your plan of action be. Remember, you only have seconds to react.
The further away from a fault line residents are, the more early warning they will get. And when it comes to the big scary fault, the San Andreas, LA would get a good 50 seconds lead time. That could be enough time to save your life and someone else's. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
LA's earthquake experts say they will need another $23 million to completely install the earthquake early warning system. It could go online as early as the next couple of years. Well, the next time it rains, that water draining from city streets and into the ocean will be a lot cleaner, thanks to a new water treatment facility. Yana Kay reports.
This may look like your average grass field at the park, but looks can be deceiving. That's because buried deep underground here at Penmar Park in Venice is a massive stormwater treatment facility. It's designed to capture and clean stormwater runoff that empties into Santa Monica Bay off Venice Beach.
It is a great way to use water properly, to keep the ocean clean, and to recycle water in a place like this.
3, 2, 1.
Councilmember Bill Rosendahl and other city officials celebrated the completion of the $14 million project with a ribbon-cutting ceremony at the park in Venice. This poster board shows the construction phases of what officials say is the largest water storage tank in Los Angeles, capable of holding 2.75 million gallons of water.
Basically, you're standing on a tank that's 180 foot in diameter, 20 feet deep. So imagine an 18-story building turn on its side.
Funded by the Propo Clean Water Bond, the water treatment tank is located under the baseball field in Penmar Park at Rose Avenue, just north of Penmar Boulevard in Venice.
Being able to capture the little water that we do get, which is what this project does, is tremendously valuable for future generations.
The treated water will also be used for irrigating the Penmar Golf Course and ball fields. Officials say projects like these will not only improve our water quality and increase water supply, but will also help make our beaches and surrounding areas safer and healthier for everyone. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
City engineers now begin the final phase of the project, which is the installation of an irrigation system at Penmar Park. Work is expected to begin later this year. Pacific Standard Time is one of the biggest cultural projects in our region's history, where leading museums join together to present exhibits highlighting the rise of the art scene here in Southern California. And now the Getty Museum brings us the latest piece in the project, a tribute to LA architecture. Here's Anna Marcos.
LA as a modern architectural mecca. That's the theme as the J. Paul Getty Museum unrolls the latest installment in its Pacific Standard Time cultural program. This one is called Overdrive, LA Constructs the Future. Over the next several months, the project will unveil 11 exhibits and dozens of programs, tours, and events that highlight LA's architectural history and gifts to the world, including buildings, the car culture, highways, signs, the movie industry, and more.
From 1940 to 1990, Los Angeles became one of the most populous and influential industrial, economic, and creative capitals of the world. Architectural innovations made LA's complex landscape a vibrant laboratory for avant-garde design, an internationally recognized metropolis with its own design vocabulary, landmarks, and lifestyle.
From the beginning of the 20th century, LA has fostered
two great art forms, film and architecture.
Experts here say LA became one of the first cities to move away from historic architecture to designs which express the dreams, needs, whims, and fantasies of the 20th century. Where else will you see a Wigwam Village motel, except on Route 66 in Southern California, or this blimp-like piece of architecture?
This is a cross between a Airstream trailer and a baked potato.
Arts and culture are a vital part of our regional economy, and proof of what can be accomplished.
It's a tribute to the architects who shaped the City of Angels and their creations. The show runs from now until July 21st at the J. Paul Getty Museum. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
For more information and tickets, go to PacificStandardTimePresents.org. And one of the city's newest pieces of architecture is close to being completed. Officials say the Barker Building project downtown is part of a resurgence in the city's arts district that's also helping to preserve the area's history. Yana Kay has more.
This construction crew is hard at work building the final phase of the state-of-the-art Barker condo complex on Hewitt Street in the Arts District downtown. CityView, the investment firm involved in the project, says the Arts District is in the midst of a transformation.
The beautiful thing about this is you take an area that was once a factory and convert it into living space, and all of a sudden you have a new life for that part of the city. It's like reincarnation of that part of the city. That's what Los Angeles needs.
Mayor Antonio Villaraigosa was on hand for the celebration, saying this type of cutting-edge development is vital for the future growth of downtown Los Angeles.
This is an example. If you close your eyes, what LA is going to look like all around downtown and all around the transit corridors and the stations that we're building all across the city.
The Barker Block condos are located in a collection of loft buildings that were built in the beginning of the 20th century. Crews are working to preserve the building's historical elements, but not without challenges.
We're dealing with a very old building, so we're getting a lot of surprises in terms of brick walls that may be not as sound as we once thought they were, but everything's moving along very well.
The final phase of construction will convert an original warehouse into 68 state-of-the-art units. The entire building will be more than 72,000 square feet. This is a model unit from the completed first phase, representing some of the first units in the Arts District to be available for purchase since the recession. City officials hope this development will serve as the building block to a more vibrant downtown. I'm Yana Kay for LA This Week.
Once completed, Barker Block will consist of a total of 309 units. The LAPD makes it easy and safe to dispose of unwanted prescription drugs, a local fire station honored for its architectural flair, and an event bringing book lovers together in one place. These stories and more in City Beat. The LAPD held a prescription drug take-back event at several city locations, including this one at Kaiser Permanente in Hollywood, to help individuals properly dispose of unwanted medicines.
Many times poses a danger to a household where you got kids. Pills that are no longer being used need to be disposed of, and this is the proper way to do it.
We've had things that have been hanging around for years and years and really not knowing what to do with them. So it was a great opportunity to just clear everything out.
Public health officials say you should never flush medicine down the toilet or pour it down the drain because that gets into our water supply. The Hollywood Arts Council recently presented its 27th annual Charlie Awards, which honor individuals, businesses, and organizations that have made outstanding contributions to Hollywood's art and culture. Among the honorees was Los Angeles Fire Station 82.
If you've seen that fire station, you know why it's getting an award. It's absolutely gorgeous, and it's the architectural award, and it's for the art of the building itself.
Proceeds benefit the Project SOAR after-school art program that's conducted in 8 Hollywood elementary schools. The 18th annual Los Angeles Times Festival of Books, held on the University of Southern California campus last month, brought out every type of book lover, from those interested in novels to nonfiction to cookbooks and beyond. The Festival of Books began in 1996 with the goal of bringing together the people who create books with the people who love to read them. The The event now attracts more than 150,000 book lovers each year. The festival also featured screenings, live music, and other cultural entertainment. Port of Los Angeles Executive Director Geraldine Natz has been honored by the USC Alumni Association with the prestigious Alumni Merit Award. Natz earned a Master of Science degree in Environmental Engineering and a doctorate in Biological Science from USC. The interim Associate Vice President for Alumni Relations says Dr. Natz's leadership and success as the head of the nation's largest container port exemplifies the level of achievement that the Merit Award recognizes. What's billed as the largest Cinco de Mayo celebration in the world kicked off to an early start and in downtown LA's newest park. Gil Reyes reports on this year's Fiesta Broadway.
More than 200,000 people filled the streets between Broadway and Grand for this annual Cinco de Mayo spectacular.
Hey, just having a great time with my family.
The street fair known as Fiesta Broadway kicked off Cinco de Mayo week in Los Angeles. Cinco de Mayo, of course, celebrating Mexico's victory over much larger French forces more than 150 years ago. And a first for this year's one-day carnival. Less than a year after it opened, Grand Park across from City Hall hosted the main entertainment stage.
Grand Park is a new park that we opened in downtown Los Angeles. It provides a lot of green space, open space for everybody. Lots of great bands. And this year we're celebrating giving a recognition to the Rivera family, a dynasty that has many artists come out of that family. The most popular is Jenny Rivera.
Latin singing sensation Jenny Rivera died in a plane crash in Mexico this past December. Fans came out to hear musical tributes while enjoying springtime in Los Angeles and, of course,
the food.
Fiesta Broadway 2013 may be over, but planners already gearing up for next year's 25th anniversary bash. Organizers say they'd like to take the party back to Grand Park. In downtown LA, Gil Reyes for LA This Week.
In this week's list of things to do, a film festival downtown, a documentary the whole family can enjoy, and jazz at LACMA. Jazz at LACMA features the art of jazz as practiced by leading Southern California artists. Celebrating over 20 years at LACMA, the program continues to be one of the museum's most recognizable offerings. The latest program will be held on Friday, May 10th at 6 p.m. with the Greg Wrighton Trio. Jazz at LACMA is a celebration of LA's finest jazz musicians and has featured such legends as Wayne Shorter, John Clayton, Kenny Burrell, and many others. Over 42,000 visitors attend the program annually from April through November. LACMA is located at 5905 Wilshire Boulevard. For details, go to lacma.org. And for an evening of film, New Filmmakers Los Angeles invites you to join them for the Saturday, May 11th film screening series and after-party event at the AT&T Center downtown. Doors open at 5:30 p.m. and the event goes until 11:30. The AT&T Center is located at 1139 South Hill Street. The event includes a pre-screening reception, the film screening, and an after-party for each program. You will have the opportunity to meet the directors of each film, the actors, and participate in a live audience Q&A. Go to newfilmmakersla.com for ticket and film information. For something the whole family can enjoy, head on over to the Hammer Museum at 10899 Wilshire Boulevard on Sunday, May 12th for the screening of Winged Migration. The film is part of the museum's Family Flicks film series. The film, recommended for ages 7 and above, will be shown from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. This documentary takes the audience to each continent where it follows countless birds in their natural migratory journeys. The film is truly a bird's eye view of the spectacle of nature. All Hammer public programs are free, but you will need to pick up tickets at the box office. For details, go to hammer.ucla.edu. And that's a look at some upcoming things to do. It's a springtime treat for visitors to the Los Angeles Zoo. A handful of cute and cuddly newborn baby animals, some of which are on the endangered list. Anna Marcos takes a look at what the stork flew in.
It's feeding time for these 5 little tykes at the LA Zoo's nursery. The peninsular pronghorn's natural habitat is Baja, but they are extremely endangered animals. This baby boom is part of the zoo's effort to take part in a recovery project to repopulate the pronghorns. Only between 50 and 250 remain in the wild due to ranching practices and loss of habitat, but they have 2 strong survival traits going for them: speed and stamina.
Okay, the only thing faster than them in the world would be a cheetah. And a cheetah can run quickly, you know, in a burst of speed. These guys can run like 40 to 60 miles per hour for up to an hour or more.
The pronghorns aren't the only springtime arrivals. There's a baby black duiker, which is a type of antelope, a baby takin, which looks a little like a prehistoric moose when fully grown, but is really more of a goat. There's also a baby sifaka monkey and a baby gerenuk, a type of sleek, dainty gazelle with a definite herd mentality.
You can kind of see that mentality as well. They're sticking together right there. So the dominant male, if he would choose to run, the rest of them would run with him.
The names of these babies are a handful. There's a baby gerenuk, a black duiker, a sifaka, a takin, and 5 pronghorns. But the key word to remember here is cute. They're all cute. How cute are they?
That much. I'm interested how they're like different than the bigger animals. They're like cuter and they're a little more hard to see. I'm surprised that they can go on their hind legs to get leaves. And I'm surprised that they can run as fast as a cheetah.
These babies have some growing up to do before they reach cheetah speeds, but they're not as fragile as they look. At 4 days old, these little ones can already outrun a grown man. I'm Anna Marcos for LA This Week.
The Los Angeles Zoo has taken part in the Peninsular Pronghorn Recovery Project since the year 2000. And that's going to do it for this edition. Thanks for joining us. I'm Ellen Chang. A reminder that you could catch us online at lacityview.org. You can also follow and like us on Facebook. We'll see you back here next week for more of LA This Week.
Փոսով քվեարկելը հեշտ է։ Ամեն ոք կարող է քվեարկել փոստով։ Բոլոր քվեները պետք է ընդունվեն քվեարկության փակումից առաջ ընտրության գիշերը։ Միայն լրացրեք ձեր քվեն, ստորագրեք, կնքեք եւ ուղարկեք։ Շատ հեշտ է։ Մի սպասեք, քվեարկեք փոստով հենց այսօր։
Hi, I'm Craig Irwin in Los Angeles.
Hi, I'm Trenton Irwin, and you're watching LA City View, Channel 35, our city, our channel.
Okay, good morning. I want to welcome you all to your Los Angeles City Council meeting. Thank you. I want to welcome you to your Los Angeles City Council meeting. Today is May 8th. This council meets every Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 10 a.m. If you want to speak on an item, there are cards in the back. We do not, Mr. Clerk, have a quorum at this time, so I will start today off with Mr. Tom LaBonge and a presentation. Mr. LaBonge, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning on this beautiful Wednesday. I had a beautiful hike in the morning in Griffith Park, and I was on the top of Mount Hollywood. I looked throughout the basin. It's a beautiful day, and I want to welcome the new director of the Autry Museum here, the president and CEO of the Autry National Center in Griffith Park, Richard West, Jr. Come here, Richard. Thank you very much. Give him a hand. As you know, years ago, Mayor Bradley and John Ferraro got together with Gene Autry, and they said they should have a museum on the history of the West. That was the driving force of Gene Autry. And all that came together in land that was unutilized out there next to the Golden State Freeway on the northwest part of the zoo parking lot. That being said, Richard came into town just at the beginning of this year to assume the leadership in December to facilitate the new phase of the institution's development as a museum dedicated to sharing diverse stories and experience that are all about the American West. And we all know how important the museums are in our county, in our city, from the observatory and the astronomy, which was such a special place, to the Natural History Museum and Exposition Park, the African American Museum, on, and the Getty Museum, and all these museums. I even like the Neon Museum. But all that together, Richard West was the founding director of the Smithsonian's National Museum of the American Indian, and he guided the successful opening of 3 facilities that comprised that museum, and he oversaw the creation of the George Gustav Hay Center in New York in 1994. He did a lot of work in this, but we have a very special man who's come in so many ways. And if you ever get to Washington to see the work that he's done on the mall, in the Mall Museum, etc., 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 he's had a long list of successes, which is going to be our success here in Los Angeles with the Autry National Center. Before he was in the museum business, if I could say that, you practiced law. Practiced law in Albuquerque, New Mexico for the firm of Grover, Stenson, West & West, and was associate attorney and partner then in their Washington office, and had many successful areas of where you worked in solving problems where there were disputes. You're a problem solver. You're one who brings people together and you make a difference. Richard is a member of the boards of the Kaiser Family Foundation, the Native Arts and Culture Foundation, the Center for Native American Youth, among others. He serves on the boards of the Ford Foundation and Stanford University, and he serves in various capacities across the United States on the American Association of Museums and International Council of Museums. He holds a bachelor's degree in American History from the University of Redlands here in San Bernardino, where he was born in San Bernardino, right off Route 66, not far from the Santa Fe Yard, which has that all in the blood and history of him. He's a citizen of Cheyenne, Aparo Nation of Oklahoma, a peace chief for the Southern Cheyenne. He's got real native blood in him. He's a very special guy, and on behalf of this city council and on behalf of the people of Los Angeles, I want to officially welcome you here in that nice pinstripe suit you got there. And I want to tell you, Richard, we're counting on you to bring it together. Now the Autry Center, the Southwest Museum, and all the challenges that we had, you're a problem solver. And you're going to solve problems and make people know about our history, which is so special of the American West. So, members, if we could right now, I'd like to present this to W. Richard West, Jr., an official welcome as President, CEO of the Autry National Center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Give him a little hand there. Give him a little exercise.
Take a round of applause.
Thank you.
And before Mr. West speaks, I'd like to take a moment and thank Mr. West for his presence here in City Hall, but more importantly, his work with the Autry Museum. We've had some very productive discussions on how we could work together in celebrating the Southwest Museum, the museum that was founded and built by Charles Loomis, the city's very first librarian. And it has been very clear the value and historic significance of that structure has been felt and has been shared by Mr. West and the Autry Museum. Now our challenge as a city, how do we step up to support this great facility, this great institution, and continue growing the presence of the Autry Museum with the Southwest. And I am very, very fortunate to know that we have such a great person with great experience in working in this field. Thank you, Mr. West, for joining us here in Los Angeles and in the chambers.
Thank you.
The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. Councilmember LaBonge, Councilmember Reyes, Council President Wesson, and members of the City Council, thank you very much for this kind and very generous welcome this morning. After spending a number of years in Washington, D.C., I'm delighted to return to my roots here in Southern California. I'm especially honored to be leading the Autry National Center. The Autry is an important part of the fabric of the arts, culture, and education communities, and of the history of the city and the broader Los Angeles area. Our collection of Native American and Western American art and artifacts is among the most extensive and renowned in the country. We are very proud of the collection and the contribution the Autry makes to the city and the broader Los Angeles area. We take our responsibility as the stewards of this historic collection very seriously. The Autry also takes seriously its important role in the communities we serve. We have a long history of partnering with area schools and other organizations to provide unique educational and cultural programs for all age groups. We're very proud of the work and its contribution to serving our diverse Los Angeles area communities. In addition to our ongoing work with Councilmember LaBonge on the Autry Centerpiece Griffith Park campus, I would also like to acknowledge the efforts of Councilmember Reyes, who has been working with us and others to explore potential uses, possible partners, and appropriate roles for the city and others in support of a viable future for the historic Southwest Museum campus on Mount Washington. Thank you to all members of the City Council for this kind welcome to Los Angeles. I'm delighted to be here. We look forward to welcoming you and residents of the Los Angeles community on your next visit to the Autry Museum. And I will say that for those of you who have visitors tags on...
Say it loud. This is special today.
For those of you who have visitors tags on now, if you bring those visitor tags to the Autry, you will receive free admission.
Free admission, all right. All right, good job. Richard, thank you very much.
Congratulations, sir.
And Mr. President, just to let you know, my wife Bridget and I, and I don't know if it was before we were married, this is on Saturday morning, they used to have the reruns of the Autry, Gene Autry show.
Yes.
One time he got in a fight, Mr. President, and he came in and he broke it up. And he said, well, we better write off to the Board of Supervisors. They'll settle it. So he always had the mind, Mr. Autry, of that there is a governance, there is a West, there is a need for all that. And he wrote off to the Board of Supervisors, and they saw Zeb, and, well, that's the next story. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Councilor LaBonge. So, Mr. Clerk, what do we have before us?
We do have a quorum, sir. Alarcon, Buscaino, Englander, Garcetti, Weezer, Carrasco, Corin, LaBonge, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Zine, Wesson, 13 members present, and a quorum, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. And let's move to the next item.
Approval of the minutes.
Let's move the minutes. Yes. Councilmember Zine moves. Councilmember Krikorian seconds. Next item.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Councilor Weezer moves, and Councilor Perry seconds.
Mr. President, at this time, would you like to run through the agenda?
Yes, please.
Items 1 through 7 are noticed for a public hearing.
Do you have cards in those items?
Sir, we have cards on item 1 only.
Okay. So let's... Any special members on items 1 through 8? 1 through 7? Seeing none. Let's open the row, close the row, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Mr. President, items 8 through 13 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Without objection, those items are before us. Do we have any cards on these items, Ms. Clerk?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on items 8, 9, 10, 12, and 13.
Okay,
I'd like to hold 9 and 10 as well.
Item 10, okay.
9 and 10, please.
9 and 10. Okay. Okay. Any specials on the items, members? On the balance of the items? Seeing none. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay. Next.
Mr. President, that takes council back to items called special or general public comment.
Let's go to the items called special.
That brings us to item number 1 called special for cards.
Okay, item 1, we have John Walsh on item 1.
The law says I have to speak on number 1. Go to hollywoodhighlands.org or jwalshconfidential.wordpress.com. This is about street lighting. Well, I want to talk about street lighting where these people live, here. And I want you to know that the entire city of Los Angeles is against SCIG.
Sir, you are off the topic. You are disruptive to the meeting. Please stay focused on the agenda.
I'm focused on street lighting. And the street lighting will be very negatively impacted in this area of the city
Sir,
when
again,
SCIG goes through. Okay, I'm
District
not going to fight with this
14,
guy.
denying process to confirm. You are now disruptive to the meeting. That's your second warning. Seeing other speakers on the queue, on public comment, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Next item.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 8 called special for cards.
Item number 8, we have Arnold Sachs and John Walsh. Arnold Sachs, are you in the room? Mr. Walsh, please come forward.
John Walsh, blogging at hollywoodhighlands.org. I want everybody to realize Garcetti is not here. He's running for mayor. Vote against him. He's running for mayor. Whichever side
He
you're
is
on,
not
he's
talking
running
about
for
this
mayor.
item. He is, again, not talking about an item.
hollywoodhighlands.org. And also part of chairman of the White Guys for Wendy group.
Mr. Walsh, you stay focused. This is about the escrow program. You are being disruptive to the meeting.
About crooked landlords and the job you're doing against them. They're doing a very good job against crooked landlords. Very good job. Keep up the good work. Anybody but Garcetti for mayor. He's not here.
Sir, you are being disruptive. This is your third warning. Is Arnold Sachs in the room? I don't see Arnold Sachs. That does close public comment. Let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Okay.
Mr. President, that brings us to item number 12 called special for cards.
Okay, item 12. We do have Arnold Sachs and John Walsh on item 12. Mr. Walsh?
I pass. I want to get on with it.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh passes for the record. Arnold Sachs. Do we find Arnold Sachs? He is not present. Seeing no one on the queue, let's open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Next item.
That brings us to item 13, called Special for Cards.
John Walsh, on item 13. John Walsh, you are next. He passes for the record. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, now we're going to go to item 9. So I want to explain the rules of engagement. We're going to do a presentation, and Mr. City Attorney, stop me if I'm wrong. We're going to do a presentation from staff, and then after that, we will go into public comment.
Actually, after that, the appellants will be given 3 minutes each.
Well, I was going to say that. They'll be called up first, and they'll be given 3 minutes each appellant. And then we'll go into regular public comment on the items.
Correct, on both 9 and 10 after the appellants speak.
Do we have to vote on 9 before we get to 10?
Before 10 gets voted on, yes.
Okay. All right, so let's bring up the staff, and I want to welcome the mayor of Long Beach and the mayor of Carson are with us today. Good morning.
Is this on? Is this ready? Oops. Good morning, council members. Oops, let me go back a minute there. You have received 7 appeals to our board certification of the EIR for the Southern California International Gateway Project, an off-dock rail yard that's located 4 miles north of the port. BN wants a railroad close to the port so that trucks don't have to travel down the 710 freeway to access their trains. This is a state-of-the-art green facility. It's going to operate differently than the existing near dock that we have north of the port, because the containers coming into this yard will be loaded from truck directly to rail. That means this yard will only have 10 hostlers instead of the typical 100 hostlers, and I might add that those 10 hostlers will be all LNG fuel. This yard will they're sending me a note to introduce myself, Geraldine Natz, Executive Director of the Port of Los Angeles. All of the switcher locomotives at this yard will be Tier 3 from day 1. All the locomotive switchers and the mainline locomotives will have automatic switch off for after 15 minutes. It's going to be a modern facility with energy efficient directional lighting. There's going to be no horns used in the yard, and all the trucks will be GPS tracking and guidance systems so that they don't go through the neighborhoods. The site has been zoned heavy industrial since 1933. On the west side is Dominguez Channel and refineries. On the left side is the Terminal Island Freeway, the Southern California Edison right-of-way, and then you hit residential areas and school. So if BN wants to be closer to the port, why not put the yard down in the port? There's been an important factor that wasn't even raised yesterday in the hearing or Monday, the hearing Long Beach held about whether or not they could accommodate SCIG on their PRS. The City of LA and the City of Long Beach gave up the rights to have proprietary rail yards within the port proper in 1994 with the Alameda Corridor agreements. So all rail yards in the port have to be open to all comers. No company is going to invest $500 million a yard that they're committed competitor will be able to use. So why not just use OnDock? On any given day, our terminals do not generate, say, enough boxes that have to go to Memphis or have to go to another location. So they need a central collecting place in order to bring those containers so that a train can be built as close as possible to the port. People have asked about landfill. I personally looked at a long, skinny landfill built right along the city boundary. The cost of landfill these days for something like this would be about $1 billion, and we have insufficient mitigation credits for it. With this slide, I hope to clear up a misconception about this project. This is the nitrogen oxide concentration at specific locations close to the project, such as the Bethune School, Cabrillo High School, Hudson School, and the park. With SCIG is the blue line. Without SCIG is the red line. This project improves conditions at the site. It not only improves conditions regionally, but at those sensitive receptors next to the site. Yes, if you look at that black line on the graph on the left, you see the National Ambient Air Quality Standard. The project is not meeting that, but the project is getting a lot closer to that line. And these graphs do not even take into account the advent of zero emissions, which was a condition that our board put on this project. So we're not taking credit for when those zero emission trucks start rolling in the graphs that you see before you. The same way with diesel particulates. At the site, the project conditions are much better with the project. Our board adopted a mitigation measure to transition to 90% LNG trucks over a period from the year 2016 to 2026. These are date-specific requirements. The lease, which our board adopted, actually gives the Burlington Northern 7 years to construct this project. There's also a 5-year tolling agreement in the event of litigation, which means that by the time the project opens, they would be already up to 85% LNG trucks. Probably most significant about this project is the condition adopted by our board that basically commits the project to using zero-emission trucks as soon as they are deemed feasible. We cannot tell you today what that date is. We don't know, but the way the permit was established, the Port of Los Angeles Board of Harbor Commissioner and the Port of Long Beach Board of Harbor Commissioners are the two entities that will determine when those all-electric trucks are feasible, not the BN Railroad. We are also requiring the BN to fund $3 million towards the zero-emission demonstration. Once this project gets through the approval process and a technical committee gets together, they will determine the ramp-up for those zero-emission trucks. The project calls for 50% Tier 4 locomotives and 40% Tier 3 locomotives in use at SCIG by the year 2023. We have to recognize that today there are no Tier 4 locomotives the railroad can go out and buy. The schedule is hopefully they'll start being available in 2015, although our own research indicates it may not be until 2017. I will emphasize here there is no federal or state requirement for Tier 4 locomotives. Here again, the City of LA is leading the way when it comes to these advances in technology. Now I can't get the slides to advance. There we go. The project includes sound wall along the entire length of the project. They are located on the other side of the Terminal Island Freeway to protect the citizens from both the SCIG project and the freeway. Those sound walls are shown in light green, and you can see they're by all the sensitive receptors, which are the red dots. In addition, there are blue sound walls around the actual facility as well. There are no interior
That way. That way. Point that way. The computer's over there.
Oh, to get this slide, okay. There are no interior noise significant impacts in the residents or the schools as a result of this project. From day one, there always was a landscaped buffer in this project, and we've highlighted that area in green on the project. It was not required by CEQA, but it was a special condition that our board also adopted as part of this project. There is an opportunity to also do landscaping on the east side of the Terminal Island Freeway next to the sound wall. We work with the neighborhood. We haven't defined what is in this landscaped area. It could be trees, it could be shrubs. That's something that will be defined as we go forward. There have been extensive discussions with 5 displaced businesses regarding alternative sites. Our tenants are all on holdover leases or revocable permits. We have already identified some locations for some of these tenants, and those discussions are ongoing. I want to conclude by just highlighting some of the project benefits. The Burlington Northern is investing over $500 million into this project. They're going to create a lot of jobs, 1,500 construction jobs and over 1,000 direct and indirect jobs. But more importantly, BN is our strategic partner. We've been before you before talking about the competitiveness issues, about how Chicago is the battleground. The railroads can make or break us in this battle against the Panama Canal and against growth of ports in Canada. And we're working with them like never before. BN's motto is the best coast is the West Coast. They have a national strategy. They're trying to move that battleground to Kansas City where they can control it, where the Canadians don't have access. We like that strategy. We think that's the way to protect our competitiveness in the future, and we urge you to support this project.
Thank you. Cindy, did you want to say something?
No,
Commissioner?
I'm here to answer questions later, but the board looked at this seriously. It's been a project that's been underway for all of the 4 years that I've been down on the board of the Harbor Commissioners. It was actually started by my predecessor. An RFP went out in the mid-2000s to say, do we need this railroad and who wants to bid for it and build it? The EIR, which has been 4 years, 5 years in the making, when it was released last year, we recirculated and did an amendment with public input and comment because of the concerns about the standards that we utilized. I think the most important graph that was put up there in Geraldine's presentation was the one that showed the red line and the blue line. That is important to focus on. That red line is what exists today on pollution. It's up on the screen. That is without this project. The blue line is all of those pollution measures with this project, with the standards of LNG, with the standards of electric trucks, with the standards of better, higher level locomotive service. And underneath is where those measures were taken and where this impact will be felt. It's the schools in Long Beach, it's the residents in Long Beach, it's those receptors that are nearby in the city of Long Beach. If this project isn't built, those communities live with the red line. If this project is built, they live with the blue line and better, and recognize that that is a very, very conservative analysis. So we hope to do even better than that. But this is what the product of the environmental impact says.
Okay, thank you. Now, if you guys could move over to one of the side aisles, I'd like to call forward the old friend, the Mayor of Long Beach, Mayor Foster, if you please come up. And also at the table, I'll have the Coalition for Clean Air representative. I believe that's Dave Pettit. And Fast Lane Transportation, Peterson Law Group.
Mr. President, you want him at the podium or the table?
I want him to make us sit at the table.
Okay.
Please. And so I see two bodies, Mayor, but I'm short one. And sir, you're with who?
I'm David Pettit from NRDC.
Okay, where's Fast Lane Transportation, Peterson Law Group? Okay, come to the table. Each one of you will be given 3 minutes.
Good morning,
Each appellant, starting with the mayor.
Good morning, council members and President Wesson, and it still sounds a little strange to say that, Herb, instead of Mr. Speaker. I'm Bob Foster, the mayor of the city of Long Beach. I will try to be succinct and non-repetitive appellant that I always want when taking testimony sitting on appeals. So let's see how this goes. Over the past 6 or 7 years, our two cities and our two harbor departments have made so much progress together. From implementation of the Clean Air Action Plan, the adoption of the Clean Trucks Plan, the tariff and fee incentives to boost use of cleaner vessels, fuels, shoreside electrification, and at least in the Port of Long Beach, a $4 billion construction program for projects to create modern facilities that are cleaner and more efficient than the ones they replaced. That's good for jobs, good for the environment, and good for global commerce. While there was disagreement at times on implementation of those specific programs, we became worldwide leaders and the standard for other port cities to emulate. At the most basic level, one would hope that the SCIG EIR would be a continuation of that narrative, environmental stewardship that these two cities and our communities have come to expect from the harbor development projects. Regrettably, the SCIG proposal is something very different than our recent successes, and frankly, these communities deserve better. SCIG will take what is essentially a flat piece of land and activate it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, with 8,200 truck trips every day, carrying 1.5 million containers in the immediate vicinity of 4 schools. And that doesn't consider the activity from the actual trains that will number in the thousands annually and operate at distances shockingly close to homes, in some cases a little more than 20 feet. So my city is down 1,200 long-term jobs from displaced businesses. You heard about creation of jobs. This thing creates about 400 plus jobs on a permanent basis, but it displaces 1,200 good jobs right now, permanent jobs. Up to 8,200 truck trips a day, and down from nearly downwind from the attendant particulate matter from thousands of locomotive engines annually. It's not a good trade-off for the city of Long Beach. A similar project in scope and cost approved by this body included nearly $67 million in environmental enhancement projects and mitigation funding. The EIR for this project proposes a short sound wall along the Terminal Island Freeway and some minor plantings, and a recognition that there are elements of the project that just cannot be mitigated. And in that case, despite what state law calls for, nothing to fund even the bare minimum to help pay for air filters and new windows in neighborhood houses, nothing. It is very hard for me to accept that this council values the quality of life of people in your city more than to do a kid in my city.
Wrap it up, Bob.
All right, I will. It's a concept of externalities. And Mac, what's really happening here is this project is in your jurisdiction. The impacts are in the city of Long Beach. We work cooperatively together. This project can be made better, but the Harbor Department has not done that. And parenthetically, I know that you've been told that I have not met with them. I've met with Cindy Misikowski back, I think it was either in September or October. I've talked on the phone. We've had several meetings with BNS for over a year. There has been no progress.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next is the Coalition for Clean Air.
Good morning and thank you. My name is David Pettit. I'm a lawyer with NRDC. I'm here representing the Coalition for Clean Air, East Yards Communities for Environmental Justice, and NRDC. I'd like to respond point by point to some of the points that Dr. Nats made. I should say I have tremendous respect for Dr. Nats, but here we disagree. With respect to on-dock rail, one thing that she did not point out is the port is right now building and planning on building hundreds of millions of dollars worth of on-dock facilities. If those were truly worthless and they couldn't form up trains to go to Chicago and the like, they wouldn't be doing that. But they are doing that. On-dock, in our view, is a real possibility here. And I think if the mayor made one phone call, that the engineering problems would be solved and we would see a new facility in the harbor, just like we saw Pier 400 and we're going to see Pier 500, and that could be built and it could do everything that the current and planned on-dock facilities could do in terms of moving boxes to Chicago and elsewhere. In terms of making the air better, that is a misstatement, and it exposes one of the fundamental flaws in the EIR, and that is games were played with another BNSF facility called the Hobart Yard in the City of Commerce. In terms of evaluating air quality, the Hobart emissions, current emissions, were evaluated in the CEQA baseline, but then it's like Hobart disappeared from the face of the earth, and those emissions were not, the future emissions were not evaluated. That's a cruel joke, because we know that Hobart will be in use, and any capacity that's freed up at Hobart because of SCIG will quickly be filled, but the EIR is pretending that that's not going to happen. With respect to LNG trucks, there is no reason that this facility could not be run with 100% LNG trucks on day one. You can go buy them right now in a truck store. It's good that BNSF is committed to phase them in. They shouldn't have to phase them in. They should be all LNG on day one. With respect to locomotives, there's a similar problem. They say they'll phase in the Tier 3s. They have the fleet to have all Tier 3 locomotives on day one. Yes, it would be logistical problem for them. It's a huge railroad, and I have every confidence that they could make it happen if they want to make it happen. Let me close by saying that for us and our clients, this is a civil rights issue. The EIR frankly admits that there will be a much worse impact of this project on the neighboring low-income communities of color than anywhere else. If this goes to litigation, we're going to file a Title VI complaint with the Department of Transportation, a civil rights claim in the state court, and I don't think anyone on this council wants to have that as their legacy as part of this project. But if the appeals are denied, that's what's going to happen. Thank you.
I'll hold my tongue. I was going to say something, but I'm not. I'm going to be good council president today. Okay, Peterson Law Group.
Council President, may my client Pat Wilson go first, please?
Mr. President, members of the council, my name is Patrick Wilson, and I'm president of Fastlane Transportation, the only owner-occupied property on which stands to lose its property as a result of the SCIG project. We are in the container trucking, storage, and repair business, all port-related and dependent services, and are located in an appropriate industrial area with no impact to residents. Eminent domain. These are two of the most frightening words a business owner can ever hear. I am no stranger to eminent domain, as I am now facing this unilateral action for the second time in 10 years, having had a portion of my business property condemned by the Alameda Corridor Transportation Authority. I've always been a supporter of this project. When the draft EIR was issued, I felt that the taking of my property was going to be at least partially mitigated by relocating my business to a smaller site adjacent to my remaining property. However, when the recirculated draft EIR was released a year later, our relocation by the port was reduced to, just kidding. We only want to analyze the impact if you were relocated here, but we have no intention of doing so. As a business owner, I've been facing uncertainty for 8 years as a result of this project. As elected officials, you face uncertainty all the time. The difference? You chose to run for elected office. I didn't get a choice with regard to this project. Facing uncertainty for 8 years has resulted in the following. Reduction in property value. Who would want to buy property knowing that it was subject to being taken by a government agency? Financial distress. Rumors and innuendo from competitors, loss of goodwill and reputation with customers, and most importantly, difficulty with employee hiring and retention. Who would want to work for a company with such an uncertain future? Finally, inability to make long or even moderate-term decisions affecting infrastructure improvement and employee comfort. All of these problems and concerns would go away if the threat of eminent domain was eliminated. BNSF has the ability to waive their authority to take our property. Also, you have the ability to exempt my property from acquisition as part of the project. This would then result in equitable discussions regarding the value of our property and a provision for the relocation without the specter of a giant locomotive barreling down on me. The only commitment BNSF has made to me is to pay fair market value for my property. I can get this from anyone. As BNSF stated in a recent letter to me, quote, "Thank you for making time to meet with us many times over the last several months. Together, we have not found an alternate location. However, we will continue to use our best efforts to seek alternate locations for some or all of Fastlane's operations." What if we don't find an alternate relocation site? They're still going to take my property. So now I have a commitment to be paid for my property for what anyone else would pay, and no commitment for the preservation of my business of 34 years and the jobs for 100 plus people, including all the members of my family who work for me. Also, if we are forced out of business, the result will be over 10,000 containers being relocated to other storage sites in Wilmington, mostly in residential areas. I respectfully urge you to accept my appeal and send the EIR back to Port staff and Commission and direct them to honor the spirit and letter of the draft EIR, which unequivocally states that Fast Lane will be relocated.
Thank you. Thank you all. If I could get you to return to, no, it's 3 minutes per. So if you're either with Mr. Pruitt or Mr. Foster, so they've spoken. So if you could return to your seat, I'd like to call the next group of appellants, Coalition for a Safe Environment. I think Jesse Marquez is going to speak on their behalf. Do we have Ms. Matsumoto from the Long Beach School District? If you could please come forward. And Barry, where are you, Barry Wallerstein? Barry, hey, good to see you. Come on up from AQMD. So, Jesse, why don't we defer to Ms. Matsumoto? So you're up. 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the City Council. My name is Carrie Matsumoto. I am the Executive Director of Facilities for the Long Beach Unified School District. The school district has been following the progress of the proposed GIG project and has previously submitted several comment letters with our concerns, so I will keep my comments short today. In addition, the district has filed an appeal to the certification of the final EIR. The district believes that the EIR is inadequate and does not identify impacts to schools and students, but instead the EIR masks the true impacts of the project. In addition, we feel that the EIR does not identify appropriate and sufficient mitigation to our schools. The district strives, and our sole goal is to provide a safe learning environment for our students, and therefore we cannot support a project that would pose any health risk to our students and our staff. Many West Side schools were built prior to the 1940s, even in the 1930s, before the existence of rail yards. Therefore, we have strong reservations and concerns with the close proximity of this project to so many of our schools. Therefore, we are formally requesting that the LA City Council rescind the certification of the SCIG EIR. Thank you very much.
Jesse, you ready, or you want to go to Barry? You ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Jesse Marquez. I'm Executive Director, Coalition for a Safe Environment. I'm also representing 3 other appellants. Ricardo Polito of Community Dreams, Drew Wood, California Kids, IEQ, and Pastor Alfred Carrillo. Now, all of them are here but have not been allowed, even though they are appellants. We appealed the project because we have several major issues with it. Number one, we don't have a problem if an intermodal facility is actually needed. The fact of the matter is, one is not needed for at least 10 years. The Alameda Corridor was built, and we were told, the public was sold a bill of goods, that it would be used to take trucks off the freeways. Well, the fact of the matter is, it's been operating at 30 to 35 capacity for the last 10 years because there's no mandate to maximize it out. The other issue we have is they want to propose to build it off Port Thailand's property. We have identified Pier 500 as the ideal location. Regardless of Dr. Knott says there's reasons not to, there's actually no legal reason it can't. The Port of LA is number 17th in the world standing right now and has been dropping every few years. Why? Because it's not modern. It's not logistically designed to be the best facility. The top 10 facilities in the world all have on-dock rail, and the on-dock rail is also dockside to the ships, so you can unload directly onto it. That does not apply and happen here at the Port of LA. Technologies, they talked about LNG technologies. Well, the fact of the matter is, Port of LA did not contact not one of the alternative technology companies. I spoke with Vision Motor Corps. Their zero emissions hydrogen gas fuel truck has been certified by CARB. You don't see it anywhere in the inventory. We talk about zero-emission trains. American Maglev Technology has for over 4 years proposed to build a demonstration project free at no charge to the public, and the Port of LA has refused to allow it. It does not have to be done on port property, so it interferes with anything. There are terminals that are not being used half the time during the year, such as the import car terminal, and there are container storage yards where it can also be built. It's a zero-emissions technology. also willing to build their manufacturing facility in Wilmington, in Los Angeles. Advanced Cleanup Technology has the AMIC system, which is the bonnet that goes over to capture ship emissions. Even though they say ships are not part of this project, if you build it, they will come. This terminal will allow additional ships to come in. The ports claim that prior EIRs have mitigated this project. That's not true. Only a few projects have had recent EIRs. Others are outdated. Technologies like this did not exist before, but it is a proven technology. It's been proven on 6 ships at the Port of LA and been 100% successful. The Alex, which is the locomotive exhaust capture system, has been proven at a Union Pacific Railroad in Roseville, and it was 100% successful.
Thank you.
I also have right here, I'm submitting for the official record, over 3,000 pages of documentation that support our claims on our technologies and regarding the public health impacts.
Thank you, sir. Sergeant, would you get those documents? Barry, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. President and council members. I'm Dr. Barry Wallerstein. I'm the Executive Officer of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I am appearing here today on behalf of our governing board. I want to emphasize that the AQMD has in its entire history never appeared before any body to oppose a project until today. We took this step because the pollution from the SCIG will harm public health and because the project does not include feasible mitigation measures as required under CEQA. With SCIG, truck trips to the project site will double, and the trains will operate, as you've heard, as close as 20 feet from homes, all in a community already impacted by port pollution. The community includes tens of thousands of low-income residents, numerous schools, and one of the nation's largest homeless veteran centers in the entire country. This filter shows the type of air pollution that exists in the community today. It's a January sample of particulate pollution. It came from an AQMD monitor at Hudson Elementary School near the SCIG site. The filter paper goes in pure white, and it came out this way just after 1 day, and the dark color indicates highly toxic emissions. The SCIG project EIR found that the project will significantly increase particulate emissions and that nitrogen oxides emitted from the project will more than double compared to without the SCIG. Despite this, BNSF, and we heard this morning the port, argue that pollution levels in the adjacent community will be lower. Our review with our air quality experts indicates that that is not so, that the EIR overstates future pollution levels without SCIG, making the project appear more beneficial. So we strongly disagree with the chart that has been presented to you. More importantly, the EIR finds that SCIG will cause community nitrogen dioxide levels to exceed the federal outdoor air quality standard for NO2. That could potentially subject our region to federal sanctions. The project must be as clean as it can be, but the lease does not require 2 feasible measures that would greatly reduce emissions: Tier 4 locomotives and zero-emission trucks. The lease does not even implement the port's own goals for these technologies in the port's clean air plan. They claim the lease requires zero-emission trucks, but there is no requirement stated in the lease, no schedule to adopt a requirement, no implementation schedule, and vague criteria for possible future decisions that provide much opportunity for disagreement with BNSF. For locomotives, the lease provides no way for the port to require new clean technologies like Tier 4, except a weak provision that requires BNSF's agreement. In essence, there's no pressure of any type to make these things happen, and it's important to point out that this company, BNSF, has previously expedited the fleet turnover of locomotives to cleaner technologies. So we ask that you send this project back to the port, and we're committed to work with the port to resolve these issues and bring you back an acceptable project.
Okay, thank you, guys. You can return to your seats. And now I'm going to ask for the representative from Cal Cartage Three Rivers Trucking. If you could just be seated and identify yourself.
My name is Richard Haft, and I'm the attorney for California Cartage, Three Rivers Trucking, San Pedro Forklift, and LA Harbor Grain. We filed an appeal of the FEIR based on the fact that these 4 tenants have been at the port for 150 years. They've helped build the port. They employ 1,000 people. They move 200,000 containers. They export 99% of the grain exported out of the Port of Los Angeles. They export 70% of all the fruit out of the Port of Los Angeles. And they fumigate all the containerized fruit that comes in from South America. The staff, in writing the FEIR, ignored my clients for 2.5 years. They have said and stated, in any event, the displaced businesses are assumed to continue in business in other locations within the port area. The port has not offered us any locations. Or if the displaced business is discontinued, the jobs would be continued by other businesses in the area as they are driven by the market for port trade. This is an absolute fallacy. This is not true. We have explained to them. You will hear from my clients later under item 10.2. But I wanted to say that from the FEIR standpoint, the Public Resources Code and regulations require that the port come up with findings of fact. One of the findings of fact that they came up with is that this project will create 1,000 jobs. It fails to state that it's going to lose 1,000 jobs. We have been told that we are 30-day holdover tenants after being here for 150 years. We have no legal protection under the law, under the SPAA, which I will discuss later. My clients are basically could be thrown out 30 days from now legally. Now, will they be thrown out 30 days from now? I don't believe so. But we need legal protection, and the appeal of the FEIR, the document needs to actually state so that each of you understand when you vote that these jobs are going to be lost. This is not port trade. This business is not business that stays in California. The 200,000 containers that are moved are discretionary loads that are brought in by importers to take all over the United States. This is not material that is destined for Southern California. You need to understand that, and if you read the EIR and the comments, you would not find that anywhere in the document. So we are going on record to say that the document does not speak the truth, and as a result, the commissioners have found findings that are faulty and are not supported by fact or law. Thank you very much.
No, thank you, sir, and you can return to your seat. Okay, now what we're going to do, is open it up for public comment. We're going to do 25. We're going to do combined 9 and 10. We're going to go 25 minutes on both sides. 25 minutes for those against, 25 minutes for those who support. And when I call your name, I'll call your name 3 people at a time. You go up to the center podium. Council Member James Johnson, Dr. Cyrus Rangan, and Brian D'Andrea, I think it is. Please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was told I would have 2 minutes. Today, Los Angeles City Council must answer one big question. Should this project, which places a new heavy industrial facility next to an existing residential community, be approved without regard to its negative impacts and without any meaningful mitigation? The answer is no. SCIG would severely impact Long Beach with the noise from trains crashing together 20 feet from homes, visual blight and light pollution, and contaminated air from 8,000 daily truck trips. Long Beach has been crystal clear about what needs to change. We need real, enforceable progress towards zero emissions, help for the displaced businesses, and a buffer park and real community mitigation for impacted residents. That third piece, the lack of meaningful mitigation, is particularly glaring. Let's compare this project to TRAPAC, another Port of LA project similarly in conflict with the neighboring community. There, LA built a $55 million, 30-acre buffer park to protect residents.
Thank you.
And so, I was told I would get 2 minutes, Mr. President?
No, that's my rule. If I didn't tell you, you get 1 minute, so that's what you got. Okay, Dr. Cyrus, please come forward. Brian, and then Akira Adams.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Cyrus Rankin. I'm a medical toxicologist with the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health, the Division of Environmental Health. And I'm not here to represent my agency, whether we are for or against this project, but I do want to echo the concerns that were raised by Dr. Wallerstein of the Air Quality Management District. We agree 100% with them that this EAR does not do an appropriate job to really illustrate the nature of these contaminants and the mitigation measures that are necessary in order to bring them under control. So we'd like to make sure that it is on the record that we represent those same concerns, would like the EAR to get sent back, re-reviewed, and then sent back for comments from appropriate agencies so that we can determine whether it's appropriate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So now I need Brian D'Andrea, Kira Adams, and it looks like Tim Sato. Please come up and get behind the next speaker. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Mr. President, City Council. My name is Brian D'Andrea. I'm president of Century Villages at Cabrillo. We're the nonprofit that owns the Villages at Cabrillo campus. We're a 27-acre community located right next door to the proposed project. We have more than 1,000 formerly homeless residents, including more than 550 veterans that call our community home. Our comments have been ignored and or discounted by the Port of Los Angeles Harbor Commission in wholesale fashion from the very beginning. For instance, we've objected to the proposed access to the SCIG, which happens to be along the driveway in and out of our campus. More than 5,500 trucks will make this route. That's more than 4 trucks per minute. This is dangerous, irresponsible, and it will impose catastrophic impacts on our community. The port certification deemed that CVC, neighborhood schools, and West Long Beach residents are unavoidable environmental impacts, externalities to this important project. We are more than this euphemism suggests. We are more than an unavoidable environmental impact. Like Councilman Buscaino, I'd like to invite you to come to the Villages and see what we're all about.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Adams, Kira Adams. Is she outside? What about Tim Sato?
He's on his way.
Okay, hold the time, and I'll just take a moment to say our clock only goes to 20 minutes. So when the 20 minutes is up, we'll let it go in the red for an additional 5 minutes. It's being held. Let me ask, do we have a Rebecca Bacon in the audience in here?
Overflows.
Okay. Enrique Gonzalez?
Overflows well.
Just come on up, Enrique. Sergeant? Where's the sergeant? Can we go to the overflow room? I don't want to not afford these people the opportunity to chat. Call their name twice and then I'll move on. Okay, so now I called your name, so we know you're here. Your time starts now.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Enrique Gonzalez, and I do work for California Cartage since 1996. And I have this question for everybody, like, how can a non-permanent job help Long Beach and Wilmington when you're taking over all the permanent jobs that we have as now? Because we know that this project is offering a lot of construction jobs, but those are not permanent. It's going to be maybe for a couple of years, maybe a 30 year, who knows. Then they're going to offer maybe 300 plus jobs permanent. That means we're going to lose probably over 800 jobs that we do have right now. So there's some other conflicts like schools, the vets place where they live at. So I'm against this project, and please review what everybody said. I don't want to state the same things because everybody said it already.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now I'm going to try to find someone else that is here. Did Miss Adams come in, or Mr. Tim Sato? Then come forward, please. And then I'm looking for Monica Perillo, Maria Reyes, and Amparo Ramirez. If you're not in the room, I'll need another sergeant. It looks like you're going to get some exercise today, because I want you to come. Sergeant, just hold. Come on, guys, I need you to see if these people are in the other room. Identify yourself and speak.
Good morning. My name is Tim Sato. I'm a resident of West Long Beach, a father of two, and a member of a church that meets in the local area. And I don't know about you, but reading EIRs is very boring. But then you come across things that stand out to you like this. The project has a disproportionately high and adverse effect on minority and low-income populations in 3 areas. Now, that's my neighborhood. There's no additional mitigation proposed. So when you hear things like that, and then you hear the testimony from AQMD, you hear about nitrogen dioxide, particulate matter, these things are affecting real people, real communities. They're affecting people in my church. They're affecting people in our local schools. And this is one of the things that we don't need in our community. Long Beach 90810 is already one of the most impacted communities in terms of air pollution. A recent report just came out from Cal EPA. But what we ask is please vote no on SCIG. Please send the ER back for further review.
Thank you. Okay, you, Miss Adams?
Miss Adams, yes.
Okay, so hold on for 1 second. Do we have an Elizabeth Martinez in this room? An Elena Rodriguez? Mark Lopez? Well, go right ahead.
Every year we are losing the people that we love to cancer, heart attack, stroke, and respiratory illnesses. We have yet to find a cure, but we have identified some of the causes. One being air pollution. We are all aware of the harmful pollutants that are released into the air that have negative effects on our health and also the environment. Building a railroad in a community that already has a high likelihood of developing cancer is an injustice. Aren't you tired of losing the ones that you love? Let's help keep people alive and healthy by not allowing Long Beach to build this railroad. Stand for justice. Thank you.
Thank you. You found? Come up and identify yourself, please.
Hello, my name is Veronica Guerrero. I am a resident of the West Long Beach. I belong to a group called Semilla Esperanza, which is an Hispanic group in the West Long Beach. And the fact that I had to run from the other room here is really bothering me. The way that this thing is being addressed and the few time that we have to speak, it's awful. This is not democracy. And the thing that it's unlawful for you to give so few minutes for us to speak is something that I regret. I wish I could have more time, but I have to say that Mr. Vizcaino have special interest in this, in the port, and it's been a very big obstacle for us, the residents, to let our voice be heard. And I don't like this project because it's going to send all this contamination to my resident people, to my kids, and to the kids that are suffering from asthma and that are suffering from lung cancer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please come forward and identify yourself.
Yeah, my name is Mark Lopez, and I'm here against SCIG. I think it's disgusting that in the documents it says it's going to disproportionately impact low-income communities of color, which is the definition of environmental racism. And so I think if we're here, I said it at the Harbor Commissioners, that if you vote in support of this project, you're saying that racism needs to exist today, in 2013. Right? And the life of this project is about 50 years. That's what the lease is talking about, right? So what you're saying is racism needs to exist for the next 50 years. right? And so I spend a lot of time down here talking to some of your staff, and I think they're clear where they're at, and unfortunately they say, well, it's a politic, right? So we're asking you all here to be brave, to stand up, to make those changes that we want to see, why you all here are elected, why some of you have been brought up as youngsters in our communities, and why you're here representing us today to be able to do that. So please vote against SCIG.
Thank you. Thank you. And as our next speaker comes up, I'm looking for Tony Cervantes, Estrella Maldonado, Wynton Johnson, Hugo Lejean, Gonzalo Castillo. So go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Bacon. I live in Long Beach, and I attend church as well as Tim Sato in the affected area. And yeah, just to echo everyone else's kind of concern, in the documents it says that this project will negatively and disproportionately impact low-income communities of color, and you're okay with that? I almost just want to pause right now and look around the room. Look around the room in the overflow room. This is history in the making, and you guys have a decision to make, and I just pray that you guys make a wise decision, because this is an environmental injustice. And this project is, it needs to go through those committees. It needs a fair review process. You need to give it that. So I just suggest that you guys consider delaying this until the next council so that it can receive the due the eyes that it needs to look at the project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Again, before you speak, sir, it's my understanding that in the overflow room, hold the time, that they can hear me. So I want to call these names so they can begin to make their way over here. And if you're one of these guys or ladies, raise your hand. Tony Cervantes. Here. Okay. Estrella Maldonado. Wynton Johnson. Hugo Lejean. Yolanda Chavez. Patrick Kennedy. Okay, we've got enough. You can start, sir.
Okay, good morning, Nally City Council. My name is Tony Cervantes, and I'm against SCIG. I work at California Cartage over 23 years. At the site of the region, there's about 1,200 jobs, and they also been employees there for like 20, 30 years. And this is a project that I have to be against, not just for the companies, but also for the residents of Long Beach and Wilmington. They're going to get short-ended for the kids around to the schools, the neighborhoods, and also daycare centers. We have to protect our children from harm. And failure to do so, we're betraying our children and the future generations of our children to come. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, next. Mr. Johnson.
Hello, Council. My name is Wynton Johnson. I'm a resident of West Long Beach, and I'm here in opposition to the SCIG, especially as it is proposed. My residents of West Long Beach, we face a 14-year life discrepancy in West Long Beach compared to East Long Beach. Long Beach is only 9 miles wide, so if you drive 15 minutes across the city, you're expected to live an additional 14 years. That's because of all the existing levels of industrial pollution. To build a rail yard twice the size of the one that we currently have, next to the 5 schools, a daycare center, Boys and Girls Club, this is a place where people live, work, and play. Right? I volunteer at an after-school program. We have kids who are literally afraid to go outside and play ball or play tag or anything because many of them have already been hospitalized because of asthma. I ask that you take a serious look at the appeal, and we please do not build this project in my community. We are already suffering enough.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Also,
next speaker. Our sergeants, if you'd get that document for Mr. Johnson. Okay, the next speaker, please come forward and identify yourself, sir.
My name is Gonzalo Castillo, resident of Wilmington for 40 years, and a California Cartage employee for 25. My family, co-workers, friends, and community oppose the SCIG project 100%. As it is, our community is surrounded by 5 oil refineries and railroad tracks left and right. They are responsible for the elevated rates of asthma, lung cancer, and heart disease due to poor environmental conditions. Bringing one more polluter to our community will be deliberate, negligent behavior and lack of respect for the quality of life in my community. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for Patty or Candace, Kat Madrigal. Alicia Rivera. So if you're in the other room, to come forward. Yes, ma'am. Identify yourself and speak.
So I'll be translating for her.
Okay.
Hola, buenos días. Mi nombre es María Reyes. Soy residente de West Long Beach.
My name is Maria Reyes. I'm a resident of West Long Beach.
Y no voy a enumerar todos los problemas y todas las consecuencias que va a traer este proyecto.
There are numerous consequences that this project will bring to my community.
Solo vengo a pedir que tomen tiempo, que no tomen una decisión precipitada, que examinen bien este proyecto y que vean quién se va a dañar y quién se va a beneficiar.
I'm asking you to please look into the document and analyze it in detail to know who will be directly impacted by this project.
Porque al tomar una decisión precipitada, este proyecto se establecerá y quedará como el ICTF que en 1986 lo hicieron y tal vez dure 50 años y 50 años va a estar dañando a mi comunidad y esto no lo veo justo.
We want you to really look at the documents and see who will impact, to not move forward with it in such a hurry. An example is the project of ICTF. It's been there for 50 years and it's been impacting my community's health for 50 years. I don't want this project to be like that.
Necesitamos un cambio ahora, no un problema establecido que tal vez nadie ya lo pueda mover. Cuando establecen algo, la ley ya no lo puede hacer. La necesidad es de toda la comunidad y yo estoy pidiendo por mi comunidad que de veras examinen esto para que no se pase a beneficiar nada más las personas que van a desarrollar el proyecto.
I'm asking you to look into this project so that you can see who it's going to benefit. We don't want this project to only benefit the industries, but also benefit the community that lives around it.
Y les agradezco su tiempo y de verdad West Long Beach es una comunidad en proyecto. Gracias.
Thank you for your time, and West Long Beach is a project in movement, so thank you for your time.
Thank you. So again, I'm calling for a Patty or Candace, Kat Madrigal, Alicia Rivera, looks like an Angelo Logan, and Ashley Hernandez. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Kat Madrigal, and I am a resident of Wilmington. I'm here to ask the City Council not to place this SCIG in our community. It's already overburdened by industrial pollution and will only add to the cumulative impacts. The project will expose community members to added amounts of diesel exhaust. When a project is being opposed by the AQMD and USC and other environmental health and justice organizations, we know that the claims cannot be true, that this will improve air quality. The rail yards do not have the best interests of the community, and we know that the project will increase the PM 2.5 of the region and increase truck trips by 2 million. I believe that my community needs clean air and deserves good jobs, and this project will not bring either. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
So I'll be translating for it. So su nombre.
My name is Amparo Ramirez, and my point is, why think only in the money, and why not think in the people is very sick every time, and then the children go to the take a break, and then not looking the children's take a break is too much bad for the children's. Go to the school, go to the guys go to the high school too, because when take a break, go to the park. In the park is not good everybody. For nobody stay there in the park because it's too much problems. Thank you.
No, thank you. Yes.
Bueno, good morning. My name is Yolanda Chavez, and ¿Dónde jugarán los niños? Where the children is gonna play. It's a song. What I want to say is, in my point of view, a leader is a person who listens to people and who had that one clear vision where the most people is benefit. I believe that project is one negative impact to majority of people. The children's voice is silenced. In name of my son Jason and Jaron and all the children, I'm here to speak from them. And the children do what they see to do, not what they tell to do. Gracias.
Thank you. Okay, if we could get Yana Garcia, Gregory Wayne Johnson, if you're in the overflow room, please make your way to the council, and Evelyn Knight. Evelyn Knight. Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Hugo Lujan. I'm here to talk about, I think, just looking at the situation, it's a pretty disgusting situation, and to be in a place where you have to look at this potential industry to come into your community knowing that the impacts that are already happening to your family's health will be doubled or even tripled, right? And as all of you, as representatives of the communities from LA and the potential consequences that this project would have responsible of that, need to look at this document and really analyze it in detail. There is no reason why the analysis shouldn't be there if the committees to analyze this document are present. In order to make an informed decision, all of the analysis need to be made. And we can't just move forward with the project without really understanding what the consequences will be. In any kind of proposal, that needs to be placed within the analysis, right? So I'm urging you all to be brave and move forward with looking at the document and looking how it's going to impact the residents that you're representing.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rudy, I'm told, Rudy, where are you? Sabornich? Rudy, why don't you make your way? Yes, sir.
My name's Pat Kennedy. I'm from Greater Long Beach Interfaith Community Organization. I just wanted to say, first off, beware of railroads bearing gifts. You were all around when they were trying to sell the Alameda Corridor and the promises of electrification. And you probably don't know about, before the railroads would sign an agreement with the corridor, they had to get a clause in there that said they could not be required to use electric locomotives coming through there. Frankly, zero emissions is key for our region. Electrification of the Alameda Corridor would be a tipping point. Why give them a 50-year lease to drive diesel locomotives through our communities? Frankly, what I'd want to say is, let's not bring this Trojan horse in. Let's look closely inside to see what's coming. Thank you.
Okay, next. Identify yourself.
Mr. President, my name is Candice Kim with the Coalition for Clean Air, and I would like to cede my time so that a community member who's traveled a long distance to be here may speak.
Well, you know what? We generally don't do that, but since you asked so politely, I will afford you that courtesy. And if somebody did come from a long way, I want to afford you the opportunity to talk. Could we start her time at 1 minute? Just identify yourself, please.
Alicia Rivera, I'm here on behalf of Communities for a Better Environment and representing Wilmington residents. I'm an organizer in Wilmington, and I'm here to appeal to the City Council to send this project back and don't vote on it today until they identify one of the options, many options that have been given for this project, such as building it on dock where it belongs. Wilmington's cup is already full of pollution. We cannot take any more pollution. The cup is already overdropping. And this project will mean destruction of jobs that are permanent, and it will destroy more jobs than it will create. We also want the jobs for these workers, but we believe that on dock they can still get the job. So please send this project back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Identify yourself.
My name is Ashley Hernandez. I am here representing Communities for a Better Environment. I am also an East Wilmington resident, and I am a frequent resident of the West Long Beach area. I am here to ask you to please vote no on the Southern California International Gateway. This is taking away so many permanent jobs and substituting them for temporary things. Temporary is never the solution. We should know this. This is not new. Having something come into our communities that's going to make them sick and that's going to take up all these spaces. Somebody made a really good point talking about the children. I came here representing a lot of the high school students from the local high school at Banning High School that could not come here because the city council is really early in the morning, who want cleaner air, who feel that their community and that their families deserve a healthier environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next. Hey, and Rudy, before you start a time. Rudy, if I can get the young lady with the hat to go before you. Because I'm assuming, Rudy, some of these guys are the people you represent. Okay, identify yourself.
Good morning, council members. My name is Yana Garcia. I'm a legal fellow with Communities for a Better Environment, and I'm before you today with and on behalf of our members in Wilmington and other affected communities, some of whom you've heard from already. I want to ask that you immediately decertify this flawed environmental impact report, and I think that you have heard quite a bit about its technical insufficiencies and shortcomings. And I really want to emphasize right now how serious and grave the precedent and implications will be if you allow this project to go forward. This project's proponents are blatantly and boldly walking around saying that the Civil Rights Act does not apply to this project, and that is simply a misstatement of the law. Essentially, what they're saying is that the disparate impacts, which they boldly acknowledge in the final environmental impact report, that will be felt by low-income communities of color are okay. And I want to emphasize and stress to you that it is your responsibility to stand with these communities here today and to decertify this environmental impact report immediately. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Evelyn Knight, and I'm a long-term resident of West Long Beach. And I would just like to urge and really want this council to vote against the SCIG. This project will take away the air that we need to breathe for our very existence, for all of the residents of Long Beach and our community in particular. I have lost a brother to cancer, to lung cancer, because of the pollution. My niece was taken to the hospital, was featured in the Los Angeles Times because she had an attack and had to be taken from Hudson School when she tried to get an education to the hospital. And this impact, it's well documented that the impacts of this project on our community will continue. You know, the Constitution guarantees us life, liberty, and happiness. And we need to have breathe clean air. We need jobs, but we also need clean air. Give us clean air.
Thank you, Ms. Knight. Rudy, I'm going to let you be the closer. So you go ahead.
Mr. President and members of the council, my name is Angelo Logan. I'm with East Yard Communities for Environmental Justice. I want to urge the council to reject the certification of the EIR and send it back to the Board of Harbor Commissioners. By moving forward with this particular certification, what we'll be doing is setting up two sides, those for and those against. We're going to waste a lot of time, a lot of resources fighting for or against this project. I urge you to send it back to the Board of Harbor Commissioners so that we can work on a consensus project, that we can work together on a project that's going to benefit all stakeholders and all parties and not burden the most vulnerable populations, folks that we should really be looking out for and protecting. Again, I want to urge you to reject the certification of this, the EIR and the SCIG, send it back to the Harbor Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
My name is Gregory Johnson. I'm the pastor of the West Side Baptist Church in the city of Long Beach on the west side. And I would, as I appeal to this council, people that are standing in behalf of all of the people that will be affected by this vote that you're deciding on this morning or this afternoon. But I would ask you that for the schools, for the members of our churches that are there, for the people that are in the community, that you would consider these individuals who are under and believing that you're going to make the best decision for them. Their votes are for you, and you're in a position to make a difference in their lives. And so we ask that you would do and stop and consider them as individuals and their plight. They're unable to speak for themselves. And so for all of the people that have been here, that you would speak or you would allow their voices to be heard through your vote.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Former member Rudy Savornich to close. And he's got other representatives from the business community, I'm told, with you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. It is good to be back here at City Hall. It doesn't seem like 20 years have passed this July when I was first able to serve here in this august body. With me today is Bob Curry of California Cartage Company, Patrick Wilson of Fastlane Transportation, Howard Wallace and Dwight Robinson of LA Harbor Grain Terminal, Bruce White of Three Rivers Trucking, Reno Balov of San Pedro Forklift, and if I may ask their employees to please stand for any of these companies.
Go ahead.
These are the companies that are being displaced by SCIG. Throughout this process, these companies have never been opposed to this project. They are only here in regards to if this project goes forward today, they lose their businesses. Their 1,000 employees lose their jobs. 20 years ago, I got the opportunity to sit next to the big chair up there. And the person whose name is on this council chamber, John Ferraro, took me by the arm and said, "Son, this is where, of any place in the city of Los Angeles, the little guy is heard. This is where the little guy can be taken care of, and this is where you and the rest of us do our best to try to make it good for him." Mr. President, members of the council, how we ask you to make this good for the business owners and their employees today is as follows. We would like to see all of this go back to the Harbor Commission, but we're reasonable people. We understand that this project is of significant importance to the city of Los Angeles. That if you approved item 9 and item 10.1, but sent item 10.2 back to the city, back to the Harbor Commission in order that these small businesses could conclude their negotiations with the railroads, that would be the Solomonic thing to do. It saves their businesses, it saves their jobs, it gives time for the city attorney's office to do what they need to do to mediate this issue, and it would be the right thing to do. Mr. President, members of the council, in the spirit of the name whose name adorns this council chamber, let us do right by the little guy today, and please send 10.2 back to the Harbor Commission for 30 days so it can be resolved and come back here so you can approve it. Thank you so very much on behalf of all of the businesses.
Thank you. Okay, so that concludes the opponent side. And those of you that were here and wanted to speak but didn't get a chance to, we will place in the record your names indicating that you were here. Now we want to go to the for side, and we'll start off with Mayor Jim Deere. All right, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President.
And out of deference, we'll give you 2 minutes.
Thank you. All right, good morning. My name is Jim Deere, and I'm the mayor of the city that is the third city involved with this project, the city of Carson. BNSF's proposed SIG facility is not just immediately adjacent to the city, but in fact part of the project footprint falls within the city limits of Carson as well. I'm here to express my strong support for the SIG project. The environmental review found that SIG will result in an overall improvement in air quality and health risk in both the immediate neighborhoods, including Carson, as well as throughout the region. At the same time, SIG will eliminate millions of truck miles from the 710 freeway. I serve on the 710 Freeway Environmental Impact Policy Committee, and so we're going to reduce by millions of tons over the decades pollution that is now coming from the 710 freeway that will be eliminated with this SIG project. So it will decrease congestion on the 710 as well. BNSF has worked closely with the stakeholders, including the City of Carson, to ensure that the SIG brings benefits to our community and our region. I anticipate and fully expect that mitigation will be brought forth to the people of Wilmington, West Long Beach, and anyone affected. So I anticipate mitigation measures that will be satisfactory in protecting the health of the people. At the same time, I support the project. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Have a wonderful day, and welcome to Carson anytime.
You too, Mayor. Okay. Maria Elena Durasso, Gary Tobin, Ron Miller.
Good morning, members of the City Council. My name is Maria Elena Durasso, and I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the Los Angeles Federation of Labor. And we are here to strongly support the Southern California International Gateway. I'm proud to be here representing thousands of men and women who work at the port and probably live in those communities as well. Men and women who work at the port as longshore workers, men and women who work as construction workers. They also are experts. They also look for a good, healthy environment because they have to work in that environment day after day after day. Over the years, I am proud that our movement has created and fostered strong relationship with community, business, and environmental groups to ensure that we protect our families. I applaud and respect all of the work of our environmental allies. But with unemployment so high, we are proud that this project will create thousands of direct jobs. Please approve the project as certified by the Harbor Commission.
Thank you. Gary? Good morning.
Members of the Council, my name is Gary Tobin. I'm the President of the Los Angeles Area Chamber of Commerce. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach are under siege, and so are the jobs of the men and the women who work there and depend on the ports. From Vancouver to Houston, to Mobile to Wilmington, ports along the West Coast, the East Coast, the Gulf of Mexico are expanding their capacity every day to take advantage of the widening of the Panama Canal. The Southern California International Gateway is essential for us to compete and retain these important jobs. We talk every day about green energy and cleaner air. SCEG will be the greenest intermodal yard in the United States. It will reduce truck emissions and improve our air quality. 4 years ago, voters approved Measure R. We agreed to put $40 billion into reducing traffic. This is a project that will take thousands of trucks off the 710 with no cost to the city. Thank you, Gary, for your support.
Now, Mr. Miller, followed by Robert Lafarga, Dan, it looks like Wilzig or Willits, and Tommy Favre, maybe? Anyway.
Good morning, Council. Mr. President, I'm Ron Miller, Executive Secretary of the Los Angeles Orange County Building and Construction Trades Council. We represent 140,000 little young men and women, little guys. A lot of them are standing behind me today. We support the BNSF SCEG project. We support good jobs. We have partnerships in Long Beach and Los Angeles Port. We do work in both ports, and we have tremendous relationships in both sides. We urge Long Beach to get in front of the mediator and get their deal done. But we urge you to deny the appeals and approve SCIG today. Our members live in every neighborhood around the Port of Los Angeles. We care about the quality of life in these neighborhoods. We join everyone here in looking for a cleaner air and a better way to manage traffic. BNSF is addressing these concerns. We have worked alongside them for several years. The goal of SCIG is to cut the traffic and truck trips down the 710 freeway. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan. Yes, sir, if you'd identify yourself.
Hello, my name is Robert Lafarga.
Okay.
I am here representing State Assemblyman Isidore Hall, 64th District. The Assemblyman is strongly in favor of this project. It's a more efficient way to move containers. It will clean the air, create jobs, and take a lot of traffic off the freeways. Speaking on behalf of myself now, I live in Wilmington. My kids live in Wilmington. My grandkids live in Wilmington. I too want clean air. And I do believe that this is a more efficient way. It will clean the air in our community, and I thank you very much.
Tommy? Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and fellow council, staff, and public. My name is Tommy Favai. I represent International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, Local 11 in the Los Angeles area. We are in full support of the BNSF SCIG project. We urge the City Council to deny the appeal. Second, have approval passage of the final EIR. Thirdly, approve the land use and permit development of this project. And we urge that today. Thank you.
Yes. Identify yourself.
Peter Payton. I'm the former president of the Marine Clerks Association for the ILWU, and I was asked by the current officers to speak because everybody's traveling. I'd like to say that I'm a fifth-generation Angelino. I've watched the port evolve from a fishing community to a cannery to longshore work, and now we have the challenge that we've spoken about before of East Coast and other people trying to take our work, which doesn't represent a few hundred jobs, but it's thousands of jobs across this country. And I'm here in support. I think the port has done an excellent job of looking forward and saying that this is how we move forward, this is how we move greener. I think that they've done a best practice within the agreement that is going to work for us as a community, as a person who lives in that community, and I urge your support of this. Thank you very much.
And if we could have Commissioner Fran Inman come up, please. Commissioner Fran Inman. Yes, sir.
Just checking it's still morning. Good morning, esteemed members of the LA City Council. I'm Dan Witzling. I'm representing Breathe LA. We're one of California's oldest public health charities. We've remained a longtime advocate and health educators in the harbor communities, working side by side with civic leaders, government agencies, corporations, and youth service providers, and supporting initiatives like the Clean Trucks, the Clean Air Action Plan, Green Construction, Long Range Transportation Plan, and Breathe LA's own passion for enforcement of the Clean Air Act. We take a broad view of the ports and the goods movement system as the most environmentally progressive in the country, and our concern is really about the cost of doing nothing. Aligned to our mission, Breathe LA supports BNSF Railway and the Southern California International Gateway. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, followed by Carol Schatz, Doug Arsenault, and Tracy Raptor.
Good morning, Council President and Council members. Fran Inman, Majestic Realty. I'm here today as a person who has served as part of the state's Goods Movement Action Plan from 2006. Most folks from this audience today have been a part of that. This project was a part of that initial statewide planning that was done. It is also a part of our SCAG Regional Transportation Plan, and it is also part of our Sustainable Community Strategies. So as we work to implement SB 375 and our environmental impacts, I think it's important to remember that this project is and has been in all of those projects, and it's also listed in our state draft rail plan. So I just want to remind everybody of that. Thank you.
Carol Schatz, President of Central City Association. A week ago, you supported a project critical to LA's future, the runway move at LAX. SCIG is another opportunity for you to support a project that will have a significant impact on moving LA forward. This is the greenest facility of its kind in the nation, but it's never enough for some who will sacrifice balanced economic growth for a misguided ideology, and in this case I'm talking about the AQMD, that has confused and misled the community and who is requiring a locomotive that does not yet exist. The Port and BNSF need flexibility in achieving the exemplary air quality improvements that they have committed to. Don't tie their hands. Approve the project as proposed by BNSF and certified by the Harbor Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Doug?
Good morning. I am Doug Arsenault of the Valley Industry and Commerce Association, representing more than 380 businesses primarily in the San Fernando Valley. I'm here this morning to express our strong support for SCIG and to highlight the fact that this project has taken more than 7 years to get to this point. 7 years. Much of the technology that BNSF proposed to use here first has been implemented at 3 other rail yards that BNSF has proposed, built, and begun operating since 2005. In that time, we've missed out on the air quality, traffic reduction, and job creation benefits that SCIG will provide. International trade is a crucial driver of Southern California's economy, and we must remain competitive. We cannot afford to wait any longer on this project. BNSF has committed to more than $130 million in benefits, comparable or better than projects worth twice as much. I urge you to approve this project as proposed by the Port of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Tracy Rafter. I'm the CEO of BizFed. We serve more than 100 top business associations representing a cross-section of well over 250,000 businesses in LA County. We work to advocate for public policy legislation, civic engagement across the county's diverse business community. I'm here today to express our strong support for the SCIG and to emphasize how important it is to keep our businesses competitive by not putting unreasonable demands on them. Some would like to see this project as an opportunity to fix problems in other parts of the region. But this simply would create an uncompetitive situation where containers might go away from our region entirely. Or worse, they might go to facilities that aren't taking the steps BNSF is taking. This would mean that the air quality, traffic, and health risk benefits SCIG could offer would not be maximized at all. And while you may hear about one part of the community, in specific 8,000 trucks being added, don't forget 1.5 million trucks.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Peter Santillan, Mitch Pouncey, Cliff Smith, Rick Foss. Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Peter Santillan, Business Manager of Labor's Local 507, and I stand before you today with my brothers and sisters of organized labor to urge you to vote yes on this project. We, in our local union, looked for opportunities for our membership. Unfortunately, those opportunities have not been there in these past 4 years during these tough times. This is an opportunity to give our membership of all organized labor real jobs, earn real pensions, earn the opportunity to get insurance for themselves and their families. So today I stand before you and urge you to vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President and council members. My name is Mitch Ponce. I'm a representative from the Iron Workers, Local 433. I represent thousands of hardworking families and men and women and skilled men and women that live in the area. I also live in Long Beach in the 7th District where this project is proposed. I'm raising my family there, and we strongly support the SCIG project. Our local has suffered greatly from the recession. We're the people that put the structural steel that is the backbone of many buildings and bridges throughout the area. If there's no building, we have no work. This is a crucial time in economic recovery. The decisions you make will have a direct effect on whether these skilled men and women go to work. BNSF has also committed in creating a job training program and a local hire preference to allow young people to develop their skills and start a career with the building trades. They're taking the right steps for the local economy. We urge you to approve this project as proposed by BNSF and certified by the Harbor Commission and get us all back to work. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we should have Cliff next, followed by Rick Foss, followed by Joel Thurwatcher, followed by Mike Ford. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Council. Thank you for your time. My name is Cliff Smith. I'm the business manager of Roofers and Waterproofers Local 36, representing 600 working families across 4 counties in Southern California. I'm also a board member of the South Central Los Angeles Neighborhood Council. The International Gateway Project would increase the quality of life for the vast majority of residents in Southern California. It will keep our ports competitive in a global market. It will improve traffic and auto emissions along our freeways and local roads. And most importantly, in a time and economy where we have double-digit unemployment across our county, especially in the building and construction trades where unemployment is reaching 25% and higher, it will provide thousands of stable and well-paid jobs to provide our members means and opportunity to take care of their families. We strongly encourage the Council to pass this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Identify yourself.
My name is Rick Foss. I'm a business representative for Sheet Metal Workers Local 105. I'm here today to speak to the Mr. President and the council members on behalf of the SCIG project. I do ask that you deny the approval of the appeal. Deny the appeal. And also, let's move forward and pass this project. A few reasons. One is, at 43 years of age, 1989, my father passed away from asthma. This project does promote cleaner air. And personally, I support the project for that reason. I also support the project for the less traffic on the 710 freeway. And thirdly, and really important for the position I hold, I support it for the good paying jobs that it's going to create for the future. Not just jobs, but good paying jobs with benefits, with health insurance, and with the retirement. So on behalf of the sheet metal workers, I urge you to please pass and support the SCIG project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please come identify yourself. And then we'll have Mike Ford, you should be somewhere. And I'm looking for Brett Gallo, if you come up. Okay, sir. Identify yourself.
My name is Joel Thurwachter. I'm a business representative for the Operating Engineers Local 12. I represent the operators that live and work in both ports down there in the harbor and the surrounding area. The SCIG project will help relieve the traffic on the 710 freeway and help improve the air quality over the long run for not just the harbor area, but the whole LA basin. It will also create local jobs through the PLA. Therefore, the Operating Engineers Local 12 supports the BNSF SCIG projects and asks for your support also.
Come forward, Mike.
Mr. President, members of the council, good morning. My name is Mike Ford. I live in the West Long Beach area within the SCIG project. I don't represent anyone except myself. The reason I got involved in this is a little over a year ago. Members of the East Side environmental communities, whatever they're called, came by and knocked on my door and tried to scare me into opposing the project before the EIR was ever released. These are not people that are coming before you as good players and good participants. Their minds were made up before this thing ever had the draft EIR released, before the EIR was released, after the corrections were made, and they will continue to do so. Given the opportunity, they'll have you keep sending this thing back to Harbor Commission until they've Disneyland the BNSF. Please go ahead and approve the project. Thank you. I deserve clean air, too.
Okay, if I could get Brett Gallo, followed by Lisa Desmet, followed by Luis Dominguez.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brett Gallo, and I'm a resident of West Side Long Beach, along with my wife and my 2 children, a 2- and a 3-year-old little boy. I had a prepared statement, but I don't really want to read it because I've tried to think why I was here. Well, I'm here because I want to protect the health and the well-being of my family. The only thing I've had is that report that took 8 years to make, and it's out, and it says it's going to clean the air up. It's going to take trucks off the freeway, and for me, that's important for me and my family and to protect my children's health. That's why I'm here. I want you to approve it just for that fact. I'm a little guy just raising a family in West Long Beach. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lisa DeSmit. I live in West Long Beach with my husband and 2 young children. Of course, I'm concerned about the health of my family, so I wanted to make sure this project wouldn't hurt us. Having read key parts of the environmental report, I knew that it will be better for my family and my neighborhood. 2 independent reports found that the project will improve air quality, not just in Long Beach, but in the affected area. BNSF listened to the community and redesigned SCIG to respond to specific community concerns. They moved the entrance to the west side to keep trucks far away as possible. They committed to green technology and to a sound wall and landscaping. It's clear to me that contrary to what opponents might say, BNSF wants to build a good project, and the proposal that has been approved by the Harbor Commission after years of study achieves this goal. I am proud to be here to urge you to approve SCIG. Thank you.
Okay, Louis, Mary Jo Walker, Michelle Grubbs. Yes, sir.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. My name is Luis Dominguez. I'm a San Pedro activist. I formerly served on the staff of Mayor Tom Bradley, so I'm kind of familiar with City Hall. I'm here today to show my support for SCIG. What I'm really to talk about over and over again is the fact that we've got to stop pushing out companies who are willing to invest in Los Angeles. I have a company here willing to invest $500 million in LA. We keep talking about being business friendly. It is critical we stop putting roadblocks in these companies, or they will move away. They will build other places. We need to keep them here. We need the jobs. We need the economy. We need all of that. I do want to see the companies, by the way, that have been being displaced. I do hope the port will work with them and find other places for them, because we do need them too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Jo Walker, and I'm a longtime resident of San Pedro. I'm also involved in my community very much. I'm on several board of directors. YWCA of the Harbor area, South Bay, San Pedro Bay Historical Society, and the Salvation Army. Also, I am also serving on CFAC for CD15, which I have been for a number of years for the City of Los Angeles. Like most people, I'm concerned about unemployment, traffic congestion, and air quality. BNSF proposes response to all 3 of these concerns. SCIG will improve air quality, increase the use of trains to move cargo, reduce truck traffic on 710 and residential streets, and bring jobs to our area. Over the years, BNSF has proven itself to be a good neighbor, supporting numerous charitable organizations in our community. I urge you to support the Port of Los Angeles.
Thank you for coming. Michelle Grubbs, Elizabeth Warren, and Randy Gordon. Please come forward. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Grubbs, and I'm the Vice President of the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association. PMSA members represent the marine terminal operators and ocean carriers calling on the West Coast ports, and we support the SCIG project. Approving the SCIG project will demonstrate to our Canadian, Mexican, Gulf, and East Coast competitors that we are serious about retaining the intermodal cargo here in Southern California. PMSA members need near-dock rail support because not all the intermodal containers can be handled on dock. First, there's a limit to the amount of space available at the marine terminals for on-dock facilities. Second, there's a limit to the size of on-dock rail yards within the terminal. And third, near-dock rail facilities help keep the marine terminals fluid by providing options for containers going to low-density destinations. There will always be a need for near-dock facilities, and it is critical that we have near-dock facilities for both Class 1 railroads. We urge you to support the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth Warren. I'm the Executive Director of Future Ports. We're located at Ports of Call Village in San Pedro, and I'm a resident of the 15th Council District. We're an organization bringing together business, community, and government leaders to work toward an integrated approach to resolving port, industry, and community concerns. We believe that a vibrant and healthy economic and environmental future for the ports is vital to us all. We must meet the port's environmental challenges. But to do this, it's essential that we build needed marine and landside shipping facilities and improve our transportation corridors. Without these improvements, congestion and air quality will only worsen. Inaction or delay is not an option. In order to green the ports, we must grow them, and SCIG is exactly the kind of green growth our ports need. BNSF is committed to making sure its growth won't come at the expense of existing businesses on the sites and is working closely with current tenants to find suitable relocation sites. They've made offers to each tenant to assist in site identification, moving expenses, and rent subsidy. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could call up Roger Norber, you'll be the last speaker. Yes, sir.
My name is Randy Gordon. I'm President and CEO of the Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is located in Long Beach and has large and small businesses, over 1,000 members of the harbor area. The Long Beach Chamber strongly supports SCIG. Approving SCIG will remove millions of truck miles from our 710 freeway, improve air quality for our residents, provide necessary jobs for our unemployed and underemployed. SCIG will support our Port of Long Beach, to help us stay competitive. Based on historic volumes, approximately 59% of containers handled at SCIG will have origins destinations related to facilities at the Port of Long Beach. The Chamber appreciates BNSF's commitment to build a permanent sound wall and landscaping east of the proposed rail yard, as well as their commitment to complete the extension of the existing wall on the north side of Sepulveda Boulevard. We encourage you and strongly encourage you to support the SCIG project. Thank you.
Thank you. Hey, John Walsh, are you still? Well, here, whoever, you come on up. John Walsh, I'm going to let you close. Yes, sir.
My name is Ernesto Navarez. I'm here representing the Norman Terrace Coordinating Council. The NTCC represents over 1,400 low-income residents in 400 public housing units in Harbor City. Many of our residents are unemployed, underemployed, or have low-paying jobs, necessitating they live in Section 8. Our group receives no public funding at this time, and hasn't, that I know of. The food bank cannot give us any food because they're low on food. There's people in our housing project who are hungry now, kids who are hungry. We have no lunch program. We're hungry. We want to work. And hunger doesn't wait. We need those jobs now, and we do represent Harbor City, and some of our people live in Wilmington and San Pedro. Please pass this program as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Mr. President, my name is Roger Nober. I'm an Executive Vice President with BNSF Railway. We want to thank you for holding this hearing and this vote on this important project to us. We first filed our notice back in 2005, and it's been a long journey, but we're happy that we are finally here. To the supporters, we want to say thank you for your support. To the opponents, we would say that we think when the facility is built and open, you'll be very pleasantly surprised with how it operates. And you've heard a lot of assertions and discussion today, and I'm just here to answer any questions that you or anyone on the council might have about it. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Walsh to close on the aye side.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. I've changed my mind. I was anti-SCIG, but you have convinced me. You've got to understand, we white people are superior to you minorities, okay? And if we want to build something there, we damn well will build it. We're sure as hell not going to build it in Santa Monica, where all us rich white people live, are we? No, we're going to build it where you are, and if you minorities die, the hell with you. You're coming into our country, you're invading us, and now we have bought off a certain few orange people with jobs. So they're now going to be on the side of their bosses. But I'm saying a vote for this proves any white man or a black man or a yellow man or an Asian man that you are on our side of the white people, and the white people will pave the entire world because we were here first, and the rest of you people can get the hell out of our country.
Okay. I knew that would break up the monotony. All right. This is what we're going to... Oh, Mr. City Attorney, don't you have an announcement?
Yes, Mr. President. Thank you.
Could we keep it down, please?
Okay. Regarding the SCIG CEQA appeal in item 9, Council cannot actually amend the EIR. The CEQA appeals vote is up or down. That is, either approve the appeals or deny the appeals. If Council were to vote to amend the EIR or mitigation, then the vote would effectively grant the appeals and remand the EIR back to the Harbor Commission with Council's comments for reconsideration of the EIR. Regarding the SCIG lease and permit item 10, if Council were to get to that, pursuant to Charter Section 606, Council could only approve or disapprove the lease and permit matters. Pursuant to Charter Section 607, 10 votes are required to approve the findings supporting the 50-year lease and permit. Such findings are set forth in 10A. Any other motion to amend the lease and permit would in effect be a disapproval of the lease and permit, which then would be sent back to the Harbor Commission with Council's comments. Motions requesting reports back from the Harbor would not be considered to be amending the lease and permits.
Mr. Krikorian, quickly.
Thank you, Mr. President. Point of order, actually an announcement and a point of order. First of all, given the length of this discussion, the Budget and Finance Committee meeting, which was scheduled to begin in this room at 1 o'clock, will instead begin at 2 o'clock. And the point of order on this matter, maybe it's a question for the City Attorney. There were a number of items that were submitted today to the Council, voluminous items, and I think it's important that the record reflect that the Council does not have a fair opportunity to review those items that are being submitted today. They might be considered as part of the ongoing record, but for purposes of today's decision, Mr. City Attorney, is it reasonable to simply make a record that we haven't had a fair opportunity to consider those, and those should not be considered as part of today's decision making?
That is entirely reasonable to make that record.
Thank you.
Okay, now this is what we're going to do, members. We're going to call on Mr. Labange to open, and that'll be followed by Mr. Buscaino, and then we'll begin in order on the queue. Mr. Labange.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank everyone for coming down and speaking to us. I think this is exactly what I wanted to see as chair of committee, a full, robust discussion in this chambers about a very important project. I love our city. I love our port. I love Long Beach. My dad was born there a long, long time ago. He's in heaven. He lived a good life. But I want to tell you, every neighborhood has a value. But every city that does have a port has a responsibility for a region. And I've looked at this matter and the comments that I heard today, and I do appreciate the letters that they have submitted. I do want to compliment the staff of the Port of Los Angeles and its director, but I especially want to salute, I will say that, to a former colleague who was a deputy in this building for many years, who was involved in changing the way Los Angeles saw things with so many propositions and changing the way Los Angeles operated, and now a Port of Los Angeles Commissioner, Cindy Misakowski. I thank you for your service and your comments. This is an important issue that's before us that I ask for your support. This is very important for the future of Los Angeles and important for the mitigation of factors that go back over 100 years when life was different in the port. I strongly support this and ask for a yes on number 9, a yes on 10, A, B, a no on C, and a yes on D. But that's my statement as we open this up, and I thank all of you, and I really do appreciate the public comment that everyone gave from a variety of factors. Mr. President, next speaker.
Thank you, Councilor Labange. Councilor Buscaino.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to echo Mr. Labange's comments on seeing democracy at its finest, hearing all sides come together, and listening to your questions, your comments, your concerns. If you're either for or against this project, thank you. Thank you for being here. Colleagues, this proposed Southern California International Gateway Railway project will be the cleanest rail yard ever built in our country. With a $500 million cost, all private investment dollars, this is a good project on both economic and environmental grounds. To date, we've heard some of the concerns that not enough public hearing has been shed out. But let me tell you this: the port has hosted 5 public comment hearings, 1 scoping meeting, and 1 additional public hearing for the final EIR. Despite what you may be led to believe, this project actually improves the health of nearby residents and the LA Basin as a whole. Moving forward with this project means a reduction in air pollutants associated with cargo handling and through the elimination of more than 1 million trucks per year off the region's freeways. I'd like to call the staff to the table if I can get the port. And I have a series of questions, and if I have to, I'll press my button again. One comment that we heard from one of my constituents who I respect, Jesse Marquez, he had a concern about why more of the on-dock rail can't be available to the port, like Pier 500. And talking to Jesse, that was a concern to him. So tell me, why do we need this near-dock facility, and why can't the port provide the necessary area, say, for example, Pier 500?
We support on-dock rail. It is our highest priority, and we are building out our on-dock rail facilities really as we sit here today. But as I mentioned earlier, on any given day, there's still not enough cars or containers at each facility to make up trains to all the different locations. So yes, we do pull full trains out of the port, but a lot of containers have to go to a central collecting place to make up some of the trains.
Yeah, let me answer.
Is Commissioner Dave Aaron for the
Commissioner Dave Aaron, Vice President of Commission. You know, what we have in LA is an on-dock rail on every facility, and we're building one at TRAPAC. So we have evolved over the years in developing these on-dock facilities. We're going to reach a point where that's not enough, and we've got to plan for the future. And only when near-dock rail can we plan for that future. So we're maximizing on-dock rail already.
So what you're saying, Commissioner, in order to be competitive, we need more rail.
That's correct.
And that's what the port is already building on dock, specifically at TRAPAC. One question, then I'll push my button again. So can you be clear to us? We're hearing that this project will make the pollution worse. Is that true?
No, that is not true. Chris, do you want to elaborate on that? And maybe think about the graphics that I had up there with the red and blue lines.
Right. This is Chris Cannon, the Director of the Environmental Management Division. In fact, the project would improve conditions around the site. One of the things that isn't mentioned here that should be is health risk. Health risk is an extremely important issue in the community around the port, and it considers cancer risk and morbidity, mortality, chronic illness, and the project would reduce health risk. And so it's important to recognize that. There are also a number of mitigation measures. I won't go through them all, but to substantially reduce impacts on streets. There's a sound wall, there's landscaping, there's a commitment to move towards zero-emission trucks as soon as they're feasible. You got all electric operations of cranes on site, a state-of-the-art rail yard, and certainly a transition to LNG trucks. So all of these things, dedicated routes to keep trucks out of neighborhoods. So yes, it would actually improve things.
And by doing nothing, it will just remain the status quo as far as what's there today, as far on the environmental side.
It's I don't want to dump on the people that are there, but it's a heavy industrial area that's trucking, logistics, and rail. And it is not going to have the kinds of on-site controls, especially the electric operations that are going to occur at SCIG. So yes, you would actually have greater impacts. It seems kind of counterintuitive because you got a new rail yard there, but the fact is the rail yard is better because it's a state-of-the-art yard, which has mostly electric operations.
I'll press my button again, Mr. President. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Buscaino. Next on our queue, Councilman Koretz, followed by Councilman Perry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My questions are all relating to emissions, and that's my area of concern. Now, we've heard, and I've assumed the veracity of this, that emissions levels will go down as a result of this project. Now, we heard from AQMD exactly the opposite. So how do experts in this field come to different conclusions with the same data? And how can we feel certain that our experts and you are the ones that are right, which we kind of have to rely on?
Well, first of all, let me just say one more time. You didn't hear AQMD say anything about health risk, and I want to keep pointing that out. Health risk is one of the biggest problems for the community there. And the diesel particulate matter emissions, the source of cancer-causing toxic air contaminants, go down. And the project wouldn't add anything to that. The project increment is virtually zero. So now, I want to point that out.
Let me interrupt you just for a second. I thought I heard them say that, according to their information, NOx would actually go up.
Well, this is NOx, and that's different than diesel particulate matter. So let's talk about NOx. What they believe is that they disagree with our modeling protocols. They believe that our modeling protocols are that overpredict NOx emissions and that we are essentially misleading. The fact is our modeling protocols are conservative. They do predict high NOx emissions, but they also for the NO project, but they also predict high NOx emissions for the project. And the reality is that the NO project actually ends up being higher using a sort of maximum worst case analysis, which is a protocol that we've used for years and that the AQMD has never questioned in the past. But it shows a maximum likely scenario of NO project that's actually higher than the maximum likely scenario for the project. It's common industry accepted protocol. Again, it's not the first time we've had an NO2 significant impact with our projects. AQMD has never questioned our modeling protocols in the past. I think the reason they're questioning it this time is because they've got particular mitigation measures that they want to push us toward, and we're not ready to require our tenants to sign leases that depend upon the operation of brand new technology that's still under development. And that's really the battleground here. That's what they're looking for us to do.
Let me ask one other question, because you have a slide in your presentation that says by 2023, you'll have 50% Tier 4 locomotives and 40% Tier 3 locomotives used at SCIG. And that's not too long after we anticipate the facility opening. I thought I heard AQMD or others, maybe it was NRDC, say that we don't have that solidly in place. So how certain are we that we actually can make that happen? Because that would dramatically clean up this project and that whole area.
We have set that as a goal. We are very cognizant of the fact that The Tier 4 locomotives are not available at this point for purchase and will be hopefully between 2015 and 2017. The AQMD said that the BN has shown that they were able to accelerate clean locomotives into this basin. That's a positive. We expect the same thing to happen again, and we're going to hold them.
Wait. So the question I asked, though, you answered by saying, yes, the other side is right. This is not locked in. This is only a goal.
Exactly.
Because it's not. I thought I heard something to that effect when I met with you, but in this material, it doesn't say it's a goal. It says we will have 50% Tier 4 locomotives by 2023.
Yeah, well, you know, our entire Clean Air Action Plan was based on goals. We set goals, and we've actually shown that we've been able to blow right past those goals and achieve, say, a 70% reduction.
Council member, if I can add, one of the things, and you're asking exactly the questions that we asked as commission, and that is, how can we push and create something hard? And there's a couple of things. Right now, today, environmentally, we cannot require a feasibility measure that does not exist today. Tier 4 does not exist today. So we put it in as a goal and put the standards in of how fast we want to accelerate it. One of the other things that is part of this lease is the requirement that there are 5-year opener resets, that every 5 years this commission, particularly relative to the project, the entirety of the project, can, when it's a reopener every 5 years, look at the new technology that we believe is present and push that as a requirement on a 5-year reopener. That deals with the locomotives. There's even tougher push on clean trucks. We are requiring certain clean trucks that exist today. Beyond that, every 2 years, we will look at what a technology committee, not BN dominated, but a technology committee on which AQMD sits, on which Port of Long Beach sits, on our own port, and other technological specialists who will make a determination independently, are these new technologies available on the trucking side? If so, and that technological committee determines that they are available and financially feasible, again, not the railroad, but an independent entity, they will make that recommendation, and the ports of Long Beach and the Port of LA together can say that's the new standard. So we have, through the lease and project conditions, not environmental mitigations, said that every 2 years we are going to up the standard as we can on the trucking and other environmental technology. On the rail side, it will be every 5 years.
Paul, if you press your button again.
Okay.
All right. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I may have to press my button several times, and I'd like to ask if the South Coast Air Quality Management District representative and the city attorney can come to the table, if that's all right with you.
I'm fine with that. I just asked you to be sensitive to the time.
Yeah,
if you guys could just move for
and while they're
a
coming
few
up,
moments.
I'll speak while they're coming up. And before I continue with my questions, I just want to be clear about one thing, that I do support this project and its goals, but the goals are important to all of us. And what should be equally important is ensuring that we do everything within our power to put together an agreement that includes mitigation that truly addresses the negative impacts that have been identified by the various government agencies. As many of you know, I also represent the City of Los Angeles on the governing board of the South Coast Air Quality Management District. I have heard from other environmental groups, agencies, and governmental entities that, like me, support this project, but believe that we need to strengthen the language in the lease agreement for more effective mitigation. We need to ensure that when the time comes, the project will be mandated to adopt new and improved technologies, ensure cleaner air, and reduce the impacts of the project on surrounding communities, with a timeline by which BNSF should be required to use cleaner technology like Tier 4 locomotives and zero-emission trucks. Right now, the agreement leaves it to the city to prove that the technology exists. Where I see room for negotiation and improvement is on the possibility of building language into the agreement that mandates that when new technology has advanced, that BNSF must implement these technologies as a matter of practice. The city also needs to have the opportunity committee to work with Union Pacific and to do the same when the time comes for us to negotiate and renew their lease in order to level the playing field and to make competition fair. But I believe more work has to be done to strike an agreement with the railroad company that better mitigates the environmental impacts of the community. Now, as it currently stands, we are not able to answer the questions put before us by governmental entities representing the best practices for air quality in our region. So I have to ask if these issues could be resolved in committee and working with the Port Commission and its staff. However, this item was never heard in committee, it was waived, and it was not heard in Plum or in Energy and Environment. It highlights a problem here because we no longer have an Environmental Affairs Department, and I can't answer the question who in the city reviewed and issued a report on the EIR for the council. I know it was reviewed by the city attorney for the harbor, but from what I understand, it does not appear that the EIR was reviewed by planning staff. This is an important step. I am puzzled about what happened. I'd like to ask first the representative from the South Coast Air Quality Management District to just lay out his concerns, the view regarding the port's claim that SCIG improves air quality. Does the lease include an effective requirement for zero-emission trucks? And what are the implications if the project is approved for the federal ambient air quality standard for NOx if it is violated as shown in the EIR? And I'll say it again if I need to.
Okay. Thank you, Councilwoman Perry, and thank you, Councilman Koretz, for your comments and questions as well. Let me just try and clarify a few points, if I could, Mr. President. And I do want to note that we do work on virtually everything else. We're in sync with the port. So the port people are good people, and I don't want to leave anyone with an impression otherwise. If you look at the EIR, or you look at the handout that we provided earlier regarding the NO2 exceedance, it's really over a very substantial area affecting roughly 35,000 residents. There are multiple pollutants that we are tasked to reduce to meet federal clean air standards. Nitrogen dioxide is one of them. It's a significant one. It's one where the federal government has recently taken action to lower standards. If the region, for any reason, doesn't attain the NO2 standard, bad things happen. We're subject to federal sanctions. Those sanctions include potential loss of transportation funds. Obviously, that's significant to the City of Los Angeles and others. In addition to that, there's another sanction that requires that new businesses or modifications to existing businesses have to acquire a greater number of what are called emission offsets. Those offsets are expensive, and if those requirements kick in and raise the cost of modifications or establishing new businesses, it could have a significant impact on business growth within the region. This is a very, very large impact by our review of the document, and not something that we see. That's why we're here today before you. And we feel confident that if we can sit down and have another go with the port staff and with BNSF, that we can devise mechanisms that will work for everyone involved that will address this concern.
Excuse me, Dr. Wallerstein, I guess you have a PowerPoint that you now is up on the screen.
Can you advance that one here? So this is very significant in our view. The issue of the reopener, and I want to be clear because Councilman Perry, you and Councilman Koretz asked about this. In the documents that are before you, I believe it's MMAQ-9. The exact wording is new air quality technological advancements, subject to mutual agreement or operational feasibility and cost sharing, which will not unreasonably be withheld. So you have to have mutual agreement by the operator, BNSF. We don't think that ensures that the technologies will in fact occur and be put into place upon any 5-year reviews. And the example, one of the examples, Councilwoman Perry, was the Tier 4 locomotive technology. The federal government has adopted standards that requires that technology to become available in 2015. So the technology is definitely coming. In the example I used in my earlier testimony, I mentioned that BNSF and UP actually had agreed to an early accelerated implementation of new technology previously. They went from Tier 0 uncontrolled locomotives to what are called Tier 2 substantially cleaner locomotives, and they did it on an expedited schedule ahead of federal requirements. What I want to highlight now is that they did so 7 years before, they agreed to this 7 years before that technology was commercially available. So we ask you to ask yourselves, if they could agree to that before, why aren't they agreeing to that now? And why can't we work something out that in some totally unexpected circumstance that caused a delay, that the wording in the agreement would, allow for an appropriate correction if there were such circumstances? So if you can do it in the past, why can't you do it now, especially when you're near the Homeless Veterans Center, transitional school for homeless kids, elementary school, high school, park, middle school, and then a Catholic church with its own school right behind that. This is a unique situation that requires a little bit additional deliberation in our view, and we stand ready to assist the port staff and strike an agreement that folks can live with. And I think overall that'll move the project forward actually faster than proceeding today.
Okay. Do you want me to press my button again for?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Who do I have? I have Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And is representatives for BNSF here? Can we have them come up, please? And following up on AQMD,
If you guys would go take a seat. And,
you could.
Oh, you're from good there? You're good from there, Mr. No? Okay, then just stay at the center so we don't have to move. Oh, wait, here, we've got a live mic over here, right over here.
Can you respond to some of the issues raised by AQMD right now in terms of the 5-year technology review and some of the testimony that was given right now by AQMD?
Well, there's a lot of different parts to that. Let me start with the locomotives. We met with AQMD, and I think their goal is they want to mandate a hard adoption of Tier 4 locomotives by a date certain. So I think the director said that the federal government has mandated Tier 4 locomotives be in place by 2015. And a mandate is different than locomotives actually being invented, operating, and running. And so as we stand today in the middle of 2013, there are no Tier 4 locomotives that are currently available. There are two manufacturers of locomotives, GE and Caterpillar, which makes them. Caterpillar said that their Tier 4 technology probably won't be available until 2017. GE has not said that, but it likely will move beyond. And one point I'd like to address is that the technology for Tier 4 and Tier 3 is significantly more complex than Tier 0 and Tier 1. So as we said, our company was proud that back in the 90s we were able to early adopt go from Tier 0 to Tier 1 and Tier 1 to Tier 2. But the change from Tier 0 and 1 to 3 and 4 is a much, much more significant one. Our company is currently buying Tier 3s. We bought 340 of them last year. Every single one of them failed. Every single one broke and had to go back and be repaired. And that's just the absolute fact. And so we have not been, and I think one of our main points in all of this is that we should not be required to buy technology that hasn't been invented by a date certain. And that's what I think AQMD has been asking for this in this process, and that's why we haven't thought that's a good idea, and we agreed with the port, which goes beyond what we would like to see, the port's reopener.
Okay.
So that's on the locomotive piece.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And that's just the practical reality of locomotives.
Okay, thank you. And my time's running out, but I'm going to ask one more question to the port, and then I'll come back to this. But if someone from the port can answer that, in 2010, while the EIR was under development, The Clean Air Action Plan was updated and set a goal of 95% Tier 4 locomotives by 2020. Why is the goal in the SCIG only 50% Tier 4 locomotives in 2023?
This might, now it works. Okay. We were trying to make it work. It didn't seem like it was. What you're referring to is our 2010 CAP update, and it set a goal of 95% Tier 4 locomotives in 2020 and a minimum performance standard of 50% Tier 4, 40% Tier 3 in 2023. But what it also indicated, and this was part of the approving resolution for the CAP, is that each of these measures would need to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis to determine their appropriateness for particular projects. And so what we did, the goal of 95% was always a real stretch goal. I don't think anybody was sure we were going to make that. But the 50-40 minimum performance standard we set as a goal based on really some of the factors that were mentioned a moment ago by BNSF. But frankly, we're not doing what they say. We're the lead agency. We do what we say. And our judgment was that it would be premature to require a hard goal or hard date for having this percentage of locomotives, given the uncertainty in the development of this technology as it exists today. But having said that, we absolutely believe through our lease reopener that we can come back to the table and say to them, you know what, it's working now. And so it's time for you to step up to the plate and do it. And we think that that's a better way to approach our tenants. We're a business, and we need to work with the business community and make sure that they have a business and a lease that is based on things that we believe are real and that they can plan for. And so we want to require it.
You're not required to follow the 95%.
The 95% was always just a goal, so that was never a requirement, but there is some question about the 50% and 40% as a minimum performance standard. We weren't required to follow that either, but that was set that way because we wanted to look real close to see if it could be done. And but as was described, the Board of Harbor Commissioners, they're both here, the President and Vice President can speak to it, but they enacted a resolution that required that you look on a case-by-case basis to evaluate an appropriateness of a particular measure to a project. And in this case, the determination was made that making it a goal was appropriate.
Can I offer one on the 50%, 40% Tier 4 and Tier 3? It was a goal because of the uncertainty about locomotive availability that I discussed earlier. But it says that if you can't meet it, you have to offset the emissions that you would have had if you had 50% and 40% another way. So the overall emissions emitted by BNSF will be the same regardless. It'll meet as if we were running 50% Tier 4 and 40% Tier 3. But it's set as a goal because if the technology isn't there, and we have set goals with air quality agencies in California for 20 years and met every single one of them. But if the technology isn't available, we would be able to come up with the same overall emissions profile, just meet it in different ways. And that has not been mentioned yet, but that's an important part of this.
Thank you.
Okay. Barry, I'm going to ask your crew to return to their seats, and we'll call you, or Ms. Perry will call you back. So now I'd like to defer to Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Truly, this is the democracy at its best. Nothing I like better than everybody in the room working on an issue that impacts all of us. This is the best thing I can tell you being here 8 years. Look, I got to make it clear. There are three things in my mind. First is just a point of clarification to anyone from Long Beach. The Port of LA can require any new zero-emission technology at any time, thanks to Commissioner David Aaron. That is in there as a clause. Is that right?
You know, the reality is that we've been working on zero-emission trucks for the last 4 or 5 years.
Right.
Port of LA and Port of Long Beach. We have a truck running now for 12 hours a day, back and forth to a comparable area to the rail yard.
Yeah.
With a 12-hour battery charge on it, with a 40-foot container.
Right.
And as we move forward, we'll put 10 or 15 or 20 new trucks on the road, and within a year or two, we're going to know whether the technology is there or not. We are moving forward.
Yeah,
and when that time comes, it's not up to BNSF,
Sure.
it's up to us to make
Right.
the decision.
Right. There's no question about it. Now, the big story is the competitiveness of our port with what's going to happen when the Suez Canal gets deeper. I don't want to see us lose our 43% or 45%. I don't want to lose the Alameda Corridor. I don't want to lose it. It is the huge plus to the West Coast, not only to Los Angeles, but to Long Beach and everybody else who sees the opportunities to go. If we don't and we delay, you'll see the Gulf and you'll see the East Coast more competitive. They're chopping at the bit to take away the advantage we now have. So we are working on making it deeper, cleaner, and more competitive. It's really a no-brainer for me to support my colleague in the 15th District in that, and the communities here. And if there's any issue on pollution, it will come up again in the reopener clause. I say to Long Beach, we must approve this. We must approve it now. We must keep our competitive edge. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Nober, yeah, if you would return to your seat, we'll call you back if we need you. Mr. Parks.
I was just writing that. That's because I smell it.
Thank you very much. I just like to make a couple of...
Get me something like
Okay. All right. I'd just like to make a couple of comments. I think kind of overwhelmed today with the amount of material that we received just this morning, but my concerns remain pretty consistent. I'm concerned about the number and the diversity of the appellants. I mean, we go from AQMD to Long Beach and a variety of local communities. And to me, it just does not appear that we have tried our best, this is my judgment, to resolve some of these before today. There's also the specific impact to the immediate community. And I clearly see the charts about the general area of improvement, and they're positive, but I don't know how we can convince the 30 or 40,000 people that live within walking distance that they're going to be safer. We also have an issue of displacement of hundreds of jobs, and I didn't get a sense of what we're going to do on those activities. And then the other issue of dealing with it is that and I think from the time I've been here, when people threaten litigation, you take it seriously. But if you have litigation and injunction, what the results will be, we'll have an approved plan, but no movement for a couple of years. Whether that's the investment we want to make with the funding to aid litigation versus putting that time on the front end is a concern of mine. And then again, if we're to make the decision today, and yet we've not had a chance to see all of or digest all of the material that's been handed to us in council, I'm just wondering if we satisfy the whole issue of the hearing that we're supposed to be putting on. So those are my 5 issues. It makes it very difficult for me to vote for this at this time. I think it's a great project. I think the whole concept of 4 miles versus 24 miles, the whole issue of building something that's clean and green clearly is in our advantage. But I just think there's some fundamental issues that need to be resolved so that when we move forward, it's done permanently.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, Council President. There were some questions that were posed regarding the contamination, and that's...
Wait, can I interrupt you? It's my understanding you wanted to respond and I cut you off. I'm sorry, Mr. Parks. No,
I'm through. No,
are we good? You're good? Yeah. All right.
I didn't expect an answer.
Okay. Mr. Reyes.
When I hear the comments from the local communities about contamination and we're going to make it worse, and understanding the context of this bigger discussion is the fact that the Panama Canal will be built. It is expanding. And in the background, you have the Southern California Association of Governments, along with many other cities that are concerned about the role of our economy here in the Southern California region. That if we are not competitive, we will fall down in the scale of the worldwide economy becoming a destination for this level of trade, which could mean thousands of jobs at stake, thousands of jobs at stake. But I want to get back to something very important, understanding what we have on the table. And that is that in the charts that we've seen about contamination, that if we do not do anything now, the levels of contamination will continue to be worse. That right now we are not doing anything about it. The children are suffering more now. That without the improvements, the children will continue to suffer. With this change, we can now bring down the level of contamination for our children and our families. So the image is being portrayed that we are being heartless, we're being cold, we are denying children a future, we are killing our families because all we're worried about is money. What I want to address, and if you can be succinct, what is the impact, because you have a disagreement with AQMD, they're saying that we are going to be punitive, that we don't agree with the port. But I need for you to say clearly that we are in a position to make things better.
The conditions will be better. And one way to really verifies that is for the past 5 years, the area around Wilmington, the ambient air monitor station out there shows conformance with all the standards for particulates. That never happened before. That data streams right out to the internet. It's not touched by port staff. It's out there for the community to view themselves what's happened as a result of the port's efforts. And for 5 years in a row now, we've proven that the area around Wilmington, because we put a meter up there, we've improved the air quality, and this is a continuation of that. This is the only opportunity project where we have the ability to really push the electric truck, which this board really wants to do. Those graphs don't even show the impact of the electric truck yet. We haven't even taken that into consideration. It's going to get better than those graphs.
I would just add to Councilmember, there's no question that the air quality, AQMD, when they brought that filter in to show this happened today, this happened at a site nearby, this black screen, that's what's the particulate that's out there today. That, if we do nothing, that doesn't change because it's coming from trucks. And what this project does, and I think any environmentalist will say that a choice between trucks and rail, always go with rail. Rail can do more massively with lower pollution. That's why everyone talks, and it's why we talk about mass transit as well, getting vehicular movement off of our freeways and off of our streets. That's what those lines show. Doing nothing, the situation stays the same. Doing something, it reduces it significantly. And better, it allows us some leverage, not only with our 5-year reopeners on this project, but if we get a good railroad in with new standards, it gives us the leverage to go after the bad railroad that does exist there and force them to try to do things too. We will use everything in our power to do that.
Oh, and sir, may I just say one thing? I'm going to sound like a broken record. Health risk goes down. Health risk goes down. We have less diesel particulate matter emissions on our project because we're going to transition to non-diesel equipment on site and non-diesel equipment traveling to the site. So diesel particulate matter goes away, and that's critical for that community.
My sense of commitment to the communities around there is based on the fact that we are at a beginning point to make things better. We are at a beginning point to look at new technologies that you are willing to accept in the future to ensure that we continue to lower the level of impacts on our children. Is that correct? Yes. Is that accurate?
Yes.
No question.
So, colleagues, in light of the fact that if we don't move now, in 2, 3, 4 years out, we are going to lose our competitive edge in the world economy. We're going to lose thousands of jobs. If we don't move now, our children will continue to suffer. That's the reason why I need to support this today. Thank you.
Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, this decision is anything but a no-brainer. with all due respect, Mr. Rosendahl, this is something we have to consider long and hard because of the potential negative impacts and because of the positive impacts. It's that convergence of controversy that makes it difficult for us to decide. The fact of the matter is that we want progress, and we want that progress to include a cleaner environment. The question that we have to struggle with at the end of the day is whether or not we believe that this activity will reduce the impacts long term, or whether it will increase them, and whether or not it will benefit the progress that we derive from the economics of this equation will overshadow some of the negative impacts that come with this project. These decisions aren't easy. Progress isn't always perfect. But the question is whether or not you believe that they have met every standard that we now know of today, or to the extent that it's reasonable, have we done that? And I believe we have. That's not to say that I oppose the objections that have been raised by the community. I think that those have made this a better project, and I commend you for doing that. I also, as a former member of the board of the AQMD, where I blocked the coke piles that were going to be put into your community, I absolutely believe that their interest is important here. But there's another side to that coin, and that is whether or not I believe this is a stopwatch kind of decision, where whatever we do today, they get what they want, and nothing's ever going to be looked at again. No. Why? Because I sit next to this man, Joe Buscaino, and I believe he cares passionately about his community and wants to clean the environment, and will continue to work with you to clean the environment. I also believe the port understands that it's going to be, in the long run, it's going to be good business to be a clean port, because there's going to be a lot of places that won't ship to us if we do not have a clean port. And so if we could add that to our menu of opportunities that we're offering from a marketing perspective, hey, we'll pick up some clients that otherwise might go someplace else. And yes, we are competing with Panama and everybody else out there on the West Coast, and those are issues that we have to take into consideration. We also have to take into consideration that we're struggling in a horrible economy, and nobody sees the end of the day if we do not take progressive and serious action to stimulate jobs and good paying jobs in that we are faced with more blight in our communities, not from spewing out of trucks, but spewing out of neighborhoods in the form of foreclosures and blighted homes and communities that just aren't taken care of. At the end of the day, I have to fall on the side of trusting my belief that Joe Buscaino is going to be a passionate fighter for the environment in the Bay. My belief that Mr. Arian, who I've known for many years, is a true environmentalist who really does believe that it is part of his job as a commissioner to fight to improve our environment over there. And also to the community, who will continue to be passionate on this issue, and I hope you succeed in some cases to improve whatever happens here. Finally, I do believe that they have met the legal challenges that are required by law relative to ensuring the minimal environmental impact, and I frankly don't believe that the challenges will prevail. And because of that, I have to fall and give my vote to this project. I would only ask that the community, the AQMD, and all the other forces continue to be vigilant to ensure that we are doing the best possible thing for our environment relative to this project. So with that, I give my vote to support the project.
Now, Mr. Buscaino, what I'm going to do, I want to hold you, if it's okay, to last, so you can close this out.
More questions?
Well, we'll let you do that when you get ready to close. So now I want to go to Mr. Zine for a first time, and then I'll come back to you, Mr. Koretz, and then Ms. Perry.
Thank you, Mr. President, and to those that are gathered here for this discussion and vote, and the commissioners when I look at the port and the economic engine for the city of Los Angeles, when I look at the airport and economic engine for the city of Los Angeles, when I look at the folks out there in the orange shirts looking for work who want to go out and work and support their families, it's very important. I've discussed this with the council member from the 15th district. He's very passionate about it. He lives down there. He's got a family. He's concerned about the environment, concerned about pollution, concerned that it be done in the right manner. And listening to the comments, listening to the experts, AQMD obviously is a major issue. Also, the areas surrounding this world who want to take our business away, whether it be the business from the port or the business from entertainment or other areas, affects every single person in this region. So I want to not have a long speech, but along with my colleagues that are strongly supporting this measure, for the people who are going to benefit, the people of this region of Southern California are going to benefit by this new operation. And I'm glad to see the Chamber here joining with Labor together to say this is good for Southern California, this is good for the people of this region. So you got my vote, Mr. Joey B., in support of this project. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I agree with some of the comments made about how important this project is. I trust the members of the Port Commission, some of whom I've known for many, many years, including Cindy Misikowski, who I worked with in Marvin Browdy's office a little while ago. I won't say quite how long ago, but yeah, that, and then some. I am just concerned that we focus on making this as environmentally positive a project as possible. And so I still have a couple of questions. I'll ask them all at once and let you answer them in a group so I won't have to go back and forth on the queue. And it's more a question of the technology that we have now and why we're not asking, as part of this project, that we move to the technology we have now. We do have Tier 3 technology for locomotives. We know that the company has a number of them in their possession. Why are we not mandating that they move more of their Tier 3 locomotives into this project, or even entirely use only Tier 3 for this project until the Tier 4s are developed? The same thing with trucks. Why aren't we mandating that they use the state-of-the-art trucks more quickly than 2026? And why aren't we asking that they look at going beyond even the LNG trucks, which are pretty environmental? My understanding is that Vision Motor Company now has a zero-emission hydrogen gas fuel cell battery drayage truck that's been certified for sale in California by the California Air Resources Board, but it's also not called out in this deal as a mandatory mitigation. So all those questions. Otherwise, I credit those involved for caring about the environment and trying to work in this direction. I certainly particularly trust Mr. Buscaino, who lives in the area, raising his children in the area. He'll be impacted by the air quality personally, and I'm counting on him to act in the best interest of his family and his constituents. So I know every effort will be made, but I just, for the record, want an answer. Why aren't we pushing them with a technology we know we can get our hands on now? We understand that on this 5-year review that they'll be pushed in the future to go to the cleanest, but why aren't we getting to where we could right now?
Is this on? Okay. Starting with your last question, yes, there's a Vision motor truck out there. It can't pull a fully loaded container. The truck that we are testing, the electric truck, can, and that's why we want to get more of them. We're going to use a DOE grant out there into the market being tested, and then we want to move forward with the all-electric. We have required in our analysis in terms of the requirements under CEQA. We have required what is necessary to meet the guidance of CEQA, and then the board has gone beyond that with special conditions. Project is a $500 million project. Each Tier 3 locomotive is nearly $1 billion itself. We've, giving the business an opportunity to ramp up with the project as they grow into the project. They're not going to open on the first day with 2.5 million TEUs. They may have about 500,000 TEUs initially. We currently have 10% LNG trucks in our fleet. We realize that has to grow over time as well as the project ramps up, and our schedule allows that ramp up. And we've included that ramp up in our analysis and still meet those, still improve the air quality in the area.
Okay, Ms. Perry? Or did you want to expand on that? Yeah, go right ahead.
If that's okay, sir. There was a comment made by... Excuse me. There was a comment that was made earlier about the Vision truck receiving CARB certification. I wanted to speak to that. CARB certification is an emissions certification. It is a confirmation that CARB indicates that you can meet a particular emissions standard. In this case, that isn't so hard because it's zero. But what it doesn't do is it does not speak to the operational capabilities of a truck over the long term, certainly through duty cycles, as Geraldine points out, pulling a container. So all of those things are part of the tests that have to be done to make sure something is viable in an actual operating setting. So I just wanted to point that out if I could, sir.
And could I make one comment on that?
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I've driven in both of these trucks. We've been on this for the last 4 or 5 years. I started on this when Antonio appointed me 8 years ago, along with 3 other trade unionists and 4 environmentalists to help build this new program, the Clean Air Program. So I've been on this for the last 8 years, and I spent 44 years on the waterfront. The one truck we have going, Belcon truck, is just about there. The Vision truck is not operational. It can't pull that 40-foot container over that bridge. It's not ready. Hopefully it will be ready. So I'm just saying we are moving closer and closer, and when we sign this agreement and when it's passed and we put 20 or 30 trucks on the road for a year or two, then we're going to know whether we're there or not. And on that day, the 2 commissions will be able to tell BNSF, you're running zero-emission trucks. And for the first time in history, we'll have 1,000 trucks running to and from rail with zero emissions. It will be a historical day in L.A. and for the world. And that's reality, and that's where the Port of L.A. is at. And nobody's recognizing that. Nobody's recognizing that. It's only about a tax. It's not about commending you for what you've done, And that's the problem I got with some of the environmentalists that are speaking today. The first thing you do is recognize the advancements, and then you criticize, because they got some legitimate criticisms. That's not what's happening here today.
Okay, Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. So question for the port. If we approve this project as is, can the port require cleaner locomotives, Tier 4, to serve SCIG in the future, and what do we do if a company like BNSF disagrees?
Well, again, I'm just going to answer that part because I think when Mr. Wallerstein spoke, he read a condition that said we can reopen and require technological improvements if mutually agreed, but he also read the next line, which mutual agreement cannot be unreasonably withheld. So if we have technology, we have our technology committee which says it's there, we say it's financially feasible, and we're mutually deciding, and BNSF says we don't agree, our language says they cannot withhold their agreement if they're being unreasonable. So, and again, to be fair, I don't see this as future confrontation. I think we've heard from BNSF and from other testimony that BNSF has been a leader as a rail company in this country to meet standards sooner, to test it. They've already indicated they're looking at what's out there on Tier 4, when it will be available. They bought the Tier 3 when they didn't even work. So we're not dealing with a recalcitrant person who I think that we're going to have to be fighting with. Will there be some fighting and bickering in terms of time? Maybe. But I think ultimately we want to get them. And the more important, and I think you mentioned it earlier, Councilmember, there is another railroad that exists right next to this one that is a dirty railroad. It's got a lease for 23 years. It's not under the Port of Los Angeles jurisdiction alone. It's a joint power authority with the Port of Long Beach. And as soon as we get these conditions in place, I want to challenge our JPA and the Port of Long Beach to say, let's find with our attorneys and their attorneys how we can move, what kind of openers we can create on that lease that we don't singularly control, but with Long Beach, with AQMD, with everybody, to say put the standards that are new and different and the top of the line from this railroad on that one.
The other point I'd like to make is that, and I just want to put this on the record, the project would take trucks off the 710 and send them to Skig instead. Now, AQMD has stated that the on-site NOx emissions close to West Long Beach are higher, with Skig than without. And if that's the case, then how are the NOx impacts near Skig lower with the project than without the project?
Well,
just speak.
Is it? Oh, there we go. We respectfully disagree with their analysis. It is our judgment that the project would reduce NOx emissions, and in fact, we believe that it's very likely that the project would never exceed ambient air quality standards through its lifetime.
Can you speak specifically to the issue of West Long Beach and why they would make that assertion and where you differentiate on that particular issue?
The analysis does do an evaluation at receptors in the West Long Beach area. And those receptors show, based on our analysis, first of all, we have a worst case analysis that has been evaluated, and it shows a reduction based on the project. We assume maximum likely scenarios for no project and for the project, and it is in our judgment, based on these maximum scenarios, that we barely exceed the standard for the project. And in fact, the reality is, with actual evaluations over the years, we don't think they'll ever exceed the project, the ambient air quality standards for the project in those locations. So while we appreciate AQMD's comments, we respectfully disagree. We think our analysis shows a worst case of barely exceeding the standard for the project and an actual reality of not doing it over the time.
So, Mr. President, I'm going to just close with this. I've actually introduced two motions, 10C and 10F, and my concern is about the transition from Tier 3 to Tier 4 and whether or not that is effective enough to satisfy the concerns of the stakeholders who are represented here today around the table, and that would include AQMD. 10C is my motion to send it back for 1 month to see if we can achieve a better understanding, perhaps some reopener language that would satisfy the stakeholders. And in the event, if I don't know whether that will pass today or not, then I put in 10F with language from the South Coast Air Quality Management District to include in the 50-year lease agreement, and I put that forward for the consideration by this body.
Thank you. Mr. Krikorian.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, this room is filled to the rafters, and we're having this robust debate because this issue brings together two immutable truths. One is that the port is one of the major drivers of the economy of this city and of Southern California, and we are in fierce, cutthroat competition right now with ports throughout North America and with the Panama Canal. The other immutable truth that brings people into this room is that for decades, for generations, the port area has been the recipient of the pollution that is caused by this country's insatiable desire for cheap goods from China. And that when we are importing things that people are buying from Walmart in Kansas, the people in Wilmington and Long Beach and San Pedro are suffering the environmental impacts from that. And we know both of those things to be true. So how do we deal with those two truths? I think as we look at this project, I look at this and I think, how do we analyze the impacts of this project versus no project at all? And as I'm looking at this diagram and I see where this facility is proposed to go in, and the 710 is right next to it. The 710 runs next to the same daycare center. It runs next to the high school fields. It runs next to the community gardens and the schools and so on. And if those trucks are not going into this BNSF facility, they are going to be on that 710, or they are going to be going to that dirtier yard that Commissioner Miskowski just described, which is immediately adjacent to the proposed project site. One or the other. They're going to be going to those areas. So this project is not going to increase truck trips. It's going to take truck trips that would otherwise be going to those same areas across those same sensitive uses and putting them in this facility where we can deal with it in a cleaner way. Can we make this better? Maybe we can, and that goes to this issue of the 5-year reopeners on technology. I'd like to see us expediting the use of Tier 3 locomotives and Tier 4 locomotives. I'd like to see us expediting the use of zero-emission trucks, and I think we should work towards that goal. But as Commissioner Miskowski, and I'm sorry, you responded to most of my questions already, but I have submitted a motion to ask that we expedite, that we report back, that the Harbor report back to this Council on how we can expedite those two things. And I think it works in tandem with Mr. Weezar's motion 10D, which asks for annual reporting on those issues as well. So if we have annual reporting, and if we have a report back on how we can expedite that, combined with the language that that Dr. Wallerstein and Commissioner Miskowski both read about approval not being able to be reasonably denied, I think that gives me the satisfaction that I need that we will work with all deliberative speed to do this. As the technologies become available, we can impose them on top of this project. So I think that in terms of making it better, we can, we must, and we will through this process that's been put before us. Finally, there was a lot of talk in the public comment about protecting the little guy, and I think I agree with Councilmember Zvornich that that is one of the main functions that we're elected to serve here, is protecting the little guy against powerful interests when those little guys don't have the ability to do that on their own. As far as I'm concerned, there's nobody in this chamber who stands up more vigilantly and with greater strength on behalf of the little guy in a more heartfelt way than Councilmember Joe Buscaino. And I know that he has worked and fought every single day for his constituents since he's been elected, for the small businesses in his district, for the people who live in his neighborhoods, and I know that he's going to continue to do so, that he has done so in this project and will continue to do so. So for all those reasons, I plan to support this project and submit for your consideration my motion 10E, and also I want to speak in favor of Mr. Weezar's motion 10D as well.
Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. Mr. Buscaino to close.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, colleagues, and thank you to all parties involved today for letting us hear your concerns again and making this project a better project than that's going to be. Mr. Krikorian and Mr. Alarcon, and thank you for your words. You guys are both absolutely right. I am so concerned about the environment in the Port of Los Angeles. Born, raised, and live in the Port of Los Angeles, the San Pedro area. My wife and I are raising our 10-year-old son and 6-year-old daughter. My cousin Joey has asthma. We've had a number of family members who've died of cancer. Just last night, we heard a family friend of ours, Elaine Hernandez, died of cancer just last night. This is an important issue before us. My brother-in-law, Donnie, has worked the docks for over 10 years, where he continues to share with us. 10 years ago, he come home after a shift down at the docks with soot on him. Today, he's cleaner than ever. Are we there yet? No. We're getting better, absolutely. What we've heard today, the testimony of all sides, and what your takeaways should be, colleagues, is that this is a good and sound environmental project. We'll remove 1.5 million trucks off the road. Jobs. Jobs are more important than ever today. We're looking at creating actual green jobs. This project is responsible for 22,000 jobs, crucial to keeping our port competitive, especially with the Panama Canal. And let me be clear, the small guys, these small businesses are important to me. In fact, they hire 1,000 local residents. And we're not giving up on the agreements that they're making with BNSF. In fact, I've instructed the port, the BNSF, to work with each of the displaced tenants to ensure that their operations continue to move the project forward. BNSF has proposed a 1-year vacation notice, relocation assistance, which includes the services of a broker and moving costs, 3-year rent subsidy to assist the tenants in their transition from their current property to their new owner, to their new property rather. And if a site is not found and not agreed upon, BNSF will pay monetary values to the businesses. This proposal addresses my concerns and gives these small businesses the opportunity to continue their operations. And if an agreement's not made, I'm not going anywhere for a long time. I will ensure that BNSF and these small businesses come to an agreement. Our neighbors, the City of Long Beach, despite what you heard, will benefit from this project since it will serve both ports. In fact, the Port of Long Beach will be sending 60% of their containers to this rail facility. More than ever, more than, of course, coming from the Port of Long Beach into this project. Tom LaBonge, Councilmember LaBonge, as chair of TCT, you did your part. You went to the site. You went to the City of Long Beach, to Cabrillo High School, and saw the kids playing there on the passing league. You know the importance of this project. I ask that we move forward on this, and the time is now, and in the words of the Los Angeles Times, let's make this happen. I respectfully ask for an aye vote. Specifically on the amendments to 10C and 10F, I respectfully ask for a no vote, colleagues. We cannot delay. We cannot have anything before us to kill this project. With that, Mr. President, I call to the question.
Okay. Mr. LaBonge.
Mr. Clerk, on item 9 has already been moved and seconded, I believe, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
LaBonge
Just for the members there, as the chairman, I accept as friendly 10B, 10D, and 10E as recommended, and all as friendly amendments to that. But as we do vote, I would proceed to vote and vote no on C and F. Thank you. Joe?
Okay, what do we, yes, Mr.
On
Buscaino.
10B, I'll also ask in my comments about working with the existing tenants, propose a friendly amendment on 10B, Mr. President, asking BNSF to make best efforts with the tenant relocations. And I just would add that to item 10B, please.
That's accepted.
Okay, we're going to do this first, Mr. LaBonge. We're going to vote on item 9 now. So, Madam Clerk, on item 9.
And Mr. President, that would be the LaBonge-Englander recommendation, recommendation to support the port's recommendation to certify the EIR and to deny the appeals.
Okay, I'm assuming there's been an error here. Mr. Buscaino? Mr. Koretz? No, that's from before. Okay, let's prepare to vote on 9. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay, Mr. Okay, Mr. City Attorney or Mr. City Clerk, what is before us right now as we wrap up item 10?
Mr. President, I believe we have a recommendation to approve the port's recommendations for item 10 as amended by item 10A and to accept as friendly motions 10B, 10D, and 10E.
Okay, so that's what the vote is right now.
Clarification.
In doing that, we should first vote on items 10F and 10C.
I wanted to get there, but before we do that, Mr. Huizar?
And for the record, I think on advice of counsel and Mr. Gregorian's point, which is these are requests They're not amendments to the lease, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
10A was contemplated in the transmittal, and the 10B, 10D, and 10E are requests for reports back of the harbor.
Okay, now Ms. Perry is asking for an aye vote on C and F, and Mr. Buscaino is asking for a no vote.
And so am I, too.
Excuse me, what now?
No vote on C.
Wait. We take them separately. Okay, so now we're going to take up item 10F.
10F.
Again, Ms. Perry asking for a yes.
Nope.
Mr. Buscaino asking for a no. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll, tabulate the vote.
3 ayes, 10 noes.
Okay, now we vote on C, 10C. Yes, Mr. Koretz?
I think I missed the opportunity to vote no, but I would also like to be reflected as a no vote.
Well, we can change that without... Mr. Clerk, we can change that without a revote. It doesn't affect the outcome of the vote. Okay, so now we're voting on C, 10C. Ms. Perry is asking for an aye vote. Mr. Buscaino is asking for a no vote. Madam Clerk, open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
2 ayes, 11 noes.
Okay. Now, come on, hold it down. Hold it down. Now we're going to vote on 10A, B, D, and E.
Yes, sir. That's item 10 as amended by A and accepted as friendly, B, D, and E.
Okay, let's open the roll. I didn't hear what you said.
To vote no on 10A, but I
We'll
would be
do it
voting...
individually.
Thank you.
Okay? Okay, so this vote is on 10A. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. The next vote is on item 10B. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
The next vote is on 10D. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
The next vote is on 10E. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
All right. One more? What did I miss?
Mr. President, we have the actual recommendation from the Board of Harbor Commissioners, as amended.
Okay, so let's prepare to vote on that. Let's open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
11 ayes, 2 noes.
Okay. Mr. Labange. Please. Okay, forthwith, but I need you to come forthwith to the President's desk. Anyway, good work, everyone.
Mr. President, did you also wish to send item 9 forthwith as well?
Absolutely.
Very good, sir.
Thank you, everybody, on this item here. That now we'll continue with general public comment. Is Arnold Sachs still here? Arnold Sachs, please come forward. John Walsh, Henry Marine, Wayne Pender, Ismael Maldonado. Sergeants, will you tell everybody thank you and Is Arnold Sachs here? No, Mr. Sachs? Hold on, Mr. Walsh. We'll get you in a minute. Let me have Sergeant see if you clear the aisles. Hold on a second, Mr. Walsh.
So much.
Sergeant, Mr. Brennan, you come up and sit down. That'd be good. Just a second, Mr. Walsh. We're clearing the... Thank you.
I appreciate from you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Wayne, get your foot down off the furniture there. Sit down and relax there if you want to speak, please. Mr. Walsh, let's have attention for Mr. Walsh. He's got a makeover. You're not the way, John. Here we go. Mr. Walsh, start the clock.
It's still too noisy. Would you like me to raise my voice?
I've always asked you to talk a little louder because you sometimes don't, and then you would. So continue, Mr. Walsh.
You're wasting my time. HollywoodHighlands.org. Go there. We blog every day. I hope you understand our feeling on SCIG. Now, the most important thing is donde es el jefe Garcetti? Garcetti wants to be the mayor of this city, and he doesn't even show up on an important issue. I'm sorry, whether you were in favor of SCIG or whether you were against SCIG, this was an important issue to you, and Garcetti didn't give a damn. He's meeting right now and looking for money. Now, the people behind Garcetti, and that doesn't include Rosendahl, he's in favor of Gruel, they are the biggest collection of phony liberals and racist right-wingers. As you know, Kevin James, total racist, is in bed with Garcetti. And what we're asking for now, you must vote. This election will not be taken over by the right wing. You have your ballot. If you have it, vote now. 2/3 of the people who sent ballots in the last election didn't vote. Vote now for Gruel. Vote now for her. Vote now for the New World. Do not demonize the DWP. They are not Satan as the right wing and Garcetti wants you to believe. And Miss Perry yesterday was with Kevin James when she should have been here on the air, earning money on KABC. And I just want you to know, after they were on the air, they went to bed together at a motel.
All right, Mr. Walsh, I'm going to stop you right there, Mr. Walsh. Go back on the streetcar. Wayne, yeah, Miss Perry. He never go in bed with Mr. All right, Miss Perry, we need to stop it right. Wayne Spindler, come up here. Thank you very much.
We have a very important election coming up. We have a chance to make a big difference in the controller. Support Mr. Galperin. Zine, 12 years, 2 city salaries, one from the pension of the LAPD and the other one from the council. When he was first elected, he was going to serve 2 terms. He got a 3rd term. 12 years of 2 salaries, that's enough. Let's get some new guys in there. Now we get to the puppy kicker, Wendy Cruella-Gorella, that ran for controller for one reason, to run for mayor. Why reward this? Why do we need her for mayor? $3 million of DWP campaign funds. Who the hell gives $3 million of DWP money to a candidate? What does that tell you? Higher rates. Now, Mr. Garcetti should have been here for this vote today, but he didn't want to be here for this vote today because if he votes yes or no, it could hurt his chances for mayor. So he skedaddled, and whether he was here or not, it would have passed. And then finally, we've got the situation where Ms. Perry was on the radio, asked by her best friend, Kevin James. Jan Perry's best friend is Kevin James, a conservative Republican. Are you going to support Carmen Trutanich for a second term? And she says she hasn't made her mind up yet. Well, if you've been on the council for, a decade and you don't already know if you're going to support the city attorney's reelection, that's a total bunch of crap. So if Jan Perry is a conservative, then she needs to support Carmen Trutanich for a second term for city attorney. It's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Ismael Maldonado, Arnold Sachs, Henry Marine to close.